You're listening to Before the Dawn, Book 4 in the Ending series, a post-apocalyptic fantasy and romance adventure, written by Lindsey Fairleigh and Lindsey Pogue. This is part 2 of a 2-part audiobook. You can find more about this series, links to other audiobooks in the ending world, and our suggested reading order in the description below. Be sure to like and subscribe, and happy listening.
Chapter 26, Danny, December 14th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. Am I doing this right? Carlos lowered his pruning shears and backed away from his chosen apple tree, surveying his work. He'd been snipping branches off the dormant tree for the past half hour. I paused with my own shears primed on a branch of my very own apple tree and studied his. I gave the shears a squeeze and snip. The end of the young branch fell about 7 feet to the ground. Carefully, I descended the stepladder I'd been using to reach the higher branches and picked my way through the overgrown ground cover to stand at Carlos's side. My rubber boots squelched in the mud created by the previous night's brief but abundant rain shower. Carlos crossed his arms over his chest and cocked his head to the side. It just looks so clean, I offered. With a soft snort, Carlos shot me a sideways glance. I was gonna say pathetic, but sure, clean works. I shrugged. It looks like the picture in the book, and it does only have 5 main branches, and I think you could describe it as goblet-shaped. My voice slowly rose in pitch, highlighting my absolute lack of certainty. Carlos snorted. Maybe if we lived in that painting with the melting clocks by that guy with the crazy mustache. I laughed. I couldn't help it. I'd been fretting all morning, trying to keep busy around the farm to stave off feeling utterly useless while so many people I loved were in danger, and now that it was well into the afternoon, my nerves were frayed beyond belief. Chris and Grayson should have been back by now. The laughter died too quickly, and I reached out and gave Carlos's arm a squeeze. Thanks, I smiled briefly. I needed that. I narrowed my eyes. So where'd you learn about Dolly anyway? Oh, around. Carlos hedged. He moved on to the next tree in our small but abundant orchard, another apple tree, though there were also pears, plums, peaches, apricots, figs, an avocado tree, and a bevy of various citrus, all planted years before we'd arrived. Mace and Camille had returned to the farm the day after Zoe and the others left, and they were slowly working their way through the smaller citrus trees on the other side of the orchard. I returned to my tree, scooting my stepladder over a couple feet. I was almost done, but my dependency on the damn ladder really slowed me down. Around, eh? Snip. Carlos stood with his back to me, apparently still assessing his new target. I don't know. Maybe it was in one of those art books Zoe and Sam are always looking at together. I thought I caught just the faintest hint of envy in his voice. I said, doing my best to sound nonchalant. Zoe loves talking about all of that art stuff with people. Sam, Becca. I choked on a swell of panic mixed with terror. Zoe. Clearing my throat, I continued. I'm sure she'd jump at the chance to do art lessons with you, too. My voice was noticeably shaky, but I chose to ignore it, just like I chose to ignore the glassy feeling of tears welling in my eyes and the tightness in my chest. And thankfully, so did Carlos. I don't know, he said, snipping his first crooked branch off the tree. Snip, snip, snip. I guess. So vague. He could be such a teenager sometimes. I bit my lip. grasping my amusement at his stereotypical reaction with all of my might. I laughed under my breath, when what I really wanted to do was fall to my knees and pound on the soggy earth and scream out my rage at how unfair the world had become. Swallowing roughly, I reached for another off-shooting branch. Snip. For minutes, the only sounds were those of our shears clipping branches and the faint hum coming from the beehives nearby, along with their roaming brethren. It felt somehow empty outside, now that so many of us were absent. It was too quiet, unsettlingly so. But if there was one good thing about the lack of hustle and bustle around the farm, it was that sound carried remarkably well. Clip, clop, clip, clop, clip. I stood taller on the step stool, peering out at the road beyond the pond. There were trees blocking my view, but I had other senses. Hey. Carlos's head snapped to the right, his eyes searching the trees. I think I heard. I nodded. It's them. They're back. I scouted out their minds, finding not only Chris, Grayson, and their horses, Cookie and Bernard, but 4 others, 1 equine and 3 human. I lowered my shears and slowly backed down the stepladder, setting the tool on the top rung. They're not alone. Carlos glanced at me, frowning. I don't hear an engine either. No car. I shook my head, my right hand finding the pistol resting snugly in my thigh holster, just making sure it was still there. Touching it made me feel more secure, a new development after Zoe and Tom uncovered my memory about Jason's abduction. I pulled my hand away from the weapon. I recognized the mines. It had taken me a moment, because it had been so long, and 2 of them had changed so much, but I had 0 doubt. I grinned despite all of my anxiety and fear at what would happen next, tomorrow or next week or next month. It's Biggs, I said, laughing and tearing up at the same time. It's Biggs and the twins. They said no, Chris said, handing me a small warm bundle of gurgling baby wrapped in pink. She slid down from Cookie's saddle, but I couldn't look away from Ellie's face. The nearly 7-month-old baby had sticky outy ears, accentuated by a green and purple headband, and the most perfect face in the world. She smiled at me, not just with her adorable little mouth, but with her endless blue eyes. For the briefest moment, the mere blink of an eye, everything made sense. My place in this new terrifying world. The new terrifying world itself. Zoe's situation in the crash. Jason's abduction. Everything Dr. Wesley had done. And the general. Cam's death, and Grams's and Callie's, my mom's. My father abandoning me before I'd even been born. For the first time in a long time, I understood. It all made sense, and I felt at peace, completely and utterly. Danny. Blinking, I looked up at Carlos. He was standing in front of me, both hands on my shoulders, squeezing almost painfully. Ow! I wiggled out of his hold, Ellie squirming in my arms. Carlos! He held up his hands defensively. Sorry, but you were in, a trance or something. She got baby whammy, that's all, Chris said as she dug through her saddlebag. Ellie there got me good, too. She paused in her search and stared up at the cloudy sky, then whistled. Thought I was seeing the light. She resumed her search. Can't remember a bit of it now, though, and no matter how hard I looked into her eyes, she wouldn't do it again. Chris shook her head. Sorry about that, Biggs said. He strode toward Carlos and me, a second bundle of joy asleep against his chest in a cloth carrier. She just started doing it a couple weeks ago, and she and Everett are the only babies in New Bodega, so nobody knows what to expect where abilities are concerned.
I offered him a smile. It's fine, really. I can't actually remember what happened, just that I felt, I don't know, at peace, I suppose. I stared down at the innocent-looking baby nestled in my arms, which were growing tired. I adjusted her higher up. You sure are getting big, Ellie girl. Of course, part of the problem was that I wasn't nearly as strong as I'd been even a month earlier. Biggs rubbed my arm and I looked up, meeting his eyes.
How are you doing?
His lips spread into one of those closed-mouthed, gee, this sucks, but you can do it, smiles. And where such an expression on most people would make me want to punch them, on Biggs, it actually comforted me. Of course, that could have just been Biggs being, well, Biggs. Okay, I guess. I glanced down at Ellie, then back up at Biggs. Did they tell you about... Then I struggled to form the words with Ellie in my arms.
Yep,
Biggs said, nodding slowly.
I think, well, just know that the twins are the best thing that's ever happened to me.
He grinned broadly, his eyes glassy.
They're my everything.
His conviction was both wonderful and terrifying. I cleared my throat, searching for a new topic, any other topic besides children. So, I said, what are you guys doing here? Biggs smiled again, this time with less conviction.
I'm here to help.
He nodded toward Harper, who was walking to the stable with Chris and Cookie.
Looks like I'll be riding up to Sacramento with Harper.
I eyed him skeptically. What about Chris? He looked off at the hillside, and I had the impression that he was avoiding looking at me.
She wants to stay here, and I've been getting restless, and my conscience won't let me do nothing.
Everett wiggled gently in his cloth prison, and Biggs started rocking from foot to foot. He smiled at me, hopeful this time.
Besides, I could use a little excitement.
All I could do was shake my head, because deep down, I could totally relate. I snorted myself awake, and my head shot upright. I blinked as I looked around the farmhouse's living room for my preferred spot curled up on the sofa. Annie was lying on the floor with Jack, Cooper, and Sam, a board game, Sorry, it appeared, set up between the little girl and preteen boy. Sam was handling the news about Tavis really well, but I could only assume that was because Chris was keeping close tabs and an even closer hold on his mental and emotional states. It was difficult for any of us to deal with the loss of someone we loved, but it had to be so much harder for a kid who had only a few of his friends around for comfort. Chris couldn't exactly feel others' emotions like Zoe or Tom could, but she could sense the chemicals in a human brain and had become very well accustomed to what was normal and what was abnormal brain activity, not to mention a virtual expert at regulating those chemicals to mimic normal brain function. In my opinion, it was Grayson who described Chris's ability best, comparing her to a clockmaker, someone whose knack is keeping an eye on a myriad of tiny working parts and making small tweaks here and there when necessary to keep the whole thing working properly.
Good nap?
Chris asked from her perch beside me on the couch. Her ever-present spiral notebook was resting on her knees, a pen balanced precariously behind her ear. I figured that by now she must have built up a stash of at least a dozen notebooks, all filled with her theories, hypotheses, and experiments. Though, to her credit, the experiments had taken on a much more methodical nature once Gabe joined our group and became her partner in scientific crime. Narrowing my eyes, It crossed my mind that Chris and Gabe's close working relationship, if you could even call anything a working relationship these days, might be part of what was causing such friction between Gabe and Harper. I dismissed the notion without a second thought. Just because I was prone to jealous fits didn't mean everyone else was. Danny? I focused on Chris, who was studying me with a perplexed look on her face. Yeah? Your nap. You were asleep, she said, though it had the mild lilt of a question. It took me a groggy moment to figure out that she was wondering if I'd been drifting. I blushed, despite having done nothing wrong. Drifting in the midst of the others had quickly become a faux pas, unless it was an emergency. Understandably, it rubbed my human companions the wrong way if I chose to mentally leave their company in favor of time with my animal friends. You were drifting? Chris's voice took on a disapproving tone. I shook my head. No, I wasn't. Promise. Arching my back, I stretched my arms over my head and groaned. My spine cracked and popped in several places, and I sighed as I flopped back against the sofa cushions. I conked out, that's all. I curled my knees up and rested my left hand on my belly, my brow furrowed. Don't worry. Chris leaned closer and gave my knee a squeeze. I didn't start showing until my second trimester, and I had 2 boys growing in there. Hurt, loss, regret, longing. So many emotions flitted through Chris's eyes, there one second, gone the next. She smiled. You're doing just fine. She glanced at the kids and dogs playing on the floor, then at Carlos and Grayson, who were sitting side by side at the kitchen table for one of Carlos's nightly interdisciplinary lessons, the twins only a few feet away, fast asleep in their carriers. We watched the older and younger man discuss the allegory of the cave for several minutes, the splash and clink of Mace and Camille washing the dishes in the kitchen soothing background noise. Carlos and Grayson's discussion of Plato heated, verging on an argument. Chris and I exchanged a fond smile. Did you dream? She finally asked. I nodded. Gabe? I nodded again, wrapping my arms around my knees and hugging my legs to my chest. She shot another glance at Sam and Annie. Anything new? I shook my head. Just more of the same. Meaning a couple more super brief glimpses of Zoe's sleeping mind, but none that lasted long enough to pinpoint her location. Sure, they were searching Sacramento for her, but the search was akin to the proverbial needle in a haystack. I told him Harper and Biggs are on their way. They wouldn't make it to the outskirts of Sacramento until the following night at the earliest, even with the change of horses they'd taken with them, including Wings. Sending her had been less about her physical prowess. She was average in terms of speed and strength, and more about my strong connection with her. A side effect of all of the time I'd spent drifting with her, I could find her mind anywhere with barely any effort, just like Jack's. Which meant I'd be able to find Harper's and Biggs' minds almost as easily. It was the next best thing to actually being able to go with them. And Sanchez? Again, I shook my head. Her ability's still acting wonky. I hesitated, biting my lip, then said, I could keep trying to find their minds. Then we wouldn't have to rely on Gabe. Plus, it would give me a better idea of where to focus the non-human search for Zoe. It was Chris's turn to shake her head. I don't want you to wear yourself out anymore tonight. She flashed me a lopsided, light-hearted grin. Why do you think you passed out like that in the first place? Besides, it's enough trying to stay connected with Wings so far away. Searching for their minds is too much when you don't have Jason here to boost you.
I shrugged sheepishly, the mention of Jason's absence not nearly as painful as it had been a week ago. The power of hope. She patted my knee and stood. Come on. She nodded toward the mudroom, just through a door in the kitchen. Let's check on Vanessa. I eyed Sam meaningfully. You sure? She smiled, but it was coated in sadness. He'll be okay. Her smile turned mischievous. With the right motivation, I'm better than the best kinds of drugs. Rolling my eyes, I shook my head and stood. Don't I know it? Though I hadn't let her fiddle with my brain chemistry much lately, I'd experienced her brand of pharmaceuticals plenty of times before. Lucky for me, my current emotional crisis was being managed quite well by our nightly talk-it-out therapy sessions, and my healthier state of mind was already reflecting itself in a healthier me. When we were outside and able to speak more freely, minus the presence of young, perceptive ears, I crossed my arms over my chest and shivered within the shelter of my down coat. What if they don't come back? What if none of them come back? Chris wrapped her arm around my waist and pulled me close against her side. We bobbed slightly out of sync as we walked through the grass to the driveway and stable. Then we go on. You, me, Sam and Annie, Daniel, Carlos, and Mason Camille. She squeezed me closer. We're a family, whatever happens. But it's no use worrying about something that hasn't happened yet, she said, cutting me off. It's wasted energy, and it probably upsets the baby. Besides, I'll believe the others are gone for good when I see their bodies myself, not a second sooner. I think this whole Jason situation has taught us all that much, at least. She gave my shoulders a jiggle. They're coming back, Danny. Until we learn otherwise, that's what we'll know, okay? I nodded, not trusting my voice to be steady if I spoke. Chris released me to slide the stable door open, shooing me away when I tried to help. You might have your appetite back, she said, reaching through the doorway to retrieve one of the oil lanterns hanging on a hook beside the doorframe. But you're still weak. Try not to overdo it, okay? She lit the lantern quickly, and we stepped into the stable, making our way down the aisle toward Vanessa's end stall. I hardly think opening the stable door is overdoing it, I said dramatically. Chris snorted. No, Rosie! Vanessa's voice was high-pitched and panicked. I don't want to. I won't. There was a moment's pause, no doubt while Vanessa's hallucination of a dead teenage girl took her turn in an argument only Vanessa could hear, and Chris and I exchanged a look. I mean, I don't know. I guess when you put it like that, it seems like the right thing to do. There was another pause. I know. I just don't want Annie to get hurt, too. Looks like it's a not-so-good day for the kid, Chris said to me under her breath. I hesitated, lagging behind a few steps, and folded my arms over my abdomen. Maybe I should go. The last 2 nights went fine, but maybe it was just a fluke, and... I hunched my shoulders as Chris turned around, holding the lantern up to better see my face. Are you kidding me? The lantern light bathed Chris's features in a warm glow. This is perfect. I was hoping she'd be in one of her moods. I've got a theory to test, and it involves you and her. She nodded behind her toward Vanessa's stall. And squirt in there. She finished by pointing at my shielded midsection. You do? I asked, full of skepticism. Chris nodded and continued on down the stable aisle. She seemed to have no doubt that I would follow, which I did.
I got all kinds of theories about that kiddo, especially now that the twins are here and we've seen some of what they're capable of. And they're barely 6 months old. Imagine what they'll be able to do in a year, or 10 years. Her voice was filled with wonder, whereas my face was no doubt filled with worry. There were so many unknowns, both for the twins and for the child growing inside me. Chris stopped in front of the door to Vanessa's stall, and the one-sided argument within halted mid-sentence. "How you doing tonight, Vanessa?" Chris's voice was soft but authoritative. It was the perfect mother voice. I frowned, doubting I'd ever be able to master the mom voice even half as well as her. I joined Chris just outside the stall door and stared through the bars, searching the moonlight and shadows for our resident crazy. I found her perched on the edge of her cot, her eyes glassy pools in the relative darkness. I'm fine," she said with an unusual amount of hesitation. She was often so vociferous and free with her opinions and insults, especially when I was around. Except for the past 2 nights, she'd been subdued, almost calm, and, to Chris's and my surprise, almost sane. Vanessa spoke again, her voice quieter. "I'm glad you came back. Both of you." "Vanessa?" Chris said, drawing the teenager's name out. "The past couple nights you've seemed different. Does something change with them when Danny's out here?" She held up the lantern, allowing the dim light to shine into the stall. Vanessa nodded slowly, almost like she was afraid. I don't know why." "What happens?" They get quiet." She looked up at us, the lantern light glinting off her dark irises. "They go away." Chapter 27. Anna, December 15th, 1 AE. The Colony, Colorado. "Nice place," Jason said, the words empty. He surveyed the dim entryway, clearly disinterested, then skewered Anna with a bold stare. "You're sure it's safe? Nobody'll look for you here?" Anna nodded absently, choosing to focus on the small metal medicine case she'd set on the entryway table rather than on her intense son. She opened the case and removed the syringe within, sparing only the briefest glance for the tasteful yet empty-feeling space. "This was Danielle's home while she was here," she said without thinking, and removed the vial of neutralizer specially attuned to Jason. "It wasn't her home," Jason said quietly. Anna looked at him. "What are you talking about? Of course it was her." "She might have lived here," he said, "but it was never her home." Anna rolled her eyes. "Semantics, Jason. I hardly think it matters whether—" "It matters," he said, his voice quieting as his tone hardened. For a moment, Anna studied Jason's face. She didn't know how to talk to this man, her son. She didn't know how to be in his presence, how to show him how much he still meant to her. She felt, just for that moment, that she didn't know a single thing, that she was unwinding, becoming an untethered mass of cells and energy, becoming meaningless. Anna cleared her throat and continued preparing the injection. "So, how long have you two been seeing each other?" "We're married." Anna stilled, closed her eyes, and drew in a deep breath. Here was yet another significant milestone in her children's lives that she'd missed. Opening her eyes, she filled the syringe with neutralizer and turned to face Jason. I see. Well, congratulations. She's a remarkable young woman, and I hope you'll tell her how much I...
For fuck's sake, you can tell her yourself when we get out of here.
Anna didn't reprimand Jason for his harsh language, though she felt the instinctive urge to do so. Rather, she arched an eyebrow and gave him a pointed look. Jason lowered his eyes to the floor, but only for a second. With a determined stare, he held out his arm toward her.
Let's get this over with, then.
Anna set down the syringe and exchanged it for an alcohol swab. Taking hold of his elbow, she jerked Jason closer to her and raised the swab, bypassing his proffered arm and going, quite literally, straight for the jugular. She swiped the alcohol swab over the side of his neck. Sometimes the neutralizer fails if it's allowed to circulate throughout the entire body before it reaches the brain. It becomes too diluted to be effective. Jason nodded once, quickly and decisively. Anna discarded the alcohol swab and, reclaiming the syringe, met his eyes. This will likely hurt far more than you expect. Free will is often seen as intangible, an idea, but it's not. It's a real, visceral thing. It's the physical manifestation of consciousness, the presence or absence of choice. For some time now, you've been without choice, a prisoner in your own body, and you've grown accustomed to your chains. Breaking them always hurts. Jason stared at the syringe.
It sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Anna stared past him at the staircase leading to the house's second floor. There have been moments in my life when giving up my free will was less painful than holding on to it. She could feel Jason's gaze boring into her.
If given the chance,
Jason said,
I will kill him.
With a protracted blink, Anna lowered her chin in assent, her syringe hand drooping. She wouldn't stop him. Jason moved closer to Anna and rested a hand on her shoulder.
Mom.
His voice was softer than before, almost gentle.
You must have had 1,000 chances to get rid of him over the years.
Anna raised her eyes, meeting his.
Why didn't you?
I... Inexplicably, tears welled in Anna's eyes. I wanted to, so many times, but... She wanted to look away from Jason's intense stare, from the unexpected compassion mixed with the anger and hurt filling jewel blue eyes that were nearly a reflection of her own. She sucked in a shaky breath. I couldn't, she said, feeling pathetic.
Why not?
She said the first thing that came to mind. I'm not a killer. Jason scoffed quietly.
Actually, you're the single most prolific killer who's ever lived. That answer's a cop-out. Tell me why. I need to know if I can trust you.
After a brief hesitation, he added,
Do you love him? Is that it?
Anna's chin trembled, and tears spilled over the brim of her eyelids, but she didn't break eye contact with Jason as she shook her head. You, Jason. You, Zoe, and Peter. Lips trembling, she managed a weak smile. I think a mother's love might be the greatest, most terrible power on earth. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to keep you safe. Jason shook his head minutely, his brow furrowed.
But that doesn't make sense. There must have been a way, a time when you could have gotten rid of him.
Anna raised her hand and pressed it against the scarred side of Jason's face. At first, I feared what the monitors would do to you if something happened to Gregory.
She smiled bitterly. He swore they had special orders to punish you and Zoe if he met an untimely end. His words. He didn't like using his ability on me. He wanted me to be with him by choice. But he didn't understand that I had no choice. I couldn't let anything happen to you kids. And then Peter came along, and the cancer. She shuddered, reliving the tortuous past. Gregory had the best connections, and staying with him gave Peter a real chance. But it didn't matter, Jason said, not unkindly. Leukemia's tricky. For years he fought, but even the best medical care couldn't keep him alive. Anna felt her stare harden. But I could bring him back. I did bring him back. Jason sighed. Made possible by this place. By Harrodson. Anna raised her chin, feeling an odd sense of defiance. He's a strong leader. Are you kidding me? Jason took hold of her shoulders and shook her so hard that her teeth clicked together. He's a fucking dictator. A megalomaniac with god delusions. He steals people, Mom. He forced you to commit the single greatest act of genocide known to mankind. He even puts Hitler, fucking Hitler, to shame. He shook her again, even harder. Don't you see? Even if it means wiping this place off the face of the earth, all the lives lost would be worth it if it rid the world of Harrodson, too. A wave of shame so powerful that it nauseated her washed over Anna, and she pressed her hands over her stomach. She knew all of this, knew it with every fiber of her being. She'd been telling herself all of these things for years, but somehow, hearing them in her son's voice finally made them sink in. Oh, God, Anna whispered. Her knees felt weak, her head dizzy. What have I done? Had Jason not been standing there, already practically holding her up with his relentless grip on her arms, she would have collapsed onto the hardwood floor. Clap, clap, clap. Good show. Anna and Jason looked up the hall. Cole continued his slow, taunting clap from the kitchen. Oscar-worthy performances, both of you. Anna and Jason exchanged a wary glance. How had he gotten in without them hearing? How much had he overheard? Did he know about the neutralizer? Anna blanched, concealing the syringe behind her back. Jason, Jason, Jason. You're not as sneaky as you think. Cole started down the hallway, Larissa and a youthful yellow-banded soldier flanking him. Anna thought she recognized the soldier, but she couldn't quite place him. Our obedient hostess spotted you stealing away, Jason. Cole frowned, then squinted his eyes in mock concern. Did I forget to tell you I ordered the Newmans to take turns keeping watch, just in case? Jason stepped in front of Anna as Cole drew near. How neglectful of me. Cole planted himself in front of Jason, staring at the younger man's face with reproach. Have I waited too long to recharge your secondary commands? Is that how you slipped away from the house? Yes, Jason said, his jaw clenching. Anna had the impression that he was speaking against his will. I thought as much. Cole reached out and grabbed Jason's wrist. Might as well remedy that now. His eyes flicked beyond Jason to Anna and back. What a convenient coincidence. You being her son. Again, he looked at Anna.
So, is that where you and Sergeant Miller disappeared to all those years ago? Bodega Bay?
The corners of his mouth turned down just a little.
I'd always wondered. Mandy. Amanda Samuelson. You remember her, I'm sure. She idolized you for a while. Claimed you got out, that you were brave enough to take back your freedom.
Anna sneered. What you did to that poor girl was disgusting.
Cole barked a laugh. I gave her true freedom. She was nothing, a sniveling worm. And I opened up the world to her, turned her into a goddess.
You trapped her in hell, Anna snapped. And she had no choice but to become a monster. Cole tilted his head back and forth, like he was seriously considering Anna's words, weighing their merit.
She did grow a little full of herself at the end, if you know what I mean.
He squinted, studying first Anna, then Jason, then Anna again.
You know, I think I'll have your own dear son kill you, Anna. It'll be a poetic end, don't you think? The very person you destroyed the world for, destroying you in turn. At least you'll be able to look into your son's eyes as you die.
Fury raged within Anna. How dare this bastard threaten her, threaten to do something so awful to her son? Anna wasn't afraid of dying. She was afraid of what it would do to Jason if he were the one to kill her. She would do anything to keep that from happening. She'd take her own life first if need be. Behind her back, she readjusted her grip on the syringe.
Mom,
Jason said through gritted teeth.
I can't stop myself. Can't not do it.
Surprising even herself, Anna lunged at Cole. She raised the syringe and, shrieking, shoved the needle into his eye. She compressed the plunger, injecting the neutralizer into his brain before Jason managed to tear her away from Cole, protecting the man against his will. From her son's restricting hold, Anna watched Cole fall to his knees, his hands hovering around the syringe sticking out of his eye, and his mouth opened in an endless, ear-splitting scream. For seconds that felt like minutes, she watched him suffer, listened to him scream, feared it might not be enough. Until, in the blink of an eye, Cole's cry cut off, and his entire body relaxed. He fell to the side, his head hitting the edge of the bottom stair with a dull thwack. Thankfully, he didn't move again after that. Larissa was the first to speak.
Is he...
Jason knelt down beside Cole's body and pressed his fingers to the man's wrist.
He's dead.
Anna took a long, steadying breath as she attempted to process what had just happened. What she'd just done. Was it even possible? A small, relieved smile parted her lips. Cole was dead. He was dead. And Anna had killed him. And now she and Jason and Peter could run away from this hell. She would finally be free. The young soldier who'd been with Cole looked around the entryway, utterly lost.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
Without warning, Jason stood and took 2 steps toward the yellow band, then knocked him out with a single strike to the jaw. "Jason!" Anna shrieked.
Can't have him running out and alerting anyone to what's been going on,
he said, breathing harder than usual. A moment later, Larissa rushed toward Jason and fell to her knees awkwardly, only partially avoiding the unconscious man's legs. "Forgive me!" She took hold of one of Jason's hands, but he pulled it out of her grip. Not to be put off, the desperate woman flung herself at his leg. "I didn't want to do any of it, I swear. I'm so sorry about what I did to your wife, but I did what I could to help her. I did." She looked up at Jason, eyes red and cheeks damp. Cole wanted to kill her, but I convinced him to let her live, to let me practice my ability on her instead. Jason looked down at her, apathetic. Why should I care? The woman sniffled. Don't leave me here, please. Let me come with you. Why? The single word was harsh, but Jason's face was open, curious. You could go anywhere, be anything without anyone being the wiser. Why do you want to come with us? You've made a home, the woman said without hesitation. You and your people, She averted her eyes. I saw them in your memories. I saw your home, on a farm. The happiness. She smiled wistfully. It's like heaven. I think your memories of that place are the only things that have kept me sane over the past few weeks. After a several-second pause, the woman looked up at Jason and Anna. I know you're planning on leaving. I can help you. How? Jason asked. I can fly. A plane, I mean. I can fly us away from here. Jason scoffed. With what plane? The woman shifted her haunted stare to Anna, who cleared her throat and met Jason's doubtful glare. We have several small jets and helicopters at the ready at all times, just in case our evacuation is in order, especially since the uprising. Jason eyed Anna for a long moment, then nodded. All right, Larissa, let's do this. He looked at Anna. Where's Peter? He's at home, Anna said, her heart sinking. Gregory won't be leaving for the office for another hour or two. We'll have to wait. We don't have time to wait, Jason snapped. We won't have to. Collecting herself, Larissa stood and smoothed her hands down the front of her cargo pants. Slowly, she raised her eyes to look at Anna and smiled wickedly. Let me take care of General Harrison, sugar. He won't even know we're there. No, Jason said. He'll know we're there. He'll know I'm there. He looked at his mom, his blue eyes grayed and flat in the darkness. He'll know who's killing him. Chapter 28, Zoe, December 15th, 1 AE. Location unknown. I awoke slowly. My mouth was dry. My tongue felt swollen. I could barely move. When I tried, it was like I could feel every single sinewy tendon, every weak muscle that seemed to be screaming, but I wasn't sure why. My mind was murky. Opening my eyes, I let my surroundings settle into focus, and I tried to dust off the cobwebs of deep sleep, but I was so tired. Shadows flickered above me, and I thought about the group campfires that had kept my friends and me safe and comfortable all those nights of traveling. All those nights. All those days of non-stop work and exhaustion, and none of it compared to this feeling. Briefly, I thought I'd fallen asleep beside a fire on an unfortunate mound of gravel and debris. But I wasn't warm, I was cold. I was in a bed, and there was no sky above me, but a ceiling, and walls surrounded me. Walls I didn't recognize. At first. It all started coming back to me. The strange house, the man who wanted my blood, the disfigured woman who was less than a shell of someone who had died a long time ago. I gasped and sat up. This time my wrists weren't tied to the headboard, but still to each other, and I could feel a rope too tight and twisted around my ankles beneath the blanket that covered me. My head was pounding and heavy, and all I wanted to do was disappear and sleep. But a faraway thought told me that I needed to get away. I needed to run. Groggily, I focused on my bound wrists. I need to run. Don't even think about it, a gruff voice murmured beside me.
Slowly, I looked to my right to find Carl sitting against the wall beneath the boarded-up window. He seemed to be a constant fixture in the room. He was always there, always drinking. The dancing light of a candle flame made his face appear more drawn and sickly than I remembered. His face was still gleaming with sweat, but his eyes were more sunken in, more hollow. Knowing I didn't have the strength to fight, to move, to think, really, I fell back against the mattress and instantly regretted it. Shit, I hissed, holding my forehead as I squeezed my eyes shut. The wound in my arm was a dull ache compared to the pounding in my head. You drugged me. My voice was scratchy from disuse. Lifting my bound hands once more, I touched the side of my face, where Randall's palm had collided with my jaw. It was still tender. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the marks. Shadows of what I imagined were newly formed bruises covered the inside of my arms. I wanted to cry as I thought about how much blood they'd taken. How long have I been... I whispered, mostly to myself. Carl grunted. I figured chloroform was better than what Randall had in store for you. He leaned his head back and took a swig from a pint bottle. The liquor was amber-colored this time, like whiskey or rum. He was trying to forget something. Who he was and what he'd done, I assumed, and chase his demons away. Good. I hoped that meant he'd get sloppy. But as much as I yearned and prayed to be free of this life-sucking place, I thought exhaustion might prove to be my greatest adversary. The thought of moving much at all made me feel sick to my stomach. I blinked a few times and then squeezed my eyes shut, willing the debilitating mist in my head, the heavy, invisible burden on my body, to expire. I needed to be stronger than this. I needed to think, to move. I needed to outsmart Carl. And I couldn't do that if I was unconscious. He doesn't like it when they talk, Carl said quietly and mostly to himself. They... Although my senses were dull and sluggish, a shiver still seemed to shimmy its way up my spine as I recalled the list. You shouldn't talk to him. It only eggs him on. I glowered the best I could in my weakness. I wasn't egging him on, I said, my voice raspy, when all I wanted was to scream. This is my life I'm fighting for. I had the urge to close my eyes. Stay awake. Although I knew Carl wasn't my friend, it was clear that Randall, a poor man's General Harrodson, was the one calling the shots. I wasn't sure exactly what Randall had done to me, though I had a feeling that, given my weakness and the pain, he'd taken more blood than he should have. The bruising was already getting bad, and I thought it was probably better that I couldn't recall anything else, that I couldn't see. I'm not sure if I should thank you or... Huh, Carl blurted. I watched him from the corner of my eye as he guzzled from the bottle, closing his eyes and taking one long pull and then another, like they were his salvation for every sin. My head fell to the right as I watched him. I tried not to feel sorry for the pathetic heap of shit he was. When Carl opened his eyes again, he stared down at the bottle and rotated it in his hands. It was close to empty. Unbidden, my mouth began to water and bile inched its way up my throat. Body fiery with pain, I leaned over the side of the bed. There was already a bucket there, the bottom covered in bile and what looked like oatmeal, and I heaved over it, my body trying to expel anything left inside. But nothing came out. I hung over the bucket for a moment, panting before I spat the remnants of what I could from my mouth and laid back against the pillow, sweating, panting, exhausted. Sorry, Carl said, almost indifferent. I've noticed chloroform does that sometimes. All I could do was glare at him and wonder how sick I'd been earlier. once again grateful that I couldn't remember any of it. "I need water," I said, hoping the hydration would help with some of the discomfort and maybe even clear my head a little. Automatically, I tried to sit up, but my head was reeling, and I lost my breath. I brought my hands to my forehead. Like even tied together, they would somehow stop the swirling room. I gasped and whimpered. "Take it easy," Carl said, and suddenly he was next to me. He helped lower me back down and pulled the extra pillow out from beneath the bed again, using it to prop me up. While the spinning slowed and eventually stopped, Carl still stood there, staring down at me. We were silent for a moment, me wondering what he was thinking in that drunken cesspool mind of his, and him swaying a little where he stood. His eyes were expressive, but he said nothing at all, and finally, like he suddenly remembered who I was and what was going on, he glanced to the side table and picked up a glass of orange juice. "Will you have some of this now?" His voice was gentle almost, and I got the distinct impression that he was a little worried about me. I nodded, not taking my eyes off of him as I studied the lines of his face, his eyes. I wanted to see what was left of his troubled soul, but there was nothing behind his shadowed, beady eyes. They were emotionless again. Carl brought the glass to my lips slowly, and I took a sip. The juice was room temperature, but it was still sweet and hydrating on my tongue. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted. I gulped it down until there was nothing left and my eyes fluttered shut. I heard Carl set the empty glass down and trudge back to his spot against the wall. When he sighed, I cracked my eyes open and watched him plop back down. Naturally, Carl picked up the bottle again and took a drink. With a wince, I turned onto my side to face him and exhaled the pain. "What?" he asked without looking at me. His attention was on the hardwood floor he was picking at with his broken, dirt-crusted fingernails. I let my eyes close for a moment, then struggled to open them. It was strange how loud the sound of my own heartbeat seemed to be in our silence. It was methodical, almost soothing in my ears. I cleared my throat. It burned raw from bile. "Is Randall your brother?" Carl instantly shook his head like the question was an insult. "My sister's husband." "You don't agree with what he's doing to her, do you?" My heart broke a little bit for him as I began to understand. Carl brought the bottle to his mouth again. He gulped once, then again, like it was water he needed to keep living. "Don't pretend you understand me," he grumbled. "You're fucking clueless." "Maybe," I whispered, feeling like I knew Carl better than he knew himself. "You look for new abilities that might help her," I said. Whatever Sandy was, she was an abomination. "Randall's gone mad, hasn't he?" I asked, but it wasn't really a question. "After all this time, he thinks he can still help her." Carl snorted. "He thinks your ability will help her remember who she was. My eyes flitted closed again, but with what little energy I had left, I pried them back open. I needed to know more. "Carl," I said quietly, "did you stay in here with all of them?" I wasn't sure why it mattered. I was one of at least a dozen different mauled faces that flashed through his mind. I felt tears forming behind my eyes, despite my exhaustion. It was too hard to ignore what could be my same fate. "How many?" I whispered again. "More than were on the list?" Carl finally looked at me, and his jaw clenched in disgust at all that he'd done. "Too many more to count. Now stop talking." He took a final long pull from the bottle. When it was empty, he leaned his head back and let out a deep, despondent breath. Then another. With each breath, his breathing grew louder and slower.
I saw myself unconscious in bed, saw bruises forming on my arms, and noticed my sweatpants were soiled. My skin was ashen, my lips dry and cracked. The bandage on my arm was bloodied and needed to be changed. Carl was staring down at me, horrified, sympathetic, traumatized. Then I roused from unconsciousness and threw up all over his leg. My brow furrowed as my eyes flitted open and I scoured his jeans. They were clean. Wearily, I gazed down at my t-shirt, realizing it was different from the one I'd had on before and that my sweatpants probably were too. He'd changed my clothes and taken care of me. He'd been mortified. I was mortified. Slowly, gently, I buried my face in the crook of my arm and tried to withhold a scream. Why? Why is this happening? Then I realized something. In spite of my heavy, foggy brain and the pain lacing my limbs, I could see inside Carl's mind. My ability was coming back. I lifted my arm slightly and glanced at Carl again. He was drifting to sleep. His mind was a nuclear dump putrefied by regrets, guilt, loss, and perpetual indecision between what he knew was right and what he wanted, which was to save his sister. Whether it was Carl's drunken stupor or the fact that he was falling asleep, his nulling ability was weakening more and more as the seconds passed, and though my ability was weak as well, at least it was working. Lying there, helpless, I silently screamed. I silently cried. I silently called for help and pleaded that someone would find me, would help me. I relived every moment I could remember since the car accident. I studied the people I'd seen, the bedrooms I'd passed, and what few images still hung on the walls. I thought of the church, the blue house, and the maple tree. I projected every thought and feeling, every memory I could to anyone in the world that might be able to read minds in hopes that they would help me. I thought of Jake and Jason and my dad. I pictured Danny and Gabe, my mom and the colony. I thought about everything I could that might be worth anything to someone trying to or willing to help me. The more I thought about how little I knew and how weak I was, the more I realized I was utterly alone. The more I began to crack, and the silent tears broke free. Carl stirred, and my ability dimmed. Rolling over, away from my captor, I sobbed once more into someone else's pillow and prayed that someone, anyone, would find me. I prayed that I would get out of this place before they drained me of all I had left, before it was too late. Chapter 29, Anna, December 15th, 1 AE, The Colony, Colorado. "You're sure you know how to fly this thing?" Anna said, hands on either side of the doorway as she leaned in to speak with Larissa. Anna had always hated seeing inside a cockpit, witnessing with her own two eyes all of the buttons and switches and dials and meters, all of the things that could be mishandled and lead to a crash. There was just so much in there that she didn't understand, that she couldn't control. "I'm good." Larissa glanced back at Anna and flashed a quick smile. Amusement fading, she studied Anna with scrutinizing eyes. Her eyebrows drew together, and then her eyelids opened wide. "You have a flying phobia." Anna swallowed, her mouth so dry it felt sticky. "Phobia is such a strong word." Larissa turned around as much as she could in her seat and reached for Anna's hand. "This is a Hawker 400 XP, a twin turbofan aircraft." She stared into Anna's eyes, so calm and certain. "I've flown planes just like this hundreds of times. Very rich, very important people trusted me with their lives on planes just like this. There's a reason I picked this one. Trust me, sugar. I know what I'm doing."
She gave Anna's hand a squeeze. "All right?" Closing her eyes, Anna drew in a deep breath and nodded. "Your head says yes, but your face is saying hell no," Larissa said with a weak laugh. "If you want, I can use my magic and make you think you're on a beach somewhere." Anna felt herself blanch and shook her head vehemently. She wanted nothing more than for Larissa to be 100% focused on flying the damned death trap. Larissa released Anna's hand. "Why don't you grab yourself a seat? We'll be up in the air before you know it." As Anna turned away, Larissa added, "Oh, and can you send Jason up here? I'll need his help to boost my illusion in a few minutes, unless you think you're up to it." Feeling numb and more than a little shaken, Anna trudged down the aisle running between the single seats, hunched over so her head didn't rub against the cabin ceiling, to where Jason was sitting in the back left seat. Considering that there were only 7 seats in the cabin, Anna didn't have to walk hunched over for very long. She perched on the edge of the cushy seat opposite Jason's, making the leather creak. He didn't look away from the tiny oval window, but Peter, sitting on the other side of the aisle, smiled at her. "Jason?" Anna said quietly. When he still didn't acknowledge her presence, Anna reached out and touched his knee with her fingertips. "Jason, I know things didn't work out like you wanted, but Harrison should be dead right now."
He looked at her, his gaze going from distant to sharp, focused, and scathing in an instant.
"We should be finishing this, not running away."
"But Zoe needs us," Peter interjected. Anna peered at her younger son, impressed by how well he was reacting to Jason's clear hatred for Gregory. Peter had never shared a strong bond with his father, and certainly a fair amount of apathy had formed on Peter's end since he'd gained access to Anna's memories, but the two had never really butted heads either. Gregory was, and would always be, Peter's father. There was no denying that simple fact. After a long, tense silence, Anna sighed. "Larissa is ready for you." When Jason didn't acknowledge Anna's words, she added, "Unless you need me to boost her—"
"No,"
Jason said, standing. He had to hunch over even more than Anna had. He paused in the aisle, facing away from Anna.
"Just so you know, Zoe is the only reason I'm not hunting Harrison down right now."
He stalked up the aisle to the cockpit, somehow moving in that graceful, deadly way of his despite his awkward posture.
"Ready for me?"
Larissa responded softly, her words blocked by Jason's body. Anna watched Jason move into the cockpit and settle in the seat to Larissa's right. He extended his arm across the space between the pilot and co-pilot seats and took hold of her shoulder. Jason's ability was almost identical to Anna's, if a bit stronger, and like hers, the amount that he could amplify another's ability was drastically increased with physical contact. Silently and repeatedly, Anna told herself that Jason boosting Larissa's illusion would not only keep their takeoff hidden from everyone in the colony, but make it so Larissa was diverting a minimal fraction of her concentration to creating the illusion and focusing as much attention as possible on flying the damn plane. "Mom." Peter's voice was gentle, the sound of cloth on leather, a soft hush. Anna opened her eyes, only then realizing she'd closed them, and found Peter sitting across from her. He'd moved to Jason's vacated seat, and he was watching her with hopeful eyes and a reassuring smile. "Did you bring anything that might help me sleep?" Peter asked. His eyes flicked to her hastily packed duffel bag, filled with whatever remotely useful drugs, equipment, documents, and clothing had been lying around their house and was easy to gather,
including, of all things, a stray lab coat. Larissa said it should take about 3 hours to get to Sacramento. I'd rather use the time trying to figure out exactly where Zoe is, or maybe even find a way to let her know we're on our way. Anna pressed her lips together firmly, staring at Peter and considering their options. She hated medicating him unnecessarily, especially after the many rounds of drugs and treatments he'd gone through both in his first life and in his second regen life. Finally, she sighed once more, nodded, and combed her fingers through her hair. Hands on the armrests, she pushed herself up from her seat, retrieved a bottle of water from the cabinet near the front of the plane, and returned to Peter. She handed him the bottle of water before sitting to dig through her bag filled to capacity. Considering how hurried and disorganized her packing job had been, she was surprised by how quickly she found the bottle of diphenhydramine. She handed 2 of the bright pink pills to her son, then set her bag on the floor and relaxed back in her seat. Until the plane's engines fired up, quickly building to a dull roar, Anna stiffened and clutched her armrests. Her nails dug deeply into the soft leather. "Ready for takeoff," Larissa said over the intercom as the plane started to roll backward. Anna squeezed her eyes shut, half convinced that her heart was about to explode, or that the engines were. "Maybe you should take a couple of these too, Mom," Peter said. Anna's eyes snapped open. It wasn't a half-bad idea. Leaning forward, she fished around in her bag once more, but instead of pulling out the bottle of sleep aids, she found a small bottle of diazepam, her preferred anti-anxiety drug. "Mom?" With shaking hands, Anna tore the lid off the bottle and dumped a handful of the tiny blue pills onto her palm. Pausing, she glanced at Peter. "Why do you think I have this weird connection with Zoe?" Studying her son's youthful face, Anna frowned. "I'm not sure, sweetie." Not that she hadn't thought about it a lot, but she simply didn't understand it. Maybe in time she would. Maybe. All I've been able to come up with is that it has something to do with the combination of your and Zoe's abilities mixed with your blood tie. Shrugging, she shook her head. But really, that's just me guessing. She might have been the one who'd engineered the form of gene therapy that enabled abilities to manifest in a person. But even she was far from understanding everything about them, how they worked, why they worked. "Oh, okay." Peter turned his head to stare out the window. "Sorry, sweetie, I know that wasn't much of an answer." "It's okay." Peter closed his eyes. "I was just curious." "That makes 2 of us," Anna said softly. She picked up 2 of the anxiety pills and popped them into her mouth, returned the rest to the bottle, then sat back and watched Peter while she waited for the drugs to kick in. The plane started moving forward, and Anna waited. They were picking up speed, the engine's thrum increasing steadily. And she waited. The plane's nose lifted off the ground, closely followed by its back wheels. And still, Anna waited. The engines whirred and thrummed, the hours passed, and Anna relaxed in her seat, thoughts distant and slippery. She blinked lazily as she stared out the window at the cottony clouds, alight with late afternoon sunlight. She wanted to roll around in those clouds. She wanted to lose herself in those clouds. With a harsh gasp, Peter awoke and leaned forward, almost falling out of his seat. His fingers clutched the armrests, and his eyes were opened wide and filled with fear. "Zoe!" Anna reached across the several-foot gap separating her from her son and grasped his upper arms. "Are you all right?" Peter didn't respond. He simply stared through Anna, seeing somewhere else, someone else. "Peter!" Anna shook him. "What's going on?" Peter blinked several times, and slowly his focus grew less distant. "She's desperate. Losing hope," he said hollowly. "There's a woman, a vegetable, and they're trying to use Zoe's blood to reawaken her mind." Clearly dazed, Peter shook his head. "There are two men. One's taking care of her, sort of, and the other's ready to sacrifice her." He licked his dry lips ineffectively. Finally, Peter's eyes focused entirely on Anna. "She's in bad shape, Mom. She's lost a lot of blood. If we don't get to her soon." Clenching her jaw repeatedly, Anna nodded. Her chest felt tight, her throat constricted. "Can you lead us to her?" "I think so." Peter's eyes searched Anna's. "She's by a church, and there's a maple tree outside the house. I think if you help me, I'll be able to sense exactly where she is." His eyes became glassy, and he pressed his quivering lips together. After a long moment, he added, "If we're not too late." A single tear streaked down his cheek. Anna forced herself to stare up at the cabin's curved ceiling in an effort to stave off her own tears. Silently, she offered a prayer to anyone or anything that might be listening. "Please don't let us be too late. Please." "Mom?" Anna started and tore her gaze away from the oval window to look up at Jason. "We're about to start the descent." He lowered to one knee in the aisle and leaned his forearm on Anna's armrest. "Do you mind boosting Larissa's illusion while we land?" He glanced at Peter. "I'd like to hear whatever intelligence he's gathered, so we're ready for whatever we're walking into." Anna nodded. "Of course," she said, stiffly pushing herself up and out of her seat. She started up the aisle, but stopped when she felt Jason's hand latch onto her wrist. She looked back at him, eyebrow raised in question. "We'll find her," Jason said with the utmost conviction. "This isn't how it ends for her." His familiar sapphire blue eyes hardened. "It isn't." Again, Anna nodded, too choked up to utter a response. Carefully, she still felt a little out of it from the medication she'd taken a few hours ago. She made her way up the narrow aisle to the cockpit. It was a little awkward, but she managed to settle herself in the co-pilot's seat without too much hassle. Larissa offered her a smile. "Welcome to my world," she said, her facial features relaxed and her eyes filled with contentment. It was clear that she belonged in the sky, that this was where she felt most at home. "The sun's just starting to set. It'll be a beautiful landing." Anna felt a pang of pity that this was likely the last time Larissa would ever fly again. "Yeah," Larissa said softly, nodding to herself. "I'm going to miss it more'n the squirrel misses his nuts." She offered Anna another smile, apologetic this time. "Sorry, I don't mean to intrude. It's just that I've never been good at blocking out any of it." "It's all right." Anna returned her smile with a weak one of her own. "I was married to someone like you a long time ago." "I know." Anna laughed under her breath. "Of course you do. Seems like he was a really good man. You were a lucky woman." Anna snorted. "Your definition of lucky must be different from mine." Larissa was quiet for several minutes. When she finally spoke, her voice had taken on a sharp edge. I was married before the virus, your virus, changed everything. He was a great guy with a great job and big plans for a future. On his good days, at least. She met Anna's eyes briefly, then returned to staring out the expansive windshield. He was bipolar, and he stopped taking his medication a few years after we got married. His good days were even better than before, but his bad days... She laughed bitterly. I wanted to leave. I told him I would if he didn't restart his meds, but he refused. She cleared her throat. He threatened to kill himself after I left. And no matter how hard I tried, no matter how many people told me I had to take care of myself, that I had to do what was best for me, I couldn't place my freedom above his life. Her voice was thick with emotion. I just couldn't. Anna reached over and took hold of Larissa's hand, feeling a strong kinship with the younger woman. It's all right, Larissa. It's over now. You're free now. Larissa swiped her hand over first one cheek, then the other, before looking at Anna. Because of you. Your virus. You took the choice away from me, and I know the price was awful, but I'll be grateful to you for the rest of my life. You set me free. Well... Anna cleared her throat and released Larissa's hand. I don't know about that, but I do understand. She inhaled and exhaled deeply. Better than most, I think. I know. When she spoke next, Larissa's voice took on a wistful tone. But now you'll get a second chance at happiness. With Tom and your kids, I mean. Anna sighed. I'm not going to get my hopes up. She doubted, severely, whether Tom, Jason, and Zoe could ever forgive her for all that she'd done. No, a long life and happy family weren't written in her stars. She'd accepted that long ago. Maybe, Larissa said, responding to Anna's personal thoughts. But try not to sabotage your chances at happiness. Most people want to forgive. They're just waiting for a good enough reason to do it. She shrugged one shoulder. You never know. Anna exhaled heavily. Maybe, but I won't hold my breath. 20 minutes later, they were parked in an open hangar and gathering their things in preparation of exiting the plane. Jason and Larissa slipped out of the cabin and down the steps first, Larissa cloaking the plane and its 4 passengers in an illusion, while Jason did a sweep of the hangar to make sure it was secure. Anna hung back inside the plane with Peter, waiting for the all-clear. Footsteps. Boots on cement. There were too many. And there were voices. They were shouting. Anna held her breath, waiting for the ear-splitting sound of gunfire. It never came. Instead, she heard laughter. Familiar laughter. She was dreaming. She'd fallen asleep and they were still flying. This had to be a dream. It was the only explanation. And yet, she rose from her seat and made her way to the small plane's open door. In a daze, she descended the steps and walked toward the group of a half-dozen men and women laughing and embracing. Standing in the middle of it all was Jason and Tom. Anna's heart fluttered, skipping beats erratically. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the man she'd given her heart to so many years ago. And Tom, by all appearances, was in an equal state of shock and awe. When Anna reached the group on shaking legs, she and Tom stood several feet apart and stared at each other. Their eyes roamed over familiar features, changed by over 2 decades, but still so much the same. A spell wove around them, blocking out everyone else and encasing them in their own private world. Tom, Anna said breathily, I... Mom. Anna felt Peter tug on the sleeve of her coat. We need to hurry. I can feel Zoe's panic. Can you boost my abilities now? Anna looked at her younger son, but it was Tom who spoke. You can sense her? He glanced at Gabe, who Anna had only just noticed was among the group, along with Becca and an unfamiliar man and woman. Anything? He asked, hope filling the single word. Gabe shook his head. Either she's still being nulled or she's awake. He looked at the woman. Sanchez, anything? Rubbing her temple, the woman shook her head. Tom took a step closer to Peter and rested a hand on his shoulder. Can you tell us where she is, son? Can you help me find my little girl? Peter nodded and pointed toward the hangar's north wall. She's that way. Chapter 30. Danny. December 15th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Shh. Shh, little one. Came a rough whisper. It was Grayson, attempting to speak quietly, a thing he was renowned around the farm to be horrible at. Sure, he could use his voice to weave a captivating story that was so rich and detailed it was better than watching a movie, but he couldn't make his voice inconspicuous. It was too resonant, too enchanting. It was a voice that couldn't be ignored. No doubt it was ability-related, however hard it was to pinpoint the actual ability. Some were just like that. I felt the warm bundle that was Everett being lifted from my arms. No, I'm awake, I mumbled, eyes closed and mind groggy. I got him. It's fun. The fog of sleep drifted back in. Okay, come here, kiddo. Grayson not whispered, pulling me back to consciousness once more. I relaxed my hold, letting him take Everett without resistance, and dragged my eyes open. Golden light from the setting sun streamed in through the farmhouse's large living room window, bathing me in the last hints of warmth the day would offer. Grayson smiled at me through his gray, bushy beard, his eyes twinkling. A few days ago, you couldn't sleep no matter how hard you tried. He chuckled as he sank into the couch beside me. Now you can't seem to stay awake. I blinked sleepily, already wanting to close my eyes and float back to the land of dreams. Instead, I shifted on the couch, stretching and making several drawn-out, incoherent noises, then relaxed back into the couch. I felt minutely more awake. I know. I offered Grayson a small smile. I think it's Junior, I said, patting my tummy. Must have inherited Jason's ability to null. It's the only thing that makes sense. Remarkable, Grayson said, his voice and eyes filled with wonder. And here we thought we were the evolved ones. The next evolution of man. He shook his head slowly, his gaze drifting down to the child sleeping in his arms. But really, it's the next generation, those who follow us. Who knows what they'll be capable of achieving? He smiled just a little. What sort of a world they'll create? I splayed the fingers of both of my hands over my belly. I just hope it's a safe world. A better one. I squinted into the last sliver of the sunlight through the picture window. One that'll last. Grayson patted my knee. Nothing lasts forever. I looked at him curiously, surprised by the unusually depressing statement. He was generally a reliable optimist. He smiled, sadness, memories, I supposed, tainting the expression. But Let's hope they have a better go of it than we did." He laughed softly, the sadness fading from his eyes. "We sure mucked things up." I rested my head against the top of the couch cushion. "Mm-hmm." My eyelids drooped shut once more. "We sure did," I tried to say, but it sounded more like, Sleep claimed me once more. I woke from my evening nap, part 2, with much more energy. "Oh my God!" I screeched, jumping up off the couch and turning around in an indecisive circle. I was too excited, ecstatic even. I simply couldn't decide who to tell first. A baby started crying in the dining room turned office. I sensed Grayson in there with the twins. My telepathic radar told me that Carlos was outside in the shower, Annie was in the barn with Jack, no doubt getting into some sort of trouble. Relatively harmless trouble, I hoped. Camille and Mace were up in the room we kept reserved for them when they weren't staying at one of the regen farms, and Chris was out in the stable with Vanessa. "Everything all right, Danielle?" Grayson asked from the other room, a chorus of baby cries accompanying his question. Yes," I called as I rushed to the mudroom. "They know where Zoe is. They're going to rescue her right now, and Jason's with Gabe and the others. I'll be right back." I threw on my coat and boots, burst out through the back door, and ran toward the stable as fast as I could without tripping over my untied bootlaces or any other booby traps I couldn't see in the inky darkness. "Chris!" I shouted. I slowed to a jog when I entered the stable. "Chris!" "What?" Holding a lantern out, Chris poked her head through the stall doorway at the end of the aisle, blonde ponytail golden and swaying in the lantern light. Her shadowed expression changed from worried to curious when she caught sight of me speeding toward her. "What is it?" She stepped out of the stall, sliding the door shut behind her. I walked the last few steps, breathing hard and flushed with excitement. "Gabe! I was napping. Jason! He's there!" Chris's eyes lit up and she grasped my shoulder. "Seriously?" She gave me an excited shake. "He's there? He's okay? He's with them?" "Yes," I said, nodding even as she yanked me into a one-armed hug. And yes. The last two affirmatives were spoken against her down coat. She pulled away and walked me to the bench opposite Vanessa's stall. "How? What happened? What else? Are Harper and Biggs there? What about Sanchez? And Zoe?" I held up my hands in a useless defense against her barrage of questions. "They haven't found Zoe yet, but they're close. They know where she is. Sanchez..." "They're close? How?" "Chris," I said. "Holy crap, give me a chance to catch up." She raised her eyebrows in a clear, if silent, "Well then, go on." I took a deep breath. "Sanchez seems more or less okay, but still has one hell of a headache. Harper and Biggs should be close now." I paused for a few seconds, focusing instead on my ever-present connection with Wings. Harper's mind was just a quick hop away. "Give me a sec," I told Chris. "I'm just finding out their ETA." Less than a minute later, I refocused on Chris's eager blue eyes. "They're several hours away from Sacramento. They think they'll be there around midnight, and Gabe and the others know they're close to rescuing Zoe because Peter can sense her. I guess he shares some sort of a connection with her or something, and they're just closing in on the house where she's being held captive now." "Peter?" Chris's eyebrows rose even higher. "As in..." "Dr. Wesley and Harrison's kid, yeah," I finished for her. "She's there too. Dr. Wesley, I mean. And Larissa, the woman who planted my fake memory." "Oh, but Cole's dead!" I waved my hands in the air excitedly. "Yay!" After taking a deep breath, I barreled on. "Thanks to Peter, they know that there's only 2 guys holding Zoe prisoner, so they'll be pretty easy to take out. Finding her was the hard part, and now that they've done that, Let's just hope they don't get overconfident, Chris said. Situations like this can go sideways in a heartbeat. I bit my lip, worry easing into my chest and souring my excitement. Well, what kind of shape is Zoe in? What have these men been doing to her over the past 3 days? Why did they take her? Chris asked. Does Peter know anything about that? My worry quadrupled and I frowned. I don't know, I said, shaking my head. Gabe didn't say anything about that. My frown deepened along with my concern. In fact, he was really quick to pop in, pass along his message, and pop right back out of the dream. I felt my eyebrows draw together. Do you think he was hiding something? There's no way to know right now, Chris said, slapping her hands on her thighs and standing. But all in all, it's a night for good news, I'd say. She strode across the aisle to the stall door, slid it open, and gestured for Vanessa to come out. Hopefully we can keep this gravy train going. Come on, kiddo, let's finish your hair. Cautiously, Vanessa moved toward the opening. The lantern light illuminated a long, half-formed French braid that was quickly slipping apart. She'd been so calm the previous evening that we'd managed to get her relatively clean. As it turned out, there really was an adorable teen girl under all of the grime and snarly hair. Sit right here, Chris said, directing Vanessa down onto the floor in front of the bench. Chris sat behind her and started running her fingers through the disintegrating braid. We'll have to start over, but it'll go easier now that Danny and the baby are here to keep you calm, Surprising me despite her genial behavior the past few nights, Vanessa glanced at me over her shoulder, smiling shyly. Chris pulled a comb from her pocket and started running it through Vanessa's sleek black hair. I thought braiding her hair might keep it from getting so bad this time. Makes sense, I said, nodding in agreement. But I was more than a little distracted as I tried to wrap my mind around how different Vanessa seemed over the past few days. She'd gone from a wild and all but frothing nightmare to a young, smiling woman so suddenly. Part of me wondered if any of it was real. Part of me also wondered if having her out in the open, unrestrained, was really that good of an idea. Chris had come to the split conclusion that something about either the baby's ability or my pregnancy hormones was affecting Vanessa. Either way, it was impossible to ignore the fact that while my presence had exacerbated her condition before, it calmed her now. Chris was nodding, slowly, thoughtfully. Now, isn't that interesting? Her combing stopped. You know, this is the first time I've been able to actively sense the change your presence causes in her mind as it happens. I frowned. What do you mean? Chris narrowed her eyes in concentration. In her prefrontal cortex, there's one section that is usually a chaotic tangle of wild synapses, like an entire fireworks stand all going off at once. But when you came in here, it all settled down and, it's almost like it started thrumming in concert with portions of her temporal lobe. Her gaze grew distant. She pursed her lips. It's this gap here, like it's been bridged by what I think is your pregnancy hormones, unless it's the kiddo. Chris closed her eyes. Regardless, when these two portions of her brain are linked up, everything seems to work properly. I watched Vanessa's face, her calm, almost serene expression. It was far from the face of a crazy. But 10 minutes ago it wasn't like this, Chris said, continuing her mad scientist ramblings. Those two areas weren't synchronized. There was nothing linking them, nothing allowing any kind of communication between them. I wonder if I increase this, It might strengthen the link a little more, and I think it might be able to sustain itself if... Okay. I gave her forearm a squeeze. Well, I think I'll just leave you to your... Oh! Chris pulled her hands from Vanessa's hair like she'd been burned. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open in a small O. Vanessa looked first at Chris, then at me, tears welling in her eyes. With a gut-wrenching wail, she threw herself back into her stall and onto her cot. Her sobs were so raw, so wretched, they made my heart hurt. Chris raced into the stall and crouched on the floor beside Vanessa's bed. Hun? She reached for the girl, placing her hand on her arm. Vanessa? Don't touch me! Vanessa shrieked, her voice thick with tears. Chris recoiled. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Chris? I stood and took a step toward the stall. What's going on? Because it looked like Vanessa's condition had just taken a major turn for the worse. Chris looked at me, face ashen. I think... She swallowed roughly. I think I just fixed her.
Chapter 31, Zoe, December 15th, 1 AE, location unknown. Glazed over and empty, her eyes are a promise of my own future, sucked dry of all that I am, frozen and screaming, unheard in hell. I can feel her dead soul. It's a stone in a sandstorm. Someone clings to her, to me. I can't see them, but I feel them and know they're there. Always there, waiting. For me to die? The thought is comforting. I peeled my eyes open. Sandy came in and out of focus, and then I saw him. He was there again. I wanted to cry out for Carl to make him stop. Carl's with me in the bedroom. He's staring through me again, but his touch is gentle. A rag is cool on my face. I know that acerbic taste, that paralyzed feeling. He's drugged me again. That or it's just too much blood, too much humiliation. We've been through too much, and I allow myself to believe I'm different than all the others. I'm his exception. I'm the only one he's cared for like this, the only one he's been willing to help. I wish he'd help me by making it all go away. I woke to the scent and taste of vomit. On me, on my clothes. Carl was cursing at me, his hand shaking as he tugged my shirt off over my head, harshly like he was angry with me. I felt compelled to apologize. For throwing up? For existing? Even above my own stench, I could smell the booze. I could tell Carl was drunk. Remotely, I knew I'd been unbound, and it was my only chance to fight, to flee and get away, but I could barely keep my eyes open. Carl's eyes flicked to mine. When he saw that I was awake, his features softened. Sorry, I thought he muttered. Zoe. I hear the voice again. This time it says my name, and I feel a strange sense of peace. The voice has haunted me for weeks. It has followed me everywhere. My dreams over the years, these endless nights of hell, and it's now my only constant. Zoe, you'll be okay. I want to smile. I'm happy the voice is back. I missed it when it was away. I was jarred awake again, this time by the slamming of the bedroom door. My eyes flitted open, and I blearily scanned the room. I was alone. There was no Carl passed out against the wall, no Randall peering down at me. Not fucking working. She's the same, Randy. She's the fucking same. I heard heavy footsteps in the hallway, and their voices grew more distant.
"Don't say that," Randall shouted back. "Don't you dare say that. She's better. She looked at me. Actually looked at me." "No, she didn't," Carl said, so quiet his voice was almost too muffled to hear. "You don't know what you're talking about. You weren't there." There were more footsteps and the slamming of drawers and cupboards. "I was right about this type of power. It's affecting her. I know she remembers me. I can feel it. Her seeing us together, really seeing me. It's working." "Would you listen to yourself?" Carl shouted. "It's been a year. All the different powers you've been shooting into her are only making her worse. My sister's heart is beating, but she's fucking dead. Dead. I'm not gonna keep doing this." "The fuck you aren't." It was the angriest I'd ever heard either of them, but the menace in Randall's voice made me flinch. "If you'd stop drinking so damn much, you'd see that she's getting better. She's your sister, for Christ's sake," Randall growled. "How can you just give up?" More slamming. "You swore you'd do whatever it takes to fix her, Carl." I held my breath, waiting for Carl's response. Hope bloomed inside me, and I wanted to cry. I was so desperate for him to let me go. "What if you're wrong?" Carl finally said. "What if she's not getting better?" "She is, and we're just wasting time." There were heavy footsteps down the hall. "Prep the blood source. I'm drawing more as soon as I get back with more supplies. I think tonight might be the night. We'll do whatever it takes." The resolve in Randall's voice brought tears to my eyes, and I couldn't help the tremble in my chin. I wasn't sure how much more I could take of this. The days already bled together, or were lost to unconsciousness. Had it even been days, or had it been weeks? It felt like one long, endless nightmare. Eventually, I heard the front door slam. The house shook, and then went silent. I tried to compose myself, knowing Carl would be heading into my room any minute. He would try to wake me, to feed me, to make me drink something before giving me more drugs. I couldn't let that happen. For whatever reason, there weren't as many drugs in my system. My mind wasn't as heavy, though I still felt weak and achy. I wiped a few falling tears from my eyes, then froze, staring at my hands. There were raw ligature marks around my wrists, but I wasn't bound. Hearing footsteps coming up the hall, I shoved my arms back under the covers and shut my eyes, pretending I was asleep. Randall was gone. It was just Carl and me. I'd been untied. It didn't matter how hazy my mind was. I knew this was my one and only chance to get away. The instant the door opened, my heart started to race and my mind buzzed back to life, but I forced my heaving chest to steady. Carl's footsteps were slow. They'd never been so condemning and encouraging at the same time. What do I do? Carl was still nulling me, so I couldn't use my ability in any way. I hadn't heard the door latch when he came in, and I hoped the shotgun was still outside in the hallway, though I had to come up with a backup plan in case it wasn't. I just needed to figure out how the hell I was going to get past him, overpower him. But the thought of that alone was enough to make it all seem hopeless. Carl paused beside my bed for a moment. What was probably only seconds felt like minutes, suspended. Then he turned and quickly left the room, and I heard the door latch this time. I let out my breath, holding it again as I listened for his footsteps in the hallway. I waited for them to descend the stairs, but they didn't. It sounded like he had headed down the hall into Sandy's room. When I heard what I thought was a chair scraping against the floor, I opened my eyes and slowly sat up. It felt like my arms had been shredded, that my head had been filled with cotton, and my heart was racing so fast, echoing so loudly in my ears, it was all I could hear.
I hoped Carl wasn't coming back up the hallway because I wouldn't be able to hear him over the sound of my fear. Ignoring my body's protests, I flung off the blanket and reached for the rope tying my ankles together. I fumbled with it, willing my fingers to work quickly and efficiently, though it seemed they'd forgotten how to do anything. But I didn't struggle for long. The rope came off more easily than I'd expected, as if Carl hadn't put much effort into binding me to begin with. I didn't have time to wonder too much if it was because he'd been too drunk to tie the rope right, or if he'd been cautious of the sores the rope had produced around my ankles. Or was there another reason entirely? I hung my legs over the side of the bed. Briefly, I tried to remember the last time I'd wiggled my toes or felt the floor beneath my feet. I stood up as quietly as I could. The hardwood made no noise as I wobbled and had to brace myself on the mattress for balance. Had I any modesty left, I would have cared that I only wore a man's shirt. It was oversized, but it barely reached my upper thighs. After a few deep, steadying breaths, I crept to the door, trying to stay upright and not make a sound. I was conscious of every foot placement, every muscle I forced to work despite the tingling numbness that began to spread throughout my body. I listened intently for any movement outside the room before I reached for the doorknob. I turned it, ever so slightly, and cringed as the metal latch seemed to clank and echo throughout the entire house. I stared at the hinges and held my breath as I slowly pulled the door open. Pausing mid-open, I listened again. There was still nothing. Adrenaline and fatigue made my body tremble. I opened the door a bit further and nearly sobbed in relief when I saw the shotgun leaning against the wall. I stuck my head through the doorway. Blinking a few times to focus, I gazed around anxiously, half expecting to find Carl standing there waiting for me, but he wasn't. I peered down the hall into Sandy's room and found him sitting in a chair beside her bed. His back was to me and his head was in his hands. Closing my eyes, I ignored my weak, shaking body and bolstered my resolve to pick up the shotgun. Pick it up. If you want to live, pick up the gun. Carl would hear me the instant I did. I knew he would. There was no way around it. I just had to be able to aim and shoot him when the time came. Not allowing myself to waste any more time, I stepped out of the room and grabbed the shotgun. It was much heavier than I expected, but I was determined to leave, to fight and kill and scream bloody murder if needed to get out of that house. Shifting, I turned toward Sandy's room and lifted the shotgun, ready to aim for Carl barreling down the hallway toward me. But he hadn't moved. I stepped closer and closer, my arms already tired and burning, but determination held the gun in place. I blinked once, twice, and took a few more steps. I didn't care about the details anymore, about the rooms I passed or what I could see out the windows. I could only focus on Carl and the fact that he wasn't moving. Is this a trick? Was he dead? Finally, the floor creaked beneath my feet, and I froze, the shotgun's nozzle only a few feet from the back of Carl's head. "Do it," he murmured. My heart stopped momentarily, and my resolve wavered. He whipped around in his chair. "Do it!" I knew he meant to frighten me, to coerce me, and I knew I should shoot him. He was right in front of me, and I had the gun. Freedom was a finger twitch away. Carl was giving me that, and yet he'd let Randall hurt me. Let him shame me and turn me into an object, a blood bank, a thing to be used and discarded. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't pull the trigger. I couldn't kill him. "Please," he whispered. His empty eyes were pleading. My hands were sweating, my body trembling. I can just walk away. Then my eyes met Sandy's. Those dead eyes, that curl of her lip, that drawn face that haunted my dreams. I needed to put her out of her misery. I needed to end it. All of it. "Carl," I breathed, my attention transfixed in the depth of her pain. I heard footsteps up the stairs and realized Randall hadn't really left, or he'd already returned before I could decide what to do. My body took over, and I turned and lifted the gun, praying I could shoot him before he reached me. Then I froze. Jake was standing in the doorway, his pistol aimed at me. My chest heaved and my eyes clouded with tears as I tried to convince myself that he was real. All I could do was stare at him. His familiar face drained of color and his eyes gleamed as they scoured every inch of me. I let out a whimper and dropped the shotgun, and it clanked and thudded to the ground. But Jake's pistol was still aimed at me. I was confused. Jake? But when I heard movement behind me, I realized Jake wasn't aiming at me, but at Carl. Weakly, I pivoted slightly to find him standing by Sandy's bed, his dark, stringy hair hanging in his face. He turned away from his sister to face me and Jake. Carl's features had softened. The tension around his eyes lessened. He almost looked relieved, and then he closed his eyes. "Don't fucking move," Jake growled, but Carl smiled, ignoring him as he reached behind his back. There was one shot, then another. I shouted, my hands flying to cover my mouth as I watched 2 crimson stains grow and spread over Carl's chest. He fell with a heavy thud to the floor. His fingers twitched around the pint of vodka he'd pulled from his back pocket, and his eyes fixed on Sandy as they dulled and began to dim. I shook my head and took a few awkward steps toward him. A disturbing mixture of relief and sadness flooded me, and I fought to grasp just one. Carl gasped for air, and I could see his life, see him unfolding in my mind as my ability jump-started again. I could feel his regret, could taste the blood staining his teeth. I saw me. I felt his love for his twin sister, turned crazy, turned monster. I felt the ease with which he took his final breath before his life was extinguished and he was gone. And then I fell to my knees and silently cried. For him, for me, for Sandy. "Zoe," Jake whispered, and he crouched beside me. He tentatively reached for me, and I shut my eyes, hating that he saw me like this, that the people whose hurried footsteps carried them into the room saw me like this. But I didn't care enough to move. I could feel Jake's unhinged concern and anger. He was afraid to touch me. "There's another one," I said, but I didn't open my eyes. I knew the moment I did, I would see the expression on Jake's face and crumble. "He's already dead," Sanchez said quietly from the doorway. Randall's dead? And though I didn't think it was possible given the fact that Jake was already here with me, I felt even better. It was over. I could feel other minds in the house, near the room downstairs, but I ignored them. Finally, I opened my eyes and stared down at myself. I needed a bath, needed clothes. I shifted my gaze to meet Jake's. He was distressed, questioning. His jaw clenched and unclenched, and I could see the truth of things in his amber eyes. I was a mess with my purple and green arms, my bandaged bicep and bloody wrists and ankles, my ashen skin. I knew that some of the others were injured. Tavis was dead, and there was something else looming around him, something big, but I didn't want to feel any of it. I didn't think I could bear it. So I let out a groan and pushed his mind and everyone else's away. "I'm disgusting," I whined, hoping to put a smile on Jake's face. but it was barely audible. His eyes were gleaming, but he tried to smile. "Let's get you out of here," he said. I nodded, and Jake gathered me precariously into his arms. "I won't break," I said automatically, but the worry and pain in his eyes told me it looked otherwise. Jake held me tight against his chest as I gripped onto his shirt. To that smell so acute and perfectly him that I swore to myself it was my new favorite shirt, and despite its dirty, tattered appearance, I would never let him wash it again. The tighter I gripped him, the easier it was to push the impending sobs away. As Jake rose to his feet, I remembered Sandy. When I looked over my shoulder at her, she was staring up at the ceiling, oblivious to our presence. "We have to help her," I said, begged him with my eyes. "We can't leave her like this." Jake considered my words for a moment, his eyes fixed on the half-dead woman, before nodding at me and then at Sanchez. I looked at her, relief flooding me as I realized my no-nonsense sparring partner, my friend, was still alive, though her face was a bit swollen and bruises colored her cheeks. She offered me a pursed lip nod of her own as Jake carried me toward the doorway. I glanced one last time at Carl's body, a heap on the floor. My exhaustion outweighed any satisfaction or remorse I might have felt had I been in a different state of mind. I wound my arms around Jake's neck, relieved to see that at least he and Sanchez were okay, and as we exited the room, I noticed others lined up in the hallway. Becca was there first, her eyes filled with relief as she draped a white coat over me. I flashed her a weak but grateful smile and noticed Gabe standing beside her. He looked distraught, but offered me a nod as I passed. Then I locked eyes with my dad, and I couldn't stop the instant sobs I'd been trying to lock away. "Oh, sweetheart," he croaked, and Jake slowed long enough for my dad to lean in to kiss my forehead, tears of his own filling his eyes. I was so afraid. But before I could say anything, I saw a large form that was all too distinguishable through my blurred vision. "Jason," I said, and brusquely wiped the tears from my eyes. It was him, standing there with his aggravatingly expressionless face like always. He was alive. He was there. They'd found him. It had all been worth it. "Hey, Zoe," he said, but I was scrambling out of Jake's arms, nearly stumbling, too ecstatic to care because my brother was alive. I wasn't sure whose arms were around who first, his trying to help me up or mine clinging to him. "I started to think you were dead, but then the dream—" I trailed off because it didn't matter. None of that did anymore. My dream, Becca's vision that I'd gleaned, had never come to pass. We could go home, all of us. Jason held me more tightly, and I let out a happy, choked sob. But when I opened my eyes, I gasped, stunned and confused. A teenage boy was standing next to me with dark, disheveled hair, proffering the white lab coat that had been draped around me. "You should probably put this on," he said. He looked sickly, but his eyes were illuminated with curiosity and kindness. Tentatively, I took the coat from him and carefully shrugged it on, wondering why he seemed so familiar to me. When I saw my mom at the top of the landing, watching with tears in her eyes, I knew. Feeling lightheaded all over again, I glanced between them. My mom was here, away from the colony, with my dad and Jason and... I looked at Jason, confused. Then my eyes landed back on the boy. It all started to make sense. I knew him. Peter? "Hey, Zoe," he said, and I knew his voice instantly. I blinked. You were in my head."
Chapter 32, Danny, December 15th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. "Thank you so much, pretty girl," I said to Wings, showering her with as much affection and gratitude as I could pour through our telepathic bond. Really, with her and Jack, our connection went beyond telepathic. We were a part of each other. I placed my hand on the sweaty fabric of my tank top, just over the itty-bitty swell I may or may not have been imagining on my abdomen, and now she's a part of our secret little circle, too. Eyes widening, I stared down at my hand, at my belly, at the lemon-sized life growing within. She? Had I really just thought of it? Her? I felt certain. As a girl? I shook my head. Now, how could I possibly know that? But I did. I knew she was a girl. I knew. Is it her? Is she communicating with me? I sat up straighter and looked around the cottage's living room, lips parted in a combination of shock and awe. Am I passing information about me to her as well? I already suspected she had some intuitive form of Jason's ability, so why not some form of mine as well? Chris came bustling in through the front door, shut it, and paused with hands on hips to glare at me. "Sorry I'm late. Oh, my Jesus God. Damn it, Danny." She swept across the room. "You're sweating like a pig. It's the middle of the night. You should be resting." Hot flashes were my latest unfavorable pregnancy symptom. Of course, I would take nonstop sweating over vomiting any day of the week. I shrugged. I am resting, while I talk to Zoe and Jason and the others. I flicked my eyes toward the hallway and Annie's door, hidden just out of sight. And keep your voice down. She's drifting. Chris snorted and crossed her arms, then rolled her eyes and crouched before the hearth. Almost without thought, it seemed, she began to tend to the dying fire. "How is everyone? Are they on their way back? Is Chris..." Chris looked at me, eyebrows raised. I met her eyebrow raise with one of my own. "I'm limiting you to 2 questions at a time. Capiche?" Chris pursed her lips, but at least she held her tongue. I smiled minutely, settling back into my recliner. "They found Zoe. She's all right," I said, before Chris could badger me. I felt constantly on the verge of crying. I was so relieved. Not in great shape. She's a little beat up from the accident, and the men who kidnapped her drugged her and took a lot of blood. I frowned, recollecting my composure as my chin trembled and my eyes stung with unshed tears. Every time I imagined what she'd been through, I cleared my throat. Zoe was pretty tired when I spoke to her, so we didn't talk for long, and Jason and the others are focused on getting back here, so all of my convos were pretty brief. Letting out an agitated, exhausted breath, I leaned my head back. Jason and I are going to talk more when they get on the plane. I stared at the embers glowing beneath the new pieces of firewood Chris had placed above them. Even though I'd heard his mental voice, part of me wouldn't believe Jason was really safe, was really coming back to me, until I saw him with my own 2 eyes. Part of me expected the worst. It was almost like that part of me was waiting for something else to happen to him, like hope had been cauterized out of that part of me. "And Harper and Biggs?" Chris asked. I nodded slowly, still staring into the blossoming fire. They met up with the others about 15 minutes ago. That was how I found them.
Wait,
Chris said.
back up. Did you say plane a second ago?
Blinking lazily, almost like I was waking up, I focused on Chris. Yeah, they're flying back down here on a plane. A real live airplane. Can you believe it?
Honestly?
Chris said, shaking her head and sitting back on her heels.
There's not much I won't believe these days.
A moment later, she added,
But a plane, that's definitely unexpected.
Chewing on my lip, I nodded my agreement. Unexpected indeed. They're going to land at the Petaluma airport. We should saddle some horses for them. I returned to staring at the fire. And get a cart ready. In Zoe's condition, it'll be better if she doesn't have to ride. Chris stood and took a step away from the fireplace, but froze and looked at me, eyes narrowed.
What about Wings and the other horses? How big of a plane are we talking about here?
I smiled. They're already on their way back. On the ground. My smile widened to a grin. Wings' giddiness at being able to run free with her small herd, unburdened and unrushed, was spilling into me, pulling at me. She wanted me to join her. I wanted to join her. But I had a telepathic date with my husband, something that went beyond the hurried, "Hey, glad you're alive, can't wait to see you," we'd been limited to just a few moments earlier. I shook my head, then pushed myself up out of the comfortable chair. Let's get those horses ready. Chris led the way to the door, tossing my coat to me before heading outside. She paused in the doorway and pointed to the rubber galoshes on the floor by the door.
Boots too, hon. You're not going to be one of those barefoot mamas. Not on my watch.
I sighed heavily, even as I pulled one boot, then the other, onto my bare feet. It would have been much more comfortable with socks, but we were in a bit of a time crunch. Larissa had told me they'd be landing in a half hour to 45 minutes, assuming they managed to get into the air relatively quickly.
Not with how easy it is for a cut to get infected these days,
Chris went on.
Not to mention what a blood infection could do to a pregnant woman.
Chris, seriously, you can stop. I straightened and crossed my arms over my chest. The damn boots are on my damn feet, okay? Chris sniffed.
You should be wearing socks, too.
I rolled my eyes and wiggled my toes inside their rubber confines. Don't I know it?
Well, good.
Chris met my eyes, expression stern. A moment later, her lips spread into a broad grin, and she pulled me into a tight hug, which I returned readily.
They're coming home,
she said, her voice barely above a whisper.
Our family's coming home.
Chapter 33. Anna. December 16th, 1 AE. Sacramento, California. From her vantage point in one of the two back seats of the small but luxurious charter jet, Anna catalogued her companions, studying, assessing, each one to the soundtrack of hushed conversations and roaring engines. At first sight, they seemed such an odd band of people, such a curious grouping. The meek young woman, the hardened soldier, the confident scientist, the silent watcher, the sickly boy. Some had been military in the old world, some had been lost souls, but all of them, like Anna, had been trying their hardest just to survive from day to day.
Something amusing?
Gabriel said from the seat on the other side of the aisle. His voice was dry, devoid of humor. Anna shook her head. She felt like a lifetime had passed since they'd parted ways so many months ago. It seemed a lifetime had passed for Gabriel, as he was clearly a different person now. He, like his childhood friend sitting on the floor of the plane up near the seat where Zoe dozed, had been one of the lost souls before. Anna caught her eldest son's eye over the top of the seat separating them, and a second later he looked away, a minute, wistful smile on his face, and a 1,000-yard stare filling his eyes. He too had been a lost soul, but not anymore. That much was clear as he carried on a silent conversation with his wife, some 80 miles away. Anna didn't know much about the woman seated across the aisle from Jason. Sanchez, she'd introduced herself as. Or Biggs, the man in the seat facing Sanchez's, other than that both had clearly been in the military. It was evident in the way they carried themselves and in the way they interacted with each other that they'd been part of the same company, or had at least known each other for quite some time. Movement drew Anna's attention to the cockpit. Tom stood in the opening, hunched over as he murmured inaudible words to the group's medical doctor, Harper, who'd been hovering back and forth between Zoe and Sanchez since he joined them less than an hour ago. Harper turned sideways, allowing Tom to squeeze past. Sanchez seemed to be doing all right, despite the cuts and intense bruising on the left side of her face. Anna was far more worried about Zoe. Not only had her wounds from the accident not been tended to properly, but it had been clear when they'd found her that she was dehydrated and severely anemic. Her pulse was still too weak, her skin sallow from the loss of too much blood. Anna didn't think it was possible to feel more thankful or relieved than she'd felt the moment Tom had put an arrow through Randall's head just outside the house. They'd been incredibly lucky that the two kidnappers had been separated when Anna and the others had launched their rescue. Killing Randall had been almost too easy, and the other, Carl, had all but killed himself. Tom clapped Harper on the shoulder as he squeezed past, giving the younger man what looked like a grateful nod. His eyes met Anna's for the briefest moment, before he paused to crouch down beside Zoe's seat. Gazing up at her, he took her hand in his. Though Anna couldn't hear the words exchanged between them, she recognized the look on Tom's face, filled with love, affection, and so much worry. He'd looked at Anna like that before, too, more times than she could count. But now, as she watched the tender father-daughter moment, she felt like an intruder, a voyeur, one who couldn't look away. Until Tom glanced at Anna once more. Her heart pounded, her lungs constricting. She and Tom had yet to speak beyond a stilted greeting and brief words in passing, and she wasn't sure she was ready to really talk. Not there, in the middle of the night on a cramped plane filled with nearly a dozen others. She had no idea what to say, let alone what he might say. Awful things, she imagined. Terrible, painful, heartbreaking things. Wes? Gabriel was leaning across the aisle. He reached for her arm and gave it a squeeze. Wes? He shook her gently. You all right? Anna couldn't breathe. Her head was suddenly throbbing, and she could feel sweat beading on her forehead, her neck, all over her body. She clutched the front of her jacket, looking around wildly as the cabin closed in around her. Wes? Gabriel was halfway out of his seat when Anna burst up from hers. She lurched into the compact lavatory in the very back of the plane, shut the door, and barely had the toilet seat raised when the first dry heave struck, followed by another, and another, and another. Luckily, she hadn't had the chance to eat or drink much of anything all day, not with all of the escaping and flying and rescuing. Sighing, Anna pressed her back against the wall and sank down to the floor. There was barely enough room for her to sit with her knees pulled up against her chest, but it would do. It had to. She lifted her hands, watching them tremble. With how severely she was shaking, she doubted her legs were strong enough to carry her back to her seat yet. Anna took a deep breath. She needed to pull herself together. She had to. She wasn't caged in with some random band of survivors. It was her husband, son, and daughter, the very family she'd abandoned to protect, the family she'd ruined civilization to protect. And she truly did feel like an intruder, like she didn't belong in their world. Minutes passed, 10, maybe 20, and Anna figured they must be close to touching down. She'd felt them enter their descent shortly after locking herself in the lavatory. They had to be almost there. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and straightened her spine. She couldn't hide forever. She wouldn't. Anna wiped the back of her hand over her mouth as she pushed herself up off the floor. Clearing her throat, she pulled the lavatory door inward. It folded open eagerly, revealing Tom's wiry form. He stood with his hands braced on either side of the doorway. Eyes wide, Anna took a step back and fell onto the toilet. She barely managed to slow her descent with a hand on the minuscule counter. Anna? Tom's eyes held oceans of secrets, judgments, resentment. But the pity was the worst of all. I'm fine, Anna said hoarsely, gripping the edge of the toilet seat so hard it hurt her fingers. Tom inhaled deeply, the succeeding exhale holding years of irritation. Without taking his eyes from her, he held out a palm to the side, signaling one of the other passengers to leave them be. Was it Peter or Jason, Anna wondered? Or maybe Gabriel? Tom crouched down, much as he'd done beside Zoe's seat, planting one knee on the floor and resting an elbow on his other. Anna, we need to talk about... How did you find us? Anna blurted. When Tom responded with a quizzical tilt of his head, she clarified. When we landed in Sacramento. Ah. Tom rubbed his hand over his short salt and pepper beard. Anna had never seen him so unkempt, but she didn't find the vagabond look overly unappealing on him either. Well, it's sort of hard not to notice a plane landing these days. But the illusion, Anna said, wanting to draw out this topic until the plane's wheels were on the ground and it was time to get out of the damn metal cage. You shouldn't have been able to see us. Tom shook his head, smiling ruefully. Anna's breath caught in her throat. Illusions don't work on me anymore, Tom said, blue eyes sparkling. He nodded up the aisle toward the cockpit. Even illusions created by one as strong as Larissa, it seems, and it was easy enough to sense who was on the plane. Reaching across the short distance separating them, Tom took one of Anna's hands in his. Listen, Anna. Anna's heart rate escalated, her breaths coming quicker. Tom paused and eyed her. His brow furrowed, and she thought she saw a flicker of pain, or maybe sorrow, shadow his gaze. Sighing heavily, Tom released her hand. Later, then. We're about to land, anyway. Groaning, he climbed to his feet. Come on. You should get back to your seat and buckle up before we touch down. He extended his hand toward her. I know how much you hate flying. Anna looked at his hand, then up at his face, then back down at his hand. Clenching her jaw, she forced herself to reach out to him, to accept his help up. Because that's all it was, a helpful hand up.
Tom's hand remained wrapped around Anna's until she was halfway into her seat. It was just a helpful hand, she reminded herself. It was nothing. It was nothing. But in her heart, it had sure as hell felt like something. Chapter 34, Zoe, December 16th, 1 AE, Petaluma, California. 4 days was all it had taken to reduce me to the weekend pathetic heap I'd become. The growing strength of my ability over the past year, my advancing weapon skills, and my seemingly endless self-defense training had done me absolutely no good in protecting me against the twisted minds of Carl and Randall. I couldn't help but upbraid myself for that as I sat on the tailgate of an abandoned service truck on the lone landing strip at the Petaluma airport, chagrined. At least thanks to Becca, I finally had real clothes on. My tore-up, holey ones that I'd been wearing the night of the accident. She'd had the presence of mind to grab them from the top of the dresser back in the room that had been my prison. I didn't care that there were rips in my jeans and that my long-sleeve shirt was tearing at the sleeve seams. They were mine. And even more fortunately, someone had thought to salvage my leather jacket from the wreck, so I was fairly warm in the wee, cold hours of the morning. Someone else's socks covered my bare feet, and I had no shoes, but that was fine. It wasn't like I'd be walking very far anyway. All of us were waiting for the horse cavalry to arrive and take us home. I rubbed the back of my neck, wrought with tension and feeling a little bruised. In spite of the unknown amounts of blood that had been drained from my body and the residual nausea and fogginess from what remained of the drugs in my system, I was feeling better. Relieved, if a little anxious. Not only was I alive and going home, but my family was here, living, breathing, all of them. I was still trying to wrap my mind around that and the fact that Tavis wouldn't be joining us. Closing my eyes, I let the brisk, clarifying air of pre-dawn fill my nose and stir my senses. The flight from Sacramento had been short, if a little crowded and bumpy, and I'd dozed in and out of consciousness. Larissa was a good pilot and seemed to be a trustworthy addition to our group. Both the remorse of what she'd been forced to do to Jason and Danny and her growing appreciation for our group were palpable. Her self-loathing and abhorrence of all that she'd been a part of made her real, made her human, someone I knew we could trust. But even with the increased number of our group in such a small, confined space, everyone had been mostly quiet on the flight home. Exhaustion, trepidation, indecision. There were many emotions that had hung in our silence, amplified by my ability after days of suffocation, and it was more difficult for me to turn off than I was used to. And the auras were back. Everyone had them now, except for the regens. The glowing colors were constant and strong now, beautiful even, and impossible to ignore. I closed my eyes and took another deep, rejuvenating breath, trying to exhale the knot forming in my mostly empty stomach. Having everyone together could be bad, or it could be good. Regardless, I felt tension, thick as the ropes that had been bound around my wrists, following my mom everywhere she went. She was uncertain. Everyone was uncertain about her. I think it's a good thing. My eyes popped open and I felt my face pale a little. I was still getting used to Peter's presence, both in my mind and physically as he stood beside me. His dull, stone-gray eyes were haunting and curious all at once, and as peculiar as he was, he intrigued me. Since first laying eyes on him, I hadn't been able to keep my mind from wandering to his, or my eyes from seeking him out. "And why do you think that?" I asked, shelving my indecision. I wasn't sure how I felt about Peter yet, if I trusted him. His ability was a sponge, and I wasn't sure I liked the idea of one person being able to do a little bit of everything that we could, no matter how unassuming he seemed.
And then there was the lingering imprint of his mind in mine, the one that had been a part of me for so long it was now uncannily familiar. Peter shrugged and sat down beside me on the rusted tailgate. He stared at the members of our group as they milled around and engaged in stilted conversations. His gaze landed on our mom and Gabe, who were speaking under the cover of one of the jet's narrow, cream-colored wings. "There are so many of you with strong abilities," Peter said. "So we'll be safe." Peter thought about his answer a moment longer. "And my mom can do anything if she has the proper motivation, so, like I said, it's a good thing we're all together." I scoffed. All of these people suffered because of our mom and her proper motivation, I reminded him, my gaze landing on my dad. He was lost in his own world. I could feel his reeling thoughts, and his eyes seemed to continuously float to my mom. Her presence affects everyone here. Peter was silent, like he was considering my words, measuring and processing them for the first time. The familiar hoot of an owl echoed off in the distance before he spoke again. "Maybe she can help make things better." I could feel his eyes on me before he turned his attention back to the group. "I've seen her memories," he continued quietly. "She's suffered more than you know for us, all of us, no matter what you think." Wondering if Peter really and truly realized the severity of her decisions, I turned to him. "That's what happens when you create a deadly pandemic, Peter." It wasn't bitterness that harshened my tone anymore, but honesty. You don't get to do something like that and live without any repercussions. Peter stared at me. I wasn't sure if it was offense or confusion I saw in his narrowed, moonlit eyes. "She's given up everything for the three of us. I think she deserves to be happy, if possible." Part of me agreed with Peter. That same part of me that still yearned for the mom I never had. Having my family together was a dream come true, but the implications of having my mom back were etched on everyone's faces. The way Sanchez and Harper cast sidelong glances, and how Jake's and Big's shoulders tensed when she walked by them. My dad's eyes softened, and he was distracted again, which worried me the most. If she left him again, left us, my dad would be far more than broken, no matter how noble she believed her reason to be this time. And as for Jason, it was hard to tell. His eyes constantly flicked up the strip toward the airport entrance as we waited for Chris and the horses to arrive. He was antsy, ready to get back to the farm, back to Danny. That much was obvious. I withheld a smile as I imagined what his response would be when Danny told him she was pregnant. Although I knew they'd been speaking telepathically almost constantly since Danny had been able to lock onto our minds, I also knew with absolute certainty that news of the baby was something Danny would want to deliver in person. "Are there many people who have had babies?" Peter asked, and I let out a despondent breath. So this is how it feels to have someone lurking around in your head. I wrapped my arms across my chest, too fatigued to care too much, and leaned back in the bed of the truck, every one of my muscles screaming at me. Though I'd tried to stay out of people's minds, or at least I'd kept my observations to myself, apparently I was an open book for Peter to peruse. "How long?" I asked him. "How long have you been in my head following me?" I tried to think back to the first time I'd felt something off inside my mind. Tried to pinpoint the moments I'd felt the most unsettled. But it seemed a frequent feeling that had rarely relented over the years. A couple weeks ago, I'd thought the dreams, at least initially, were a result of my dad withholding some majorly scarring memories. But now, I recalled feeling a strange presence when I went to sleep sometimes when I was younger. And even now, it sometimes happened, feeling unnatural and uninvited, but surprisingly comfortable. The steady echo of hooves resounded in the distance, along with what sounded like wagon wheels clanking and bouncing over uneven asphalt. Within the next few minutes, I knew excitement and chatter would ensue, so I braced myself for the hubbub of a long-awaited homecoming. I sat up, my legs dangling from the tailgate. "So, why were you in my mind?" I prompted again. Peter shook his head and smiled a little. "You were in mine." I chuckled, baffled, and almost entertained by the revelation. Of course I was," I mumbled. "I don't get it," I said and brushed off a piece of crusted mud from my jacket. "I've been having strange dreams about my mom for a long time," I thought aloud. A featureless woman calling for me, scaring the shit out of me, even though I wanted it to be her, and now I looked at Peter. I wonder how much of it had to do with you. Peter's eyes narrowed. If my dreams were anything like they are now, I can't always shut you out of them, sort of like our minds and maybe our abilities were always linked in some way. I can find your mind now, too, even when I'm not sleeping. That's how I knew where to find you." His voice was distant. "I called you the sad girl. You were always so scared in your dreams. At least, that's what I've gathered from Mom's memories. I don't actually remember much of it myself because, you know." Peter shrugged. He was a regen, so I knew his memories were limited at best. Briefly, I wondered if I'd gotten things mixed up in my head, that it wasn't really the faceless woman reaching for me, but Peter's mind instead. We were both quiet a moment, trying to put the pieces of our childhood nightmares together. Finally, I gave up, at least for now, and lifted a shoulder. It's gotta have something to do with Mom. My ability blocker, maybe? Gabe or Mom might be able to figure it out. Peter's head bobbed in agreeance. As the sound of the wagon drew closer, Jason, my dad, and a few of the others started gathering up what few things we had with us. Just as I decided I should probably climb off the truck and help, I thought of something. "Hey, Peter?" I said, turning to face him again. "Why did you start trying to talk to me after all these years? I mean, I've never heard your voice in my head before, at least not that I can remember. Why are things so different now?" Peter licked his lips and his eyes skirted to our mom, who was talking to Harper, and my gaze followed. "Mom's been worried about me a lot lately. We've been doing some tests, a lot of them. I'm different now. I can do things like that, I guess." I tried not to let the sympathy I felt show. "Do you feel better?" Peter picked at the chipping white paint on the tailgate. Pursing his lips, he nodded. "But I'm not sure how long it will last." He glanced at our mom and said in a lower voice, "I haven't said anything to my mom because it makes her sad." His longing for a sense of normalcy was obvious. "At least you're here now," I said, suddenly earnest to give him hope. I'd seen the desperation and disappointment on too many regen faces back at the farm when they thought they couldn't be saved from degeneration. "We don't have laboratories and electro machines, but we have a lot of strong abilities, like you said. and a settlement full of regens who have gotten better, who can help you get better. Thanks, Peter said, though I wasn't sure he believed me. I'm just happy we're away from that place, that my mom's here now with you all. Peter straightened, and I almost thought I could sense anger radiating from him. You don't know the things he made her do, Zoe. The things she's had to go through. Seeing a flash of his memories, of the atrocities Peter had gleaned from my mom's memories, I looked away, focusing on the shadowed outline of horses in the cart that came into view instead. Harper walked over to us. His aura was bright yellow, and his eyes surveyed me. How you feeling, baby girl? Fingers under my chin, he tilted my face up to examine me. I'm better, I said, though I was still a little weak. But if you pull out your penlight, I might lose it. Chuckling, he winked at me. I want you to eat another one of these, he said, and pulled a granola bar out of his back pocket. You're still too shaky for my liking. I'll be fine, I promised and unwrapped the granola bar. Really, I'm feeling better. I took a bite. It was salty and sweet, and tasted surprisingly good given how stale it was and the expiration date. When we get back to the farm, after you get cleaned up, I'd like you to come to the infirmary, Harper said, his eyes shifting to Peter, then back to me. Both of you. Glancing at Peter, I answered for both of us. We will, H. I promise. Peter gave Harper a slight nod, but said nothing. In true Harper fashion, he leaned forward and kissed my forehead. His concern and relief and exhaustion were unignorable. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll get you settled in the cart. As Harper strode away, Chris brought the cart to a stop a couple dozen yards away, and she was all smiles and tears in the moonlight. Shadow, Cookie, Jason's unnamed horse, Brutus, Poppy, and a couple of the other horses came to an anxious stop behind her. I couldn't help but smile, happy she was finally here, though my heart dropped a little at not seeing Danny sitting beside her, even though I'd known she wouldn't be coming. Becca's prophecy had shackled Danny to the farm regardless of her desire to leave, at least until the baby was born. Shadow's head bobbed, and white puffs of breath filled the air around the horses as they snorted and pawed, catching their breath. I grinned, happy to see Shadow. I wondered if he'd even noticed that I'd been gone. I couldn't ask him like Danny could, but that was okay. My connectedness to Peter, my bond with a boy, my brother, whom I'd never met before tonight, seemed strangely similar to what I imagined Danny's bond might be with Wings and Jack. It was a connection I couldn't turn off, at least not yet. Peter and I were like two tin cans attached by an unsnippable string. I was about to climb off the tailgate when I noticed my mom coming over to us. She passed Jake, who carried a duffel bag filled with all of our surviving weapons and belongings from the accident, and they exchanged a long, drawn-out gaze. I could feel his anger toward her, and knew he was just barely holding back all he wished he could say to her, even though I wasn't sure exactly what it was or what he hoped to accomplish, and my mom knew it. She continued toward Peter and me, Jake's eyes following her retreating form. I watched his jaw clench in the gray-blue night. My mom scanned me briefly, head to toe, then looked at Peter. "Sweetheart," she said, "it's time to gather your things." She ran her fingers through his dark, longish hair. My insides twisted a bit at the endearment in her voice, at her motherly touch. I tried not to let it sadden me. I called you the sad girl. Peter's words resonated more deeply than I'd realized. Peter jumped off the tailgate with ease, and after my mom gave me a small, timid smile, they walked back toward the plane. Finally tearing my gaze from her, I noticed Jake walking over to me, a juice box in his hand. I chuckled softly, though it was a tad frail sounding. I hated feeling so pathetic. This sucks. Just drink it, he said, amusement in his tone. Doctor's orders. Like I told Harper, I feel better. The drugs were leaving my system. If anything, I was still in a little bit of a shock from all that had happened in the last few hours. What I really need is a shower. I took a sip from the juice box. Yum, apple juice, I said dryly, though it did taste good despite my general dislike for it. That's grade A, Jake teased. Not even expired yet. Oh? I smiled. You sure know how to win a girl over. With a heart-stopping smile, Jake sat on the tailgate beside me and tucked some of my dirty hair behind my ears. I leaned my face into the palm of his hand, my eyes closing of their own accord against his bone-thawing heat. I'd missed him, his touch, the sound of his voice. Zoe, he said, and I knew what question was coming. I could see it in his mind. No, I said fervently. They only took my blood. That was the only thing they cared about. Jake's shoulders sagged as some of the tension left his body, and his eyes shifted to the green sleeves of my jacket, to the bruises hidden beneath the leather. That's all they cared about, I quietly repeated, and it was true. I hadn't been a person to Randall, only a blood bank. I vaguely heard Chris talking to the others as Jake's thumb brushed the side of my face, giving me solace. You're with me now, he said, reassuring us both. I thought about the first time I'd awoken to find Carl standing with me in an unfamiliar room, and suddenly the whole experience started to feel more real. My vision blurred and my chest tightened. I pictured Tavis's bloodless face. I thought you were all dead. I could hear the fear in my voice, and I shut my eyes. Jake pulled me against him. I thought that was how things were going to end. After everything, I was so angry. But they didn't, he said, his voice assertive and low. And thanks to your mom and Peter, we found you. And we have Jason back. Gently, I pulled away from him and wiped the tears from my eyes. I know this is hard for you, I said. Her being here. I wish things weren't so complicated. I exhaled. I wish you could meet my parents under normal circumstances. I tried to laugh, but it was riddled with unease and exhaustion. Jake offered me a weak smile. The truth is, Zoe, I don't know how I feel about all of this, but none of it matters. I frowned. The breeze picked up and I wrapped my arms around myself. Of course it's not easy. He glanced over at Becca, talking to Peter and my mom. Regens, crazies, Clara. All of it's because of her. Jake looked down at the asphalt a moment before his eyes met mine again. I could feel his thoughts churning around inside his head as he tried to make sense of them all. But it's because of her that I've been able to save you, that I even met you in the first place. I'm not sure I would have otherwise. He let out a ragged breath. I'd never thought about his regeneration and what seemed like our destiny in that way before. So, he continued, I guess it's not as easy as I thought it would be to hate her.
Jake took both of my hands in his, not knowing how happy it made me to hear him say that.
And if it weren't for Peter this time...
His voice broke.
Yeah.
He exhaled and rubbed his forehead.
It's a lot to process.
I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him to me. I wanted him close, needed him closer.
Bizarre doesn't quite cut it anymore.
He muttered, and I smiled against his neck, choking back a relieved, hopeful sob. "Thank you," I whispered, my grip tightening around him. "For not hating her. For not giving up on Jason. For not giving up on me." I tried and failed not to picture where I would be now had Jake and everyone not shown up.
It looked like you had things under control,
Jake said lightly, though I knew it would take him a long time to move past the utter fear and borderline panic the last few days had burrowed inside him. I hesitated, I said, angry with myself. I felt bad for him. I cleared my throat. Besides, I'm not sure how far I would have made it before Randall found me and brought me back. I felt my eyes clouding with tears again, recalling how reluctant I'd been. Jake pulled away, pinning me with his piercingly determined eyes that had saved me in more ways than he would or could ever know.
You're alive. That's all that matters. You're with me and your family. You're going home. And you'll get to see Danny and Sam and...
Once Jake realized the implications of his words, he brushed a stray tear from my cheek.
Harper said Sam's doing okay. You don't have to worry about him.
Jake's gaze was suddenly vacant as he peered past me, his mind elsewhere.
We buried him,
he said, almost like a confession. I saw images of Tavis's lifeless body and a freshly covered grave at the base of a giant oak tree. Its branches were naked and sleeping, though I knew they would be green and protective in the months to come. I nodded, though I felt like weeping. "We're ready for you," Jason said, coming up to us. His lips pursed and his eyes fixed on me, but he said nothing else. I wiped the remaining dampness from my eyes and slid off the tailgate with Jake's help.
"I'll load up our things,"
Jake said, leaving me and Jason to walk toward the cart and horses. "Are you sure you don't want a transfusion when we get back?" Jason asked. He took my hand in his so I could use him for some added balance as we walked toward Chris, who was making out with Harper at the cart. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I'll be fine. If I was trying to run a marathon or something, maybe. But I think I just need some good old rest. And real food." I groaned thinking about food. Maybe Chris will make me one of her apple pies. I grinned, trying to reassure him, but it was lost upon him. Jason was distracted, and I knew his thoughts were probably of Danny. "So, are you excited to finally get home?" I asked him, unable to prevent a small, knowing smile at what was to come. "Yeah," he said, but there was concern in his voice. I ignored the fact that his aura, a dull blue, was only faint as I studied him, hoping, for once, his expression would give a little bit more away. "What is it?" "We've been talking, but..." Jason gave me a sidelong glance, then asked, "How's she doing? I mean, really doing? I feel like she's holding something back." I smiled inwardly. "Danny's okay, Jason." I squeezed his arm. "At least, better than when she thought you were dead. When we all thought you were dead,
She was a mess. But now that she knows you're alive and on your way home, she's better. And from the sound of it, a lot has happened since we've been gone. So tonight's dinner conversation should be fairly interesting. We both looked at our dad as he helped Peter and then our mom into the cart.
Yeah,
Jason grumbled.
interesting.
We stopped beside one of the cart's wheels. Chris's eyes were gleaming as she wrapped Jason in her arms, seeing him alive and real for the first time in weeks. When she was finished fussing over him, she turned her attention to me, until finally Harper stepped in and interrupted.
If we don't get these two home,
He said, motioning to Jason and me.
Danny's gonna have a conniption.
Chris let out a belly laugh. Isn't that the truth? She motioned to the cart, but just as I was about to climb up, I noticed Shadow standing off to the right, his ears perked up in alert. Sorry, just one more sec, I said, and took a few wobbly steps over to him. Shadow gnawed at his bit, and his nostrils flared as he took a step toward me. Hey, boy. I trailed the tip of my finger down his silken muzzle and stepped closer. It feels like I haven't seen you in forever. Kissing the side of his face, I inhaled his scent and thought of the farm. I'm finally going home. Who's riding you tonight? I asked, not expecting a reply.
I think that would be me,
Biggs said. He stepped over and patted Shadow's rump.
if you don't mind, of course. My horse is still en route back to the farm from Sacramento.
Of course you can ride him, I practically chirped. I was still so happy Biggs had come back. He was welcome to ride Shadow as much as he wanted. And then I realized Everett and Ellie would be at home waiting for us too.
Come on, baby girl. I wasn't joking when I said Danny's gonna throw a fit. Let's get you home.
Biggs grinned at me, and I felt myself smile, really smile, for the first time in what felt like forever. How you feeling? My mom asked from her seat across from me in the back of the cart. Her eyes, even her tone, were soft. Soft, but guarded. I'm okay, I said. It feels good to be outside in the fresh air, even though it's a tad chilly. I glanced at Peter, who sat cross-legged beside her, swaying with each bump in the road. His gaze scoured the landscape of rolling green hills, live oaks, and the wooden fence lines that followed us along the frontage road home. I could sense his curiosity and wonder at all he was experiencing for the first time. Your friend, Harper, seems like a good man to have around, my mom said. He takes good care of you. I nodded. Yes, he does. Always. But then, we all take good care of each other. That's what families do. I hadn't meant it to be snide, though I felt it had come out that way. Eyes fixed on mine, my mom said, I can see that. I'm happy you and your brother have such good people in your group. If that was her underhanded way of telling me Jason and I didn't need her, I wasn't biting. I looked at Peter. It seems like you'd be a good guy to have around too, I said. If it weren't for you, I don't know when they would have found me. Hearing Jake's baritone, I looked over at him as he spoke to Jason as they rode side by side behind the cart. Becca told me about her prophecy, the one about you two, my mom said, ruminating. I ran my fingers through my hair and sighed. I hadn't thought about it in a while. She'll die because of you. The woman with the long black hair and teal eyes. You'll save her, but she'll die because of you. I took a much-needed breath. Yeah, It's a lot to wrap your mind around. I've sort of stopped trying. I shook my head, thinking about the poisoning. I had died, and Jake had saved me. I wouldn't be sitting here right now if I'd never met him. She eyed Jake a moment, then said, "He loves you." I laughed awkwardly. Yeah, I know. Peter's focus shifted between Jake and me, like he'd never paid attention before. My mom's eyes flicked to Jake again. The way she studied him made me feel sad, though I wasn't sure why. I was still having a difficult time feeling her mind, given the fact that the neutralizer hadn't faded completely yet. But then her gaze slid from Jake to my dad, who was talking and writing alongside Biggs behind them, and I knew. "Have you two talked yet?" I asked, knowing that would be an intense conversation. "Not really, no." She cleared her throat and met my gaze. "Why? Has your father said anything to you?" I shook my head. "But you've got to talk to him," I said, almost pleading. "I'm worried he'll—" I steadied my breath, trying not to let my resentment for the last 20 years of our lives harden my voice. "You don't know what it was like for him. If you're staying, you have to fix things." She was silent for a moment, considering something. "There are many relationships that need repairing." And given the fact that I barely knew my mother, having only really met her under singular circumstances, in a faded memory, under the influence of Clara, and one other time in a dream, I wasn't sure how she planned on doing that. "Are you going to try?" I asked, a little too hopeful. "Does that mean we're staying with them at the farm?" Peter asked, and the loving mother she was, she grabbed his hand and held it in her lap. "I'm not sure yet, sweetheart." Her gaze shifted to my dad again. "I'm not sure." I wasn't expecting that answer, and my heartbeat quickened. Where else would you go? I knew Peter had a better chance with all of us than he did anywhere else outside the colony. I didn't say that, though, not with him sitting there, hopeful, like me. "Can you possibly go any slower, Zoe?" Danny's voice was sharp with unbridled anticipation. "I've been waiting for you to get back here for hours. We're almost there." The sound of barking dogs stole my attention. "You're here!" I peered around Chris and Sanchez in the cart's driver's seat to see the outline of the farm, still shed in darkness, come into view. Chris steered us through the gate, where we were greeted by Jack and Cooper bounding our way, and Danny and Annie. They stopped at the driveway as Grayson and Carlos strode out from the farmhouse, cradling babies in their arms, and Sam following slowly behind them. Danny looked close to bouncing in place, biting her lip as she impatiently waited for our approach. "We're home," I breathed and smiled at Peter, but when my eyes met my mom's, my smile faltered. She looked petrified. "Everything will be fine," I said, a little louder than a whisper so she could hear me. She met my gaze and gave me a single curt nod before she swallowed and looked around at the homestead we'd created for ourselves. I could imagine she'd never seen anything like it before, not without holding cells and concrete rooms where people were experimented on and tortured. "I promise." I smiled, trying my best to reassure her. The cart came to a halt in front of the barn, and everyone began to move in a rush. My gaze went instantly to Danny. She rocked back on her heels, her hands in her pockets and her eyes gleaming as her gaze met Jason's. He was off his unnamed horse in an instant and striding toward her. Danny met him in the middle and was in his arms before Grayson could even help me out of the cart. There was an orchestra of greetings and hugs, tears and laughter as the dream of being home became real. But my growing smile faltered when I saw Sam. His eyes were shimmering, his chin quivering as he surveyed the group. It was like he'd hoped it wasn't true, that he would find Tavis among those of us returning home. When his pale eyes met mine, the saddest I'd ever seen them, I lost what was left of my strength. "Sam," I rasped, barely able to take a few steps before I nearly fell to my knees in front of him. "I'm so sorry," I said, wishing I could rewind everything and make Tavis stay behind. That I hadn't promised Sam I'd bring Tavis back to him, safe and sound. Sam didn't say anything, his eyes fixed on me until he ran into my arms. "I'm so sorry," I repeated, yearning for him to feel my words, to believe them as he sobbed, inconsolable, in my arms. "I know," he hiccuped and gripped me tight. Chapter 35, Danny, December 16th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. For the first time in weeks, I felt whole, complete. The empty places in my heart that could be filled were, more so even, they were full to bursting. I choked back a joyful sob and gripped the back of Jason's jacket more tightly. It was the same one he'd been wearing the last time I'd seen him. I inhaled deeply, breathing him in. He smelled the same, too, like him. And as I clung to him in the wee hours of the morning, pale moonlight and all of our family and friends surrounding us, I realized that part of me had expected him to come back different, after all he'd been through. But he hadn't. He was the same Jason. My Jason. "Red." One of his arms was wrapped all the way around the back of me, his hand clutching my side like he was trying to fuse us together. His other hand was buried in my hair, and he pressed his lips against the top of my head. "God, I missed you." His breath heated my scalp, and the yearning in his voice warmed my heart. "Red. God." I made a squeaking noise and nodded against his chest. Neither of us ready or willing to put any physical distance between us just yet. "For a while there, I really thought you were dead," I said, my voice thick with emotion. I was coming to understand that while being happy was a lovely feeling, happiness that piggybacked extreme fear and sadness was the greatest feeling in all the world. And I hoped to never ever feel this kind of happiness again. The up and down, it was too much. Jason's arms shook as he tightened his hold on me. "I know." He inhaled and exhaled heavily. I just wish it hadn't been so. He paused, struggling for the right words. "I don't know. So hard, I guess." I squeezed my eyes shut. Jason wasn't vociferous, but he always knew what to say, at least when something needed to be said. He always had a snappy comeback or a sharp retort. It was so strange to hear him struggling to voice his thoughts. Me, on the other hand, I struggled plenty, which was why, once again, the only response I could manage was a nod and a muffled, "I love you so much." Jason's fingers tangled in my hair, pulling a bit, but I hardly cared. "God, if anything happened to you, if you'd pulled that trigger when Cole made you put the gun..." His whole body was shaking now. "He was so close to killing you, to making you..." "But I'm okay," I said, forcing myself to pull away enough that I could look up at him. Somehow, amazingly, despite everything, we're both here. We're both home. We're both okay. I beamed up at him. I'd been wrong. It was possible to feel even happier. I knew it because I felt an unbelievable surge of joy as I drew in the breath to tell him. We're better than okay, Jason. I cleared my throat, my lips shaking and eyes stinging. I'm pregnant. For the briefest moment, Jason's eyes lit up, but the light, the anticipation and excitement and joy faded so quickly, I almost doubted I'd seen it at all. He searched my eyes.
The documents from the colony.
He said slowly, carefully.
They said none of the babies lived. And some of the mothers died too.
I was shaking my head before he could finish. They're different, I explained. None of them are like us, or like you, I suppose. I've been over this a dozen times with Harper and Gabe. Your cells are already genetically stable, remember? And Becca said the baby would be safe so long as I stayed on the farm, so... I shrugged. Becca's never wrong. Jason's eyes narrowed. I rolled my eyes. If it'll make you feel better, we can ask your mom about it later. She's the expert on all of this, so... Oh! I squeaked. Jason released me and captured my hand, wasting no time in leading me toward the cart, where Dr. Wesley was standing with Gabe and a teenage boy who could only be her youngest child, Peter. Both mother and son looked more than a little lost, though Gabe appeared to be trying to acclimate them to life on the farm with words and enthusiastic hand gestures alone.
Danny's pregnant,
Jason said as we closed the distance to the trio. And he didn't speak quietly. Around us, excited voices quieted and eyes turned our way. I caught Chris's and glanced at the stable. No telepathy necessary. She picked up on my silent request for privacy and quickly rounded up the humans and horses and herded them toward the stable door to start getting the animals settled in for the night, or rather, for the morning. By the time I looked at Dr. Wesley, her attention was entirely on me.
Congratulations are in order then.
She bowed her head, her sleek, gray-streaked black bob swaying. I indicated Jason, hovering beside me, with a flick of my eyes. He's, concerned about it because of the results of Project Eden.
Ah,
Dr. Wesley said, nodding sagely.
Those results don't apply to you.
She scanned the rest of our companions who were halfway to the stable.
Your friends, yes, they'll have fertility troubles for a while yet. But you two, you should be fine.
She frowned.
Of course, there are the normal childbearing issues to worry about, but...
She shook her head and focused on Jason.
With Gabriel and Harper here to look out for Danielle, she should be fine.
And you, I said, eyeing her quizzically. When she didn't respond, I quickly changed the subject before the elephant in the driveway could become too obtrusive. So you see, I said, looking at Jason, I told you. I'll be fine. I placed my hand on my belly. We'll be fine. And as wonder slowly transformed Jason's scarred face, a high-pitched squeal sped our way.
Sorry,
Chris called from the stable door.
Couldn't hold her back.
I laughed as Annie flung herself at Jason. She practically climbed up his body, clinging to his neck and waist like a spider monkey as Jason wrapped his arms around her. I missed you,
Missed you too, Munchkin,
Jason said, closing his eyes and smiling. He extended one of his hands toward me and pulled me against his side.
So much.
You shouldn't be out here doing this, Zoe, I said, taking the armful of bridles from her with minimal resistance and walking them to the extra hooks we'd drilled into the wall of the tack room months ago. I hung the leather and metal contraptions up one by one.
Well, neither should you,
Zoe said, somewhat grumpily. Barely 15 minutes had passed since she and the others had returned, and she already looked like the walking dead. She was so beat. I glanced over my shoulder in time to see her plop onto one of the extra hay bales we'd stacked in here for the winter. They looked like they were made of shimmering gold in the dim lantern light. Zoe caught my eye and cringed just a little.
Sorry,
she said, sighing.
I know I'm in shitty shape right now, but you know I hate feeling useless.
She rubbed her eyes and laid her head back against the edge of a second-level hay bale.
I hate that everyone's exhausted and unpacking anyway at 4 in the fucking morning, and it's all because of me and my apparent need to be a goddamn damsel in distress all the time.
I could hear the frustration in her voice, threatening tears. Closing my eyes, I hung my head briefly, hating hearing Zoe sound so weak. She was the stronger of the two of us, the one with a backbone of steel and a razor-sharp tongue. She was the one who pushed me to keep going, who could convince me to want to keep fighting, who would find a way, who would make things work no matter what. It was her courage, her strength that inspired me, and when she was like this, deflated and defeated and somehow lost, I felt lost too. With a deep breath, I hung the last bridle on an iron hook and turned around. Oh, Zoe. I sat beside her, which was a minor feat in and of itself, considering how pokey some of the renegade straws of hay were, and hooked my arm around her waist. It's okay. You're home now. Everyone's home and safe, and it's all okay. We're all okay. She rested her head on my shoulder just in time for me to feel the first jerky convulsion as she lost her battle against tears.
I'm so sorry,
she said miserably. Zoe. I raised my other hand to stroke her unusually tangled and grimy hair, not caring one bit that she was far from clean. None of what happened was your fault, she hiccuped.
But
I'm sorry, I interrupted. But did you slap a fake memory onto my mind or kidnap Jason? Did you lay the trap that caused the car crash? I laughed bitterly. Did you tell Tavis to drag you away from the accident or pull the trigger or ask those assholes to abduct you and tie you up and steal your blood? Did you...
All right, Dee,
Zoe said, sniffing and laughing morosely.
I get it. You can stop bludgeoning me with sarcasm.
I smiled just a little and looked up at the ceiling, eyes stinging again. Damn my stupid pregnancy hormones for making me constantly on the verge of crying. Zoe laughed once more, and there was actually some amusement in the sound this time. Pulling away, she wiped her eyes while looking at me sidelong.
Please, Dee. Like you wouldn't be about to cry right now otherwise. Sure, blame the poor, defenseless, unborn baby.
I barked a laugh and felt a sudden rush of relief. It always amazed me how laughter could wash misery away like a wave smoothing out footprints in sand. Smiling at Zoe, I fished a handkerchief out of my pocket and handed it to her. You've got some wayward snot. Her eyes went wide, and then she smacked my arm. Smartass. But she did take the hanky. I pursed my lips, suppressing a grin. Go to bed, Zoe. You look like crap. She glared at me, but her Caribbean blue eyes sparkled with laughter.
I feel like crap.
She stood shakily, almost falling back onto the bale of hay.
but I have to stop by the infirmary first. H's orders.
I jumped up and supported her with an arm around her waist. You're not collapsing on my watch. Let's get you into the house. Zoe started to run her fingers through her hair and paused mid-action, her eyes fixed on the raw marks around her wrist before she pulled a strand of hair out and stared at it. She sighed.
I think I need to wash up first,
she said and wrinkled her nose. Well, I wasn't going to mention it, but...
Hey!
She feigned offense and nudged my shoulder. I laughed, a good, loud belly laugh. Why don't I hand you off to Jake? I said, pointing toward the solemn man in question with my chin as he entered the stable carrying a saddle. I love you, Zoe, but I'm sure he'd appreciate seeing you all naked and soapy much more than I would. Zoe rolled her eyes as I transferred her into Jake's much more capable hands, trading him for the saddle. As I carried it back to the tack room, I heard Zoe call out,
Jason, go rescue your wife. She's carrying heavy things in the stable.
Shaking my head, I grinned. I was almost to the tack room when I heard the rush of footsteps as Jason jogged toward me.
Red.
Jason, I said, drawing out his name and continuing on my way. With a faint grunt, I hoisted the saddle onto its stand and turned to face my towering husband. He stood a few yards away, arms crossed over his broad chest. What? I mirrored his pose, leather creaking as I leaned back against the saddle. For seconds, we stood on either side of the small tack room, staring at each other. Slowly, Jason reached behind himself and shut the door, never taking his eyes off me. Jason? I drawled again. He started across the room, closing the distance between us slowly, like a predator stalking prey. My heartbeat thudded in my chest, my pulse suddenly racing. We're in the stable, I said, swallowing roughly.
I don't care.
Anyone could walk in. My mind wasn't focused on much beyond Jason, but I managed a fleeting thought of gratitude that Carlos had moved Vanessa up into his room while we'd waited for the others to return.
They'll understand.
Suddenly, Jason's lips were on mine, his hips pressed against mine, and I no longer cared where we were, or who walked in, or what someone might see. I only cared about getting closer to him. In that moment, I only cared about loving him.
Chapter 36, Zoe, December 16th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. What had only been a handful of hours since we left Sacramento felt like a never-ending, muddled day of obscure conversations and a rainstorm of emotions. The cool water of the outside shower was exactly what I needed to resuscitate my mind and body, despite the breezy, dusky morning. Complete exhaustion was one thing, but fuzzy senses were unsettling. Tugging on the water cord, I let the brisk waterfall run down my face, over my back, and down my legs, rinsing away what remained of that room, of that bed, of that not-so-distant nightmare. The fact that things could have been worse wasn't lost upon me, but it still left me feeling uneasy in my own skin. Somehow the crisp water made me feel better for once and helped keep my emotions in check, despite my intermittent shivering. The sound of someone at the entrance to the shower startled me. Christ! I shrieked and attempted to cover the most private parts of my exposed body. Just me, Jake said. He took in my alarmed expression as he stepped inside, a towel draped over each shoulder. Sorry, he said with a barely there smirk. You snuck out of the house pretty quickly. I thought you might need one of these. He hung the towels over the fence. And maybe some help. His partial smile hardened, and his eyes narrowed on my arms and wrists, then moved up my neck to the right side of my face, then the left. I knew exactly what he was staring at. I could feel Randall's handprints, still tender on my cheeks and jaw. I'd seen myself through Jake's eyes, through everyone's, enough to know the bruising looked pretty bad. "Thanks for the towel," I said, trying to dissolve his quiet concern. "That will definitely come in handy." Jake dipped his chin, his eyes fixed on mine, thoughtful.
"Why didn't you let Chris draw you a warm bath?"
I lifted an indifferent shoulder and refocused on my shower. "It's too crowded in the house right now," I said. "I need some space." I pulled the handle again so I could splash water on my face and ran my fingers through my wet hair. I fought my teeth from chattering, but I was feeling more and more normal by the minute. Realizing Jake was still standing there, expectant, I glanced at him. The fixedness of his gaze had thawed, and he lifted his eyebrow.
"Mind if I join you?"
He held up the body wash I'd forgotten and a washcloth.
"I'll make it worth your while."
He offered me a small grin. I couldn't refuse that smile, and I didn't want to. Jake's calm, steady demeanor was a welcome respite from the ebb and flow of overstimulated emotions in the house. "Worth my while? In that case," I said with a soft chuckle, "of course you can join me. But it's freezing, just so you know."
"Exactly why I wondered why you were out here."
Jake pulled his t-shirt off over his head, removed his shorts, and stepped toward the water. Briefly, I remembered our first semi-naked encounter in the locker room at Fort Knox.
"Why are you smiling?"
he asked, one eyebrow arched in question. My smile broadened. "No reason." I splashed more water on my face and stepped aside so he could rinse off. Unlike Sanchez, my dad, Gabe, and Becca, who all had scrapes and some bruising, Jake's body was unmarred. The only remnant of him being injured at all was the dried dirt and blood that caked certain areas of his skin. He set the body wash on the ground.
"Feeling a little overwhelmed?"
he asked, wiping water from his face. All the talking and questions and emotions had definitely been that, overwhelming, after days of mostly silence and solitude. My feelings and those of everyone else felt intensified, especially now that we were all together. "You could say that," I said. I eyed the faintly pulsing aura around him. Leaning into the water, Jake scrubbed the top of his head. I watched as chills broke out over his skin, and when he noticed me watching him, he stopped mid-scrub.
"What is it?"
I shrugged. "You're just glowing a tad," I said, half-jokingly, though I wasn't sure glowing was the right word. "That's all." His eyes widened a smidge before narrowing on me again.
"You never really did explain that to me."
Which was true. He'd been gone so much after Jason's disappearance, I had to wonder what other developments he might have missed, though nothing in particular came to mind. I crouched for the shampoo I'd actually remembered to bring, but Jake grabbed it before I could and shook his head. He stepped aside, guiding me back under the streaming water. "There's not much to tell, really," I began. He squirted some of the shampoo into his hand, and I tilted my head slightly back out of habit and shut my eyes. "I thought I saw it around you once, but now it seems pretty constant. I'm not sure how to turn it off yet." I nearly groaned as Jake's fingers massaged my head, and I wanted to melt. When I opened my eyes, he was listening intently. "Everyone has a color. Except for Danny. I smirked. She has 2. Becca doesn't have one either. None of the regens do.
An aura, huh?
He maneuvered me back under the water and helped me rinse my hair. I shrugged again, meeting his gaze as he peered down at me. That's sort of what Gabe and I talked about. He thinks it has something to do with my ability seeing emotions, not just feeling them, but it's all theory at this point.
What's my color?
He asked, and his eyes sparkled.
Pink?
I couldn't help the incredulous scrunch at my face as I shook my head. No, not pink, I said, though that would be funny.
Not really,
he said and furrowed his brow as he imagined it. My growing smile widened as I studied his aura for a moment. It was a slightly effervescent mixture of burnt orange and scarlet red. Yours is sort of crimson, I said, chewing my lip in contemplation. Jake opened the body wash to squirt some into the washcloth in his hand.
That's gotta be weird, seeing people glowing all the time.
I'm definitely still getting used to it, I admitted. But if it's anything like emotions and memories, I can probably turn it off eventually. The moment his sudsy hands began to lather soap on my shoulders, back, and arms, my eyes closed again of their own accord, and I felt the tension in my muscles disperse. That feels so good, I groaned. Jake chuckled.
Good.
His hands were strong but gentle, and soft despite the roughness of his fingertips. And like the cleansing, frigid water that cascaded down my skin, his touch was soothing.
I'm surprised you're not shrieking and wiggling around,
he said with a hint of laughter. I knew he was thinking about when he dunked me in the Arkansas River back in Colorado. I didn't have to see him to know he was smiling. Why? Because the water's cool and you wish you could taunt me some more? I said dryly. Not this time. This is just what I needed. We were quiet for a moment, the sound of the water rushing over my ears and the feeling of Jake's hands on my body keeping me distracted and my mind still. How's Sam? I finally asked. Is he doing any better? I'd left him alone in his room per his request.
I'm sure he'll be okay, Zoe,
Jake said.
It helps that he has all of us. He knows he's not alone.
Jake's gentle, attentive, methodical scrubbing on my back stopped, and he picked up my hand to scrub my arm. He studied the angry red wound on my bicep. I hadn't rebandaged it since Harper had examined it, wanting to clean it off before I covered it back up.
What did Harper say?
Jake asked, eyeing the pink, irritated skin around it. It was difficult for him to see wounds on me, on any of us really, because it was so easy for him to heal. He said I'll be fine. It's a deep cut, something in the van when it rolled. But I'm okay, I promise. I squeezed his hand. I'm not going to break. It's not infected. I'm fine. Jake squirted more body wash onto the washcloth and slowly began to massage my hand, then the skin around my raw wrists and up my eggplant-colored arm. I don't think this is a good color for me, I teased, but Jake ignored me.
Are you sure you don't want a transfusion?
I shook my head. Not unless there's something really wrong with me. You're not a damn blood machine. He didn't look away from my arm as he gently cleaned around the cut. I'm sorry, I said, knowing it bothered him that he couldn't help me, only because I wouldn't let him. But you know how I feel about this. I just spent the last 4 days hooked up to machines that were sucking the life right out of me. Why would I want to do that to you, especially when it's not necessary?
You know it's not the same.
He said, his voice flat. He was frustrated with me, and I couldn't blame him. If our roles were reversed, I'd want to help him too, but I just wanted to heal on my own. I scoured his body, knowing I wouldn't find a bullet wound, but wondering where he'd been shot all the same.
The chest.
He said, eyeing me sideways.
I'm fine.
I know, I said. I couldn't help but worry, no matter how perfect he looked.
Like I said,
he grumbled.
It's not the same.
If my cut gets worse, I said, or I don't start feeling better soon, I'll let you know, okay? I promise. Jake's eyes cut to mine. Then he pulled the shower lever.
It's your choice.
With a final shivering rinse, I pivoted around, needing to break the tension between us. Your turn, I said, eyebrows dancing. You know you want me to scrub your back, I sang. And fast, because I'm starting to freeze, I think. Jake conceded. His mouth quirked in a sultry smile, and he quickly turned around. I lathered up a handful of body wash on the washcloth.
Apricot, my favorite,
he drawled, and I couldn't help but laugh. Rising on tiptoes, I gripped his shoulders and kissed the side of his face. What's wrong? You don't like smelling fruity?
Oh, I love it.
He dropped his head so I could scrub around his neck and down his back.
I didn't see any soap in your stash, he said. So Danny lent that to me before she and Jason shut themselves up in the cottage. Don't use it all. It might be her favorite one or something.
I barked a laugh. It's not. And even if it was, she and Jason will probably never emerge from their little haven again anyway. She won't miss it. Remembering Jason's expression when Danny told him about the baby, the pure joy and excitement that lit up his face, I wasn't sure he would ever let her out of his sight again. I wonder what they're going to name her, I thought aloud. I guided Jake back a couple steps into the falling water.
Her?
Yeah, Danny says it's a girl. I washed the suds from his back. Do you think she'll name her after Grams? Or maybe Callie?
Who's Callie?
Jake asked, but I waved his question away, too busy wondering. Her old roommate. Maybe she'll name her after her mom, Ciara.
Maybe,
Jake said. He shook out the water from his hair and scooted over so I could rinse off one final time. The water stopped just as I finished.
Or,
Jake continued,
maybe they'll want to start a family without being tied to painful memories of the past. Maybe they'll pick a new name.
I nodded. It's possible. That's what I would do. I wrung the excess water from my hair, still thinking, when blurred images of children, our children, flooded my mind. My eyes widened, and I looked at Jake. He handed me my towel, but I was frozen. He frowned.
Why do you keep looking at me like that?
You, I pointed at him, you want to have kids. I'm not sure why, but I was shocked. There was always a chance it could happen, but we were careful. I guess I assumed it was for a reason. Jake's expression softened.
Of course I do,
he said, catching me a little off guard. We hadn't talked about kids ever. In fact, we never really talked about us and our future, let alone a family. We just sort of were. His expression tensed again.
Don't you?
I let out a nervous laugh. I don't know. I mean, I like kids. Other people's kids. Jake was confused. Images of me and the twins and Annie and Sam flashing in his mind.
of his plea for us to settle down and start a new life here. He was revisiting memories of me, like he was making sure he hadn't missed something, a conversation or a look, a sign, anything. Though Jake's expression was calm and thoughtful, I felt a spike of nervousness in him, too. It was the most surprisingly endearing thing I'd ever experienced before. He really wanted a family. With me. And suddenly I felt a little nervous and even a tad giddy. Wrapping my towel around me, I stepped into him. I studied his face, his shrewd, copper-colored eyes and how they searched mine. I didn't realize a family was so important to you. I mean, I should have. I think you'd be a wonderful father. His eyes held mine, still unsure what to think. I've just been living so much in the present, I sort of forgot that we get to have a future together, too. The small furrow in his brow lessened. Brushing a light kiss against his lips, I said, "Just because I haven't really thought about it, that doesn't mean I don't want to, Jake. It's just..." Everett, I thought it was by the sound of his hiccuped wails, began crying inside the farmhouse. I squeezed my eyes shut, forgetting the perks to having baby twins around, plus Danny's baby girl on the way. "It's just," I said, starting again, "that there's a lot going on right now, and I think we have enough babies in the house for the time being, don't you?" Jake let out a steadying breath, wincing a bit as Everett's crying grew louder. "Yes," he said. "Staggering them a bit would be good." We both laughed, and Jake wrapped his arms around me, pressing a long, gentle kiss against my lips before he let go. "Hey," I said, as he was about to step away. "I'm serious. You and me." I peered down at my non-existent watch like I often did. "A year or two from now." I pointed up to our bedroom window and lifted my eyebrows playfully. Jake smiled and kissed me again before we began to dress in our clean clothes. "I can see it now," I said, me waddling around with a giant white belly. I tugged my sweatpants on, suppressing a groan at the comfort of having my own clothes, soft and clean against my skin. "That'll be a sight to behold," Jake joked, and I playfully smacked his arm. "That's right, and you better learn how to make ice cream. And pickles."
Chapter 37, Danny, December 16th, 1 AE, The Farm, California. We slept late into the afternoon, having finally crawled into bed sometime after 4 in the morning, and I woke feeling like I'd been asleep for weeks. I lay in bed, snuggled against Jason and warm and cozy under Graham's quilt, utterly content. Sharing my bed with Jason was something I doubted I would ever experience again, but there he was, right where he belonged. I could feel him playing with my hair, winding this or that curl through and around his fingers. I exhaled contentedly. I loved how much he enjoyed playing with my hair. It was soothing beyond belief, and on this particularly lazy afternoon, it threatened to lull me back to sleep. A low, deep chuckle vibrated in Jason's chest.
"I thought you'd never wake up."
I stuck out my lower lip and craned my neck to look at his face, resting my chin on his chest. "Aw, were you getting bored?" He pressed his lips together in an obvious attempt to avoid smiling and sighed dramatically.
"So bored."
His eyes shone with mischief.
"Until you started talking in your sleep."
I groaned and buried my face in the crevice between his arm and his torso.
"Careful, Red. You're verging on armpit territory."
I snorted into the fleshy void. What did I say this time? Anything remotely coherent?
"Let's see. There was something about a snake in the bathroom, and the sun going out in the ocean."
He paused for a moment, and I lifted my head to watch his expression as he made fun of me. Over our months on the farm, this had become another of his favorite things to do when we lay in bed, working up the nerve to actually rise and shine and join the others.
Oh, and you sounded pretty upset about losing your library card.
He laughed.
You said you wouldn't be able to find the animals without it.
Ah. I flopped onto my back, laughing. I knew my library card was still good for something. Jason started to sit up, and I touched my fingertips to his arm. Where are you going? He looked at me, his eyes eager.
Nowhere,
he said, drawing the covers down to my hips and scooting around so he could rest his head on my abdomen.
I want to see if I can hear it.
Her, I said, lifting my head to smile down at him and combing my fingers through his short, dark hair. I was trying my hardest to ignore the fact that I needed to pee. Jason's eyes widened.
You think it's a girl?
My smile grew into a grin, and I laid my head back on the pillow. I don't think. I know. We have a connection, she and I. It's got to be something to do with our abilities. It's something I want to ask your mom about, but so far, it's become pretty apparent that she's going to have a combination of our abilities. She's been nulling me while I sleep, so I can sleep. That started several days ago, and I couldn't be more grateful to her. Jason pressed his lips to my belly.
It's amazing.
His whiskers tickled my sensitive skin, and I squirmed. He turned his head to the side, once again resting his ear on my abdomen.
She's amazing.
I nodded, grinning like an idiot, as some of his awe poured into me. She is our amazing little girl. Sensing two familiar minds heading our way, I glanced at the door. Speaking of, the doorknob turned, and the door inched inward. Like they were part of a bi-species comedy duo, Annie and Jack stuck their heads through the opening, one right on top of the other. Hey, sweetie. Sweet boy, I said, waving for them to join us. They didn't waste any time. The bed dipped and shook as the small girl and larger dog quite literally jumped up and quickly found the best, most obtrusive ways to join the Snugglefest. Jack claimed the still warm space Jason had abandoned moments earlier and settled in, resting his chin on my shoulder. His black nose was about 1 millimeter from my jaw. Don't do it, I said, trying not to laugh when his dark little doggy eyebrows rose and he emitted the most pathetic whimper. Jack! My dog whined again, his tail thumping a despondently slow rhythm against the mattress. I rolled my eyes. Fine, but just one. Jack's tail picked up pace, thumping in triple time, and he licked the entire side of my face. Annie squealed her approval and delight. I cringed and wiped my cheek on the pillowcase, and Jason laughed. It started as a low chuckle, but it quickly gained strength until it became a whirlwind of amusement, of happiness that I couldn't avoid. The three of us laughed for what felt like hours, and when we'd finally quieted, we let out a collective, contented sigh.
We should get up,
Jason said, reluctance dangling from each word.
There's work to do. The farm won't run itself.
Boy, was he right. Much as we'd tried to maintain the place, too many tasks had gone undone since his abduction. We'd put so much effort and manpower into searching for him that it had been impossible not to neglect some of our duties around the farm. I nodded and planted a smacking kiss on the top of Annie's head. All right, troops, up and at 'em. The sun was just sinking behind the hills to the west of the farm when the four of us walked into the farmhouse through the mudroom door and were smacked in the face with delicious smells. There were, by almost anyone's count, too many cooks in the kitchen, with Becca, Chris, Biggs, Sanchez, Camille, and Grayson hustling about. Annie and Jack ran ahead, the tiny wild child all but attacking Zoe, who was reclining on the couch in the living room. Cooper snuggled in beside her. Jason and I paused in the mudroom doorway, basking in the controlled chaos filling the home's living space. Multiple pairs of quick footsteps pounded down the stairs, and a few seconds later, Jake and Gabe entered the kitchen. They headed straight for us, Jake passing by with a nod of hello for both Jason and me, and Gabe flashing a grin and offering a quick, "About time you joined the party." Confused, I watched him follow Jake into the mudroom and join his old friend in hunting through the jackets cluttering the coat hooks on the wall. "Let us know when the oven's hot enough," Chris called after them right before the back door swung shut. She caught my eye and winked. "We're having pies tonight to celebrate the grand homecoming." "So much for getting back to work," Jason said. He leaned down and planted a soft kiss on my cheek, then made his way toward Zoe, who was now buried under 2 dogs and a smallish child. Smiling and shaking my head, I went the other direction, stopping at the kitchen island, just opposite Chris. I watched her stir a batter of some sort in one of the enormous wooden bowls Tom had crafted months ago, using one of the wooden spoons he'd made around the same time. "Cornbread?" I guessed, based on the batter's yellow color. My stomach grumbled eagerly. My appetite hadn't just returned, it had reawakened with a vengeance. I directed my question at Chris, but it was Becca who answered, despite being elbow-deep in a mass of spinach and other veggies in a giant wooden bowl of her own. "Yes, and there's pot roast cooking in the hearth, and some acorn squash and potatoes roasting, too." She grinned, clearly taking pride in her work as our head cook. Sarah had taught her well. "Sounds like a feast," I said, my stomach voicing its excitement in a full-on growl this time. I glanced around the room once more, noting several significant absences, and I couldn't hold back my curiosity. "Tom and Dr. Wesley?" "Tom's out in his shop," Chris said, still mixing. "And Anna's upstairs, resting with Peter in our room." "Oh. Bummer. I'd been hoping to talk to her about what to expect when expecting a baby with abilities. So, what can I do to help?" "The usual," Chris said, glancing to the large farm table nearby. "Set the table and fill up water glasses." I shrugged. "Okie dokie." I wasn't as bad at cooking as I used to be, but the only meal I was usually allowed to help actually prepare was breakfast, when breakfast was oatmeal or grits or some other generally gruel-like concoction. It was hard to screw up gruel. As I made my way around the kitchen island toward the end cupboard that held the glasses and dishes, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. I glanced at the mouth of the hallway, then froze and did a double take when I saw who was standing there. Vanessa and Carlos. I hadn't known we were doing this tonight. Wasn't it too soon? Didn't Vanessa need more time? She'd been so distraught, literally inconsolable since she'd been, well, cured. Apparently not, because Vanessa stood in the doorway, seemingly unfazed by all of the eyes on her. She looked pretty in the periwinkle wool sweater I'd given to Carlos for her. Her hair was wavy and so long that it almost reached her waist, and it was so dark that it appeared black, except for where the candlelight filling the room hit it just right, making it shimmer a dark, almost red-brown, like it was sprinkled with crushed garnets. Carlos stood behind his older sister, hands on her shoulders. His eyes were opened wide. Nerves, I thought, but his jaw was set. "Well, shit, Carlos," Chris said, setting down her oversized spoon and wiping her hands on the front of her apron. "I wish you told me you two were planning to do this right now. I would have prepared everyone first." She looked around the room and shrugged. "Just so you all know,
Danny and I accidentally cured Vanessa.
The mudroom door opened and shut, and 2 pairs of heavy footsteps sounded on the hardwood floor, then stopped. I assumed because Jake and Gabe realized what they'd just walked into. In the shadowy hallway behind Carlos and Vanessa, I could see Mace watching with interest. Carlos shook his head.
It wasn't like that. I didn't know she was going to.
"I'm sorry," Vanessa said, back straight and head high. "It's my fault. Now that everyone's here, I wanted to apologize for, well," she lifted her shoulders, then let them drop, "for everything." After that, her words tumbled out in a rush. "I mean, I know I was a huge pain in the ass, and you were all afraid of me and what I might do if I got loose, and I just couldn't sit up in Carlos's room a second longer knowing that any of you still thought of me like that crazy animal person I was." She looked around the room, examining each of our faces. Her gaze lingered on Annie, cuddled up with Zoe and the dogs, then settled on me. "I know I won't ever be able to say I'm sorry enough, but I really am. You can't know what it was like, what they were like, always whispering and nagging and pushing and pushing and pushing and never shutting up." She shook her head, eyes shining. "It's like they were the worst, most paranoid parts of me walking around, dressed up like people I loved. The things they would say..." "It's all right, hun," Chris said, starting to make her way around the island. "No." Vanessa held her hand up. "I want to finish. I need to finish." She took a deep breath, eyes scanning us all once again. This time her focus settled on Zoe. "You can see what people think. Their most hidden, ugly thoughts, right?" "Well, Zoe exchanged a look with her brother. "I don't really... Yeah, I can." Vanessa's eyes widened. "Well, doesn't everyone have those crazy thoughts that they can't control? You know, like when you're riding in a car and you're like, I could totally open the door right now and just roll out. Stuff like that." Her eyes lowered to the floor. "Or like when someone says or does something that totally pisses you off and they're standing so close that you could like scratch them or bite them or stab them really easily and they wouldn't be able to stop you because who expects somebody to do something crazy like that? People think stuff like that, right?" For seconds, there was nothing but the chorus of our breaths, until, thankfully, Zoe broke the tense silence. "You're right, Vanessa. Everyone thinks like that sometimes, and if they tell you otherwise, they're lying." Vanessa started blinking rapidly, and when she spoke, her voice was pitched just a bit higher. "Yeah, well, that's what they were like. She raised her hands and made air quotes. "Friends." Carlos cleared his throat. "But she's better now." "How do we know for sure?" Sanchez asked, adding, "No offense," as an afterthought. "Because she has an aura now," Zoe said, eyes narrowed and head tilted to the side. "When we left for Colorado, she didn't have one, but now she does." She smiled faintly. "It matches her sweater." Chapter 38. Anna. December 17th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. "I just can't believe you actually did it," Anna said, shaking her head. That wasn't completely true. She could believe it. She would believe almost anything, given enough evidence. And when Gabe had told her about Vanessa's enormous announcement the previous night, her jaw had almost unhinged. "I tried for so long to fix the faulty deletion in the P strand, and sometimes I'd think I was close, but every single time, the solution evaded me.
I might have been successful had I had someone with an ability like yours on my team, but I hadn't even thought of it. Chris's brow furrowed, and the corners of her mouth turned down. I wish I knew how to describe what I did in scientific terms, but in all reality, it just sort of happened. It was easy. Scarily easy. But it would have been impossible without Danny's help. Or, rather, without the help of the hormones she's throwing off because of her pregnancy. So, you're certain it was her hormones and not the child itself? Chris shrugged. Honestly, I'm still not sure. The two women stood on either side of the island, chopping the final batch of root vegetables for the evening meal, a stew of some sort, which Becca was busy tending at the fireplace-turned hearth. The way these people had adapted to life without the amenities of modern civilization astounded Anna. She'd been outside of the colony for barely 2 days now, and she felt like she would never adapt. She was a foreigner in her own land. But her children gave her hope. If they could adapt to this new way of living, not to mention Gabriel, then maybe, just maybe, she could too. Anna's eyes narrowed as she considered Chris's words. She herself might not be able to bottle Chris's cure, but maybe Chris could teach others with similar abilities to learn the procedure. Do you think you could replicate what you did? Could you achieve the same results in another of the tainted? I don't see why not, Chris said. That is, assuming it's the hormones and not something specific to Danny's kid, with enough time and a pregnant sidekick. She snorted and leaned her elbows on the dark green and gold-flecked countertop. Hell, or I could just get knocked up and be a one-woman show, traveling around the world, curing crazies at every stop. Which reminded Anna, she owed Chris a debt, one that could never be repaid, not ever. But the least Anna could do was acknowledge what she'd done and express her sorrow for the catastrophic loss Chris had endured. Anna licked her lips, then cleared her throat and placed her palms on the counter, one on either side of her cutting board. Listen, Chris... She could hear her voice quaking, could feel moisture forming between her palms and the granite, but she refused to drop her gaze from Chris's honest blue eyes. Last spring, when Danielle was in the colony, she mentioned that the virus, that you lost your sons and... Stop. Chris's voice was quiet, thick with emotion. Her eyes had strayed from Anna's, and she now stared out the bay window in the breakfast nook. I understand why you did what you did. And I understand that if you hadn't done it, that bastard would have found someone else who could. She looked at Anna, stared through her eyes and into her soul. You were a tool, a weapon. You were used, that's all. Anna opened her mouth, but realized she had no idea how to respond, so she closed it again. Chris reached across the island and covered one of Anna's hands with hers. As far as I'm concerned, any mother who claims she wouldn't watch the world burn to protect her kids is either lying or a crap mom. Either way, she's nobody I want to know. Anna's throat tightened, and she gritted her teeth together to prevent her chin from quivering. But I didn't just watch the world burn. She swallowed roughly. I set it on fire. Like I said. Chris gave Anna's hand a squeeze, then withdrew. You were just the match. It was Harrodson who started the fire. A masculine throat clearing came from the doorway to the dining room. Both women turned their heads to find Tom leaning against the doorframe. Anna felt her eyes open wide. How much of their conversation had he heard? What would he think of her if he'd seen her giving in to weakness, almost breaking down in tears? What conclusions might he draw? And how could he use them to toy with her in the future?
Except this was Tom, not Gregory. Tom wouldn't study her weaknesses, wouldn't file them away to use against her later. Tom wouldn't try to manipulate her, at least the old Tom, the Tom she'd loved so long ago, still loved, if she was willing to be honest with herself, would never do any of those things. But she didn't know this Tom, not anymore. "Sorry to interrupt," Tom said, his voice gentle. He looked at Chris first, but his attention quickly switched to Anna. "I'd like to talk." Anna looked from Tom to Chris and back, feeling utterly at a loss for words. "We're sort of, No, Chris said with a quick wave of the hand. "It's fine." She started toward the mudroom. "I need to track down Harper for, this thing we're working on anyway." Seconds later, the back door opened, then closed, and Chris was gone. Tom took a step into the kitchen, just one small step. Immediately, Anna could feel her heart rate pick up speed, could feel her chest constrict and her head begin to throb with the beginnings of a panic attack. She couldn't do this, not now. "Anna, I just want to talk," Tom said quietly, and he took another step into the room, toward her. She wasn't ready for this. She couldn't handle it, not right now. He had every right to hate her, but she couldn't bear to hear him say it. Tom's eyes scoured her face, and she knew exactly what he was doing. "Please," she whispered, "stay out of my mind. He shook his head, his eyes soft and beseeching. "Honey, why are you panicking?" Anna's chest rose and fell too quickly, and beads of sweat sprang to life on her forehead and the back of her neck. "Tom," she said hoarsely, "please, I can't breathe." "I'm not going to hurt you, Anna." Another step. She slapped her hands on the countertop, making her palms sting. "But you are hurting me," she wailed. Anna was shaking uncontrollably, her whole body coated in a clammy sheen of sweat. "Just being in the same room with you hurts me." Tom froze, still several steps away, his face stricken. Needing to move, Anna turned away from him and stalked around the island to the other side, where she began to pace. "I know what you must think of me, how you must feel about me, and I don't blame you. I get it. I really do. After everything I've done, after everything with Gregory." She ran both of her hands through her hair, tugging when she reached the ends. "But still, every time you're near me, all I can think about is how much you must despise me, and it's like I'm being gutted." She turned away from him, covering her face with her hands as she tried to calm herself, to breathe. "But I don't despise you," Tom said so quietly that Anna was certain she'd misheard him. "What?" She peered at him over her shoulder. "What did you just say?" Tom returned her stare, so earnest, so sturdy, so sure. He stole her breath when he looked at her like that. "I don't despise you, Anna." All she could do was continue to stare at him, owl-like, with all of her stunned blinking and standing still. Slowly, like a cautious birder stalking his quarry, Tom made his way around the island. "I've hated the circumstances that made you leave, and I've hated the situation you were forced into, but never, not once in all the years since you left, have I ever thought badly of you." He stopped within arm's reach of her, his lips curving into a quiet, gentle smile. I loved the woman I married 30 years ago, and I'm sure that if you give me the chance to get to know the woman standing right here in front of me, I'll love her just as much."
Anna's chest no longer felt constricted, but rather too full. She no longer felt the need to flee, but worried she might float away. She'd loved Tom since the day she'd first met him, had hated the day she'd first left him, thought she'd die of a broken heart when she saw him again years later, and now he was standing in front of her, in this place where they might actually have a chance to be together, and she thought her heart might burst with joy. Silent tears turned to quiet sobs. Tom moved closer and cupped the side of her face. She didn't flinch from fear his touch would turn painful, didn't have to pretend she enjoyed it. She choked a small laugh and shut her eyes, allowing the feeling of his hand against her cheek to sear into her memory.
"So," Tom said timidly, "what do you say?"
I don't..."
"Come on, Doc,"
Tom said, resurrecting his nickname for her from long ago. He winked at her, shedding decades of physical and emotional wear and tear in a millisecond.
"Let me buy you dinner?"
Anna laughed, wiping the tears from her cheeks with shaking hands. She felt so giddy, the noise simply burst out of her. "I think it's free." Tom grinned, wide and proud.
"A few months' work in the farm will convince you otherwise."
Which meant he wanted her to stay. Anna couldn't help but smile up at him, because now, more than anything, she wanted to stay too. "So, that's pretty much it," Anna said. "Children born of parents with abilities usually have some combination of their parents' abilities, though the rule's not universal." She sent a fond glance to Peter, sitting beside her at the large kitchen table everyone had gathered around for her second dinner on the farm. "And abilities can start to show up in odd ways throughout the pregnancy, almost making it seem as though the mother has additional abilities for a while, but it doesn't always happen in noticeable ways." She shrugged, meeting Danny's attentive eyes on the far side of the table. "Again, there's no universal rule, and it's not like there have been that many cases to study, just myself and a few others." She took one final bite of stew, then set her spoon down in her bowl and sat back with a contented sigh, feeling overwhelmingly satisfied. She'd had a second helping of the delicious venison stew, and she never had seconds. But there was just something about fresh food, freshly caught, freshly gathered, freshly grown, that made it taste better than anything she'd eaten inside the colony. "Is everyone finished?" Becca asked from her spot opposite Anna, squished between Mace and Camille. Anna could hardly believe they could all fit, regardless of how large of a farm table it was, but somehow they managed. Murmurs of assent filled the room, accompanied by nods and a few grunts. "Well then," Becca said, the dusk light streaming in through the windows, adding golden highlights to her brunette hair, "there's something I need to share with you all." Silence descended, sucking the comfort and good spirits out of the room. Becca looked around the table, scanning the faces of her companions. Finally, she cleared her throat. "My visions are complicated." A small frown line appeared between her eyebrows. "And they're not always certain or clear." She sat up straighter, commanding the room. "But there is one I have known for some time now. One I have been waiting for and dreading." She nodded, as though assuring herself that this was the right time, the right place, the right way to share her vision. Anna noticed Danny and Mace sharing a meaningful glance across the table. Becca took a deep breath. "Everything we've done has been leading up to this,
And I know you won't be happy with me for not sharing this vision earlier, but I swear if I had, all would have been lost. Everything that's happened needed to happen. I'm certain of it." Anna didn't dare breathe. She doubted anyone did. Except for Becca. Taking another deep breath, the serene young woman closed her eyes. "General Harrison. He's coming for us. He'll be here soon, and he won't be alone."
Chapter 39. Zoe. December 17th, 1 AE. The Farm, California.
"General Harrison. He's coming for us. He'll be here soon, and he won't be alone."
A collective inhale followed Becca's announcement, and the group roused, tensing, straightening, standing, then raised fretful voices that filled the dining room.
"What the hell, Becca? Shit! You knew the whole time? This isn't fucking happening. How the hell could you keep this from us? How soon is soon? Saw that coming a mile away."
My own heart rate jolted into panic mode, but it was the reality that this was going to happen that jump-started my fear, not that his coming was a surprise. Jake squeezed my knee beneath the table. I stared at my mom and Peter, who were next to me for a moment, then glanced at my dad and Jason. While Jason's jaw flexed, he said nothing. I wasn't the only one unsurprised by Becca's revelation. It would only have been a matter of time before Harrison reappeared, harassing and threatening our family again. This time, I knew, would be different. One way or another, I felt certain that this time would be the last. Becca's gaze darted around like she was second-guessing herself. "It had to be this way," she said, almost too quietly to hear. Mace stood up, stoic and protective.
"Listen,"
he said flatly, his voice commanding the room. Sanchez's hand was on her hip as she stood at her seat, the other rubbing her temple. Grayson and Chris were having a quiet but animated conversation with Harper at their end of the table, while Big's eyes flicked frantically toward the sleeping twins in the living room. Gabe pushed his plate away from himself and rested his elbows on the table. All the while, Larissa sat silent and observant, and Annie and Sam simply stared at the adults, eyes wide as they played with the remaining broth in their bowls. "I told you, all of you, that you would need us. This is why," Becca said with more certainty. Harper stood in silent distress, his chair scraping against the floor as he pushed it out behind him. Everyone looked at him. The look on his face summoned hot chills down my arms and up my neck. And then I saw it, still images of his vision. A mass of hostile, unfamiliar faces flashed in his mind, then a wash of crimson blood, and I felt Harper's growing fear.
"Becca's right,"
he said, his gaze scanning us all with a furrowed brow.
"We need them. I've seen the soldiers in my dreams."
When his gaze landed and stayed on Becca, he nodded.
"The regens are our only hope."
Sanchez scoffed, her eyes darting between Becca and Harper.
"But you could have said something, so we at least knew to start preparing for a goddamn war." "We have children to think about now," Biggs added, "and New Bodega might be in danger as well." I glanced at Danny, wrapped in Jason's protective arms, both of them watching the intensity rise in the room. I wondered what churned in my brother's mind. Strangely, from Danny's mind, I didn't sense surprise, but more like a sense of understanding. "If I had told you sooner, you would have changed the path, but not the inevitable future,"
Becca retorted. She pointed in the direction of the regen farms a couple hills to the west.
"The regens wouldn't be here to help you if we'd changed course. Jason might never have been found. He might even be dead."
She looked at Gabe and then at my mom.
"We wouldn't have Dr. Wesley to help us either."
My mom's eyes widened, and she took a deep breath and stood.
"Becca's right.
I'm the only one who might be able to stop him. Mom, Peter said, but she spoke over him. I'll go to him. I'll leave right now. My mom looked around the room at all the expectant faces. I'm the one he wants. I can change his mind. No, Peter said, jumping out of his seat. You can't go back there. Tears filled his eyes. He'll kill you. Our mom wrapped her arm around his shoulders, trying to calm him. No, he won't, sweetheart. Your father needs me. He won't hurt me, I promise. But Peter and I both knew her promise was an empty one. With the general, there were no certainties. What makes you think that after leaving the colony with Jason and Peter, Harrison will show you any sympathy? I asked bitterly, unwilling to consider her leaving as an option. He knows you weren't under his mind spell, that you're immune to him. He knows he can no longer control you. Going back is suicide. It's pointless. We could use you here. You know how he thinks. My mom's eyes shifted from me to Peter. Sweetheart, I have to try to... Wes is right, Gabe said, exhaling as he gazed around at the distraught faces staring at him. She's the only one who stands a chance against him. He has too many men at his disposal, too many abilities. Our best option is that she gets him to stand down. I knew how difficult it was for Gabe to say those words, how acerbic they were on his tongue, but I couldn't allow it. You can't send her back there, I said, standing. You of all people know what he's capable of. She doesn't stand a chance, especially not alone. You don't even want her to go. Gabe's fists met the tabletop and the dishes shook and clinked. Of course I don't want her to go back there, but what other options do we have? To fight? We don't stand a chance against an army. We'll think of something, I shouted back at him. I met my dad's absent stare, but looked away just as quickly. I couldn't worry about the tumultuous thoughts tumbling around in his mind when I had enough of my own to deal with. Becca, I said, looking at her, how much time do we have? Her eyes darted around the table. I'm not sure, she said quietly. But in my vision, Gabe and Sanchez are still a little scraped up from the accident. We all looked at them, as if their faces somehow held the answers we needed. We don't know if sending my mom anywhere would even help, I said, glancing around the table. Unless Harrison has enough planes to transport his army, their caravan has already left Colorado and could be here by tomorrow. Let's hope to God that he's not, Chris said, and she tossed her napkin onto the table as she stood. We need to prepare for him to be on our doorstep at any moment. Becca cleared her throat, but with all the noise, no one heard her begin to speak. Quiet! Mace shouted, and again everyone froze. Clearing her throat again, Becca said, You forget that his numbers are smaller and his loyalties are divided. Although I do not know how many still follow him, I know they are few in comparison to before. We have the Regens now. We have Dr. Wesley. We have strong abilities, and the advantage of him being here, where he's not as familiar with the layout of the land. Where is here, Becca? The farm? My dad asked, his voice calm and steady. Will it happen in New Bodega? You will encounter him on the road in the farmlands, the one lined with eucalyptus. Lakeville, Jason said. It's here in Petaluma. The trees start a few miles off the freeway. It's the quickest route to us, Jake added, being all too familiar with the roads from his weeks of searching for Jason. Becca nodded. It will be morning when he comes. Both Jake and Jason scooted their chairs backward and stood. Chris, Sanchez, let's get an inventory of our ammo, Jason said, falling back into his normal role as our fearless leader. "Dad, I'll need you and Gabe to set up a trip into town. Danny, maybe you can help them make contact. We're going to need all the help we can get."
I grabbed Jake's arm. "I think it's time for that transfusion now," I said. Jake nodded.
"Tell Harper to get everything ready."
I lay bleary-eyed in my bed, recovering. Jake, exhausted and regenerating, slept beside me. The fact that Jake was asleep, knowing the general and his armed forces could be here in the morning, was a testament to how much of a toll the transfusions took on him, no matter how little blood he needed to give. I brushed my fingertips over the tanned skin of his hand splayed out on my stomach. I was beginning to understand that while blood was vital and kept us all alive, it was more than that to Jake. It was his life force. I could feel its energy and animation as it cycled throughout my body, refueling me. It was like I'd been running on fumes, and now I felt full and sated. The sensation was only a glimpse of his raw vitality and strength, and it felt otherworldly. I peered up at the ceiling. The room was darkening as the final rays of sun slinked behind the hills, and the candlelight cast flickering shadows all around. I knew I should try to get some rest, too, though it seemed impossible. According to the animals, the general wasn't close, at least not yet. But that didn't matter. He was coming, and that was enough to scare the exhaustion from every cell in my body. There was a gentle rap on the bedroom door, and it slowly creaked open. My mom poked her head in. When she saw Jake lying beside me, she straightened. "I didn't mean to bother you," she whispered. "Since the door was open a smidge, I thought I'd check on you." "He's dead to the world," I said quietly, nodding to Jake. "You can come in if you want." Tentatively, my mom stepped inside with a steaming mug in her hand, and I sat up against the pillows. "Gabe showed me the herb garden, and I saw the chamomile. I figured you could use some." She set the mug on my nightstand. "It's what Peter likes to drink on his bad nights when he can't sleep. Danielle said you preferred coffee, but I didn't think that was—" "Tea's perfect," I said, cutting in. "Thanks, Mom." Her eyes widened infinitesimally, and she lowered herself to the edge of the bed. I frowned. "Should I not call you that?" I asked, feeling a returning tightness in my chest. "I won't if—" She shook her head, her dark hair swooshing against her face. My hair was still longer than hers, at least in the front where it touched my collarbone, and I wondered if she'd ever let her bob grow past her jaw, down past her shoulders like the picture I'd seen of her from so long ago. She peered down at her hands clasped in her lap. "Of course you can call me Mom," she said, finally looking at me. "I'm just surprised you want to, after everything." The last time I'd seen her, she'd ripped my heart out and refused to be a part of our family. But so much had happened since then, and all of that changed. Tears, once again, could not be kept at bay, though I tried to blink them away. I worked to steady my breath before I spoke. "Having you back?" I started and took another deep breath. "That's all I've ever wanted. A mom. My mom." I stared down at my fingernails, longer than usual, as I picked restlessly at them. I sniffed and wiped away a stray tear. "Pull your shit together, Zoe." But I couldn't. I was only just grasping the fact that the biggest battle of my life so far was finally over, and my mom was sitting right in front of me, tears in her eyes too. More tears came, and I covered my face with my hands. "I'm sorry. I'm a mess." "Oh, Zoe," she said, and her warm arms wrapped around me.
I'm so sorry, she whispered as she stroked the back of my hair. I didn't want to leave you. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. You have no idea. I'm so sorry. She rocked me back and forth, and I could feel her chest heaving against mine as she held me, consoled me, like the mother I'd always needed. I'm so sorry, she repeated, and I tightened my hold on her. Shh, I'm here now, she whispered, and soon my tears began to cease. My mom was there in front of me, holding me. I let out a small laugh, barely able to believe the turn of events, and pulled away. I reached for the box of tissue on the nightstand. Danny says I get wayward snot, I said, half-jokingly. I plucked a tissue, then handed my mom the box. Apparently it runs in the family. My mom choked out an emotional laugh and took a tissue. I should let you rest. It's no use, I said and blew my nose. There's too much going on to sleep. Too many things that need to get done and plans to make. And I'm already feeling better. You need to rest. No, I need to help. My mom's eyes narrowed and she leaned forward. Don't make me get your brother, she threatened. Or Danielle. I gaped at her. You wouldn't. She nodded. If you want me here, you'll have to get used to the phrase, "Mother knows best," just like Peter's had to do. She smiled. Wow, you fitting already, I said and leaned back against my pillow. There's no need to tell. I'll stay here until Jake wakes up at least. My mom's smile widened in victory, then faltered, and her teal eyes were cast in worry. I know all of this is my fault, but I promise you, Zoe, I won't let Gregory hurt you or your brothers. I don't blame you, I said. Not for this. I sort of expected it, actually. You getting away from him that easily? I shook my head, wishing I'd been wrong. He's been in the shadows my whole life. I'm just glad I'm old enough to fight back with you this time. All of us can, as a family. I glanced at Jake, his back to us now as he snored softly. I know it's selfish, and I hate that this is happening, that there's absolutely no guarantee any of us are going to survive the next couple days, but I'm glad you left him in that place. I'm glad you brought Peter here. And I'm glad that you and Dad are talking again, that we're all together. It's worth it to me. I shut my eyes as my head started pounding. Here, my mom said. I opened my eyes when she scooted closer and reached for the tea mug. Have some of this. It's cool enough now. I leaned forward, and she brought the oversized mug to my lips. I sipped the hot liquid, loving the way it coated my throat and insides. After another sip, I leaned back again. Now rest, my mom reiterated, brushing a stray strand of hair from my eyes. Her gaze drifted over my face, and she held the ends of my hair between her fingertips. She smiled. I always wondered about the woman you'd grow up to be, she said, though her mind seemed far away. She dropped her hand and straightened. You and Jason are so beautiful and strong. I couldn't be prouder of you both. She rose from the bed and smoothed her tan cardigan, glancing at Jake, then back at me. Try to get some sleep. It's going to be a long couple of days, she said and turned to leave. Mom? She turned around. I held up the tea mug with a small smile. Thank you, I said, though the tea wasn't all I was grateful for. Chapter 40. Anna. December 17th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Anna stared out the nearest window in the dining room, the waning moonlight teaming up with her exhaustion and mounting nerves to trick her into seeing trespassers, attackers, where there were none. At least, not yet. Zoe was still upstairs resting with Jake, and the children had gone to bed in another of the upstairs bedrooms hours ago, guarded by the watchful canine duo of Jack and Cooper. Camille and Mace had made the short trip up valley to the regen farms to rally the proverbial troops, leaving behind Becca as the regen representative during the tiring late-night planning session. The only others missing from the war room table were Danielle and Jason. The pair had slipped away to the living room to sneak in a quick power nap. Jason had insisted, and considering how exhausting Danielle's telepathy could be and how much they would depend on her for coordinating their efforts over the coming days, everyone had agreed that snatching up rest whenever possible was wise. After all, she would be their only telepathic connection to the farm while the others were away. They couldn't risk burnout, not where her invaluable ability was concerned. "You know him best, Anna," Sanchez said, dragging her back into a conversation she'd effectively been zoned out from for minutes. "What do you think?" Anna rubbed her temple and glanced around at the faces surrounding the table. "I'm sorry." She smiled apologetically and shook her head. "My mind was elsewhere. What did you want to know?" Sanchez made a visible effort to contain her frustration, taking a deep breath and just barely rolling her eyes. She was so very military, it was almost comical to Anna. "Is everything we're doing pointless? Isn't Harrison going to be prepared for us being prepared for him, and have tactics and strategies in place to counter anything we might do?" Again, Anna shook her head. "He'll assume that I'll be expecting him to come after me at some point. I did betray him, after all, but nothing more specific than that." Her eyebrows drew together. "I'm not sure I follow your thinking." Sanchez gestured, with more than a little hostility, toward Becca. "We've got his favorite crystal ball, so doesn't that mean he knows that we know he's coming now?" "Ah." Anna smiled broadly, and Sanchez blinked in confusion. "I see where you're mistaken. No, he won't know. At least, not because of Becca's presence here. He thinks she's dead," Anna said, and a quick scan of her companion's surprised faces told her that nobody had considered that possibility. Even Becca wore the telltale raised eyebrows, wide eyes, and parted lips. "After Danielle escaped, I stumbled upon one of Harrison's creatures, Clara. I believe some of you are familiar with her, attempting to kill Zoe. It was Clara who ended up dead instead, and wanting to sever as many ties as possible between your group and Gregory, and, seeing that Clara was roughly the same size and build as Becca, I burned her body until it was unrecognizable, then showed it to Gregory, claiming the body belonged to Becca." "And he just took your word for it?" Sanchez asked. Anna arched one brow. Quite the skeptic, that Sanchez. Why wouldn't he? He believed he had a double hold on me, one on my mind and one on my heart. Of course, I also offered to do a DNA test to verify the body's identity. She smiled primly. The results were quite conclusive, as I'm sure you can imagine. At the end of the table, Gabe started chuckling. Did you show him my charred remains too, Wes? I think that would have been pushing it, Anna said, shaking her head yet again. I decided that I'd rather he think you were with my children than Becca. I couldn't have him start doubting my claims. It would have been too risky. She met Gabe's clever blue eyes. He knew that you, Camille, and Mace left with Danielle, assumed you'd been the one to help them escape,
But I gambled that even the three of you together wouldn't be enough to rouse his vindictive side, not like the urge to seek retribution from Becca would have been, had he believed her to still be breathing. Anna felt a sudden chill as she thought aloud. Gregory is a man who acts on need, not on anger. Gabe's betrayal angered him, but Becca's would have been, well... Everyone eyed Anna, including Becca herself, clearly expecting more. She sighed. Becca was one of the first successful regents. She was with him the longest, a testament to his moving one step closer to achieving his ultimate goal, the great transformation. Anna swallowed thickly. Gregory doesn't like to lose assets, especially when the loss threatens his grand plans. And you, Gabriel, while clearly a valuable ally, weren't the only person Gregory had under his thumb who could enter dreams. His plans were achievable enough without you. Anna could only imagine how Gregory had reacted when he finally realized that she'd left him. That, in his eyes, she'd betrayed him yet again. Clever, as usual, Gabe said with a bow of his head. Necessary, Anna countered. On top of Becca's importance to him, the night Becca helped you and Danielle escape was undeniable proof that Gregory has weaknesses, that he could be beaten, or at least that he isn't all-powerful, and that fighting against him isn't always a death sentence. He wouldn't have been able to let such an extreme betrayal stand. He would have had no choice but to come after her, after all of you. It's not in his nature to let something like that go, not when it weakens his very position. Might it be wise to... Daniel said, trying to interject again. Just like he's doing with you, Chris said, leaning back in her chair on the opposite side of the table. She stretched, then crossed her arms over her chest. Which you knew he would do. It's why you stayed with him for so long. It wasn't just for Peter. It was for Tom and Zoe and Jason, too, wasn't it? You knew it would lead to this. Under the table, Tom's hand found Anna's. As he laced his fingers with hers, she felt some of her anxiety and tension abate. You've been struck by an arrow, Daniel said. It was his third attempt to enter the conversation, and though he hadn't spoken noticeably louder, his voice reverberated throughout the room, demanding everyone's attention. Larissa, Carlos, and Vanessa actually glanced down at their own bodies, looking for Daniel's ghostly arrow. Imagine that, despite Harper's wishes to remove the arrow and treat the wound immediately, you keep pushing him away, demanding to know who shot it and why. Did the shooter poison the arrow, too? What kind of poison might he have used? Daniel looked at Harper. What would you tell that patient? Harper looked around the room, shifting in his chair and laughing under his breath. To shut up and let me work? Titters and laughter filled the dining room. Daniel joined good-naturedly, but his hawk-like focus switched to Anna. And why might it be wise for you, the patient, to listen to the good doctor? Anna took a deep breath, not only recognizing the proverb and understanding his meaning, but silently thanking him for his much-needed lesson in what truly mattered. They needed to stop focusing on unnecessary whys and hows of the events leading up to their current predicament, and put their collective mental fortitude into the whens and wheres and hows of the upcoming struggle. That was what mattered, far more than what used to be. Because I'd likely die otherwise, Anna said in answer to the question. Ah, yes. Daniel sat back in his seat, interlocking his fingers and resting his hands on the table. Interesting, that.
Slowly, he nodded to himself. Very interesting. Chris snorted. All right, wise one, she said with affectionate sarcasm. We'll get back on task. Standing, Sanchez clapped her hands together and rubbed them back and forth. All right, let's get an action plan going. She moved to stand in front of the whiteboard that took up nearly half of the room's interior wall and picked up a dry erase marker. Start throwing out tasks, people. We'll assign and prioritize as we go. There was a long, drawn-out moment where everyone looked around the table at each other awkwardly. Finally, and somewhat surprisingly, Tom chimed in with, I think it's safe to say that abilities will be a main element of Harrodson's battle strategy. He looked at Anna. Is it possible to make neutralizer for all of us? He raised his shoulder, then let it fall. It would be nice to know we're at least protected from mind control and the like. He frowned. Unless you and Jason would be able to protect us by nulling? Brow furrowed, Anna shook her head. We can only create a sort of nulling field for those nearest to us, within a several-yard radius. But as for the neutralizer... She turned her attention to Gabriel. Have you managed to collect any of the equipment I listed in the instructions I included with my letters? Just a centrifuge and a couple of microscopes. Anna frowned and nodded at the same time. There used to be a couple of labs in Petaluma that would have had the other things I'd need, but they might not be around anymore. I'll need a telephone book, not just for Petaluma, but the whole Sonoma Valley. Santa Rosa is even more likely to have what I need. Sanchez was already writing scavenging trip to PET/SR neutralizer on the board. Finishing, she pointed at Gabriel and Anna with the end of the marker. You two should go, and you'll need some muscle. Her eyes landed on Biggs. The soldier-turned-father shook his head. I think I'd be better utilized spearheading the trip into New Bodega. They know me. They trust me. If it's me who asks for help, they're more likely to give it. Sanchez wrote, Diplo trip to NB, request aid, and added Biggs's name underneath, then added her own name to Anna's and Gabriel's. I'll go with the scientist then. She added Jason's name as well. He's not here, so he doesn't get a say. Chris snickered. We'll see about that. We'll do a quick run for ammo and weapons in Santa Rosa, too, she said, ignoring Chris and adding, arms, to the first task on the board. We should be able to find plenty, since the New Bodega scavenging teams have only cleaned out the western half of the city. I'll go with Biggs, Daniel said quietly. You can use your silver tongue to sweet-talk Bethany into helping us, Chris teased. Daniel blushed and cleared his throat. Oh, well, I don't know about that. The room filled with tension-relieving laughter, which seemed to unseal everyone's lips and open the floodgates for ideas. It wasn't long until the board was filled. Sanchez had been forced to tape several laminated maps up on the wall, using their backs for additional note-taking space. After nearly an hour, Sanchez set her dry erase marker on the table. All right, should we break up and let the stragglers know what their responsibilities are going to be? And then get some rest, Harper added. Sleep deprivation might gain us more prep time, but we'll be fuzzy-brained and ineffective. Everyone gets a full night's sleep tonight. Doctor's orders. He shot a quick glance in Becca's direction. Assuming you're certain we're not under threat of imminent attack first thing in the morning. Becca shook her head. Sanchez and Gabe were more healed in my vision. Besides, the animals will warn us. I've seen that much. And since we've heard nothing from them yet, and since morning is fast approaching, I think it's safe to say they won't be coming this morning.
We have some time to rest and prepare. So we need to keep Danny on alert, Chris commented. Not Danny, Becca said. It is Annie who will warn us of General Harrison's impending arrival. I've seen it. Quizzical looks were exchanged around the table until, for the first time since dinner, Vanessa spoke. The Tahoe Pack? Snowflake and the other wolves? That's who'll tell Annie, isn't it? Becca shrugged. It makes sense, Carlos said. She still talks to them every day. At least, that's what Danny told me. Her link to them is really strong. Right, so... Harper scooted his chair backward and stood. Let's spread the word about duties and hit the hay. Sanchez rubbed her hands together once more. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I'm way too amped up to sleep. Harper settled a stern look on her. Try, or we'll have Gabe here put you to sleep for a few hours. Sanchez opened her mouth, but before saying anything, she closed it again, shoulders slumping. It seemed she realized there was no way around it. One way or another, Harper would see to it that everyone rested while they could. Chris joined Harper, curling her arm around his back and resting her head on his shoulder. We'll pop in to check on Zoe and Jake and pass on their duties and such, she said, finishing with a yawn. And Jason and Danny? Sanchez prompted. Chair legs scratched on the hardwood floor, throats cleared, eye contact was avoided. It was obvious that disturbing Jason, or rather disturbing Danielle while she rested under Jason's watchful eye, wasn't something anyone was eager to do. Sighing, Anna raised her hand partway. I'll do it, she said with a sniff. But when she reached the doorway into the living room and laid her eyes on the expectant couple sound asleep on the couch, Danielle nestled against Jason. Anna couldn't bring herself to actually step into the room. Not because she was afraid of Jason's irritation. She didn't know when her son and daughter-in-law would have another chance to steal such a peaceful, intimate slumber together. She wanted to preserve this moment for them. She wished she could make it last forever. Let them be, Tom said from behind Anna, his voice barely above a whisper, but making Anna suck in a startled breath nonetheless. There's nothing they could do tonight that can't be saved for the morning. Anna nodded in absolute agreement with Tom, but she was also faced with a bit of a conundrum. Where to sleep? The couch had been her bed until now. I suppose Peter and I could sleep in their cottage, she said, thinking aloud. Nonsense. Tom rested his hands on her shoulders. Anna held her breath. Was he going to ask her to stay with him tonight? Peter's already upstairs in Mace and Camille's room, Tom said. There's plenty of room for both of you there. Anna exhaled, both relieved and disappointed. Tom's strong, calloused hands started massaging her shoulders, and Anna had a hard time holding in a groan. Her head lolled forward, her eyelids drooping. Or, Tom whispered, you could stay with me.
Chapter 41. Danny, December 18th, 1 AE. The Farm, California. I wish I could come with you guys, I said, my face smushed against the front of Jason's damp raincoat. It was a chilly morning, and the half-risen sun didn't seem to be making much of an impact on the clouds or drizzle.
I know, Red.
Jason's arms tightened around me, and he pressed his lips against the top of my head in a prolonged kiss.
But?
He said as he pulled away just enough to not choke on my hair while he spoke.
Jack will be with us, so you'll be there in spirit.
He had no idea how true his words were,
I mean, he sort of knew, but nobody really knew, except for Annie and other drifters, and maybe Peter now if he'd absorbed my ability like he seemed to do with everyone else's. It was just one of those things a person had to experience to understand. Not that I told Jason that. Instead, I nodded against his chest and sighed. Jack would be going with Jason on the scavenging trip up to Petaluma and Santa Rosa, along with Jason's mom and Gabe to head up the search for scientific doodads. Sanchez, Jake, and Larissa would also be joining them for added protection. With Jack accompanying them, I'd be remotely aware of where they were and what they were doing through our passive, ever-active bond. And through Cooper, who'd already left with Zoe, Tom, Grayson, and Biggs for New Bodega, I'd be able to drop in every now and again to check on their status without actually interrupting their progress. I would be, for the day, a glorified phone operator. Jason inhaled and exhaled, deep and slow.
I hate leaving you, even just for the day.
He kissed the top of my head once more.
Damn prophecies.
I laughed bitterly and pulled away enough that I could peer up at him. Tell me about it. Sure, many of us owed our lives to Becca's prophecies, but still. I bared my teeth in an attempted smile. I know leaving the farm before the baby comes might kill me, but staying here for another 4 months is definitely going to drive me batty. Jason's dimple appeared as he suppressed a smile.
Well, lucky for you, Vanessa's stall just opened up.
Don't even, I said, laughing and swatting his arm. You're such a turd sometimes.
Ah,
Jason said, finally flashing a smile.
but I'm your turd.
I rolled my eyes, my chest shaking with barely contained amusement. You are ridiculous. Like the biggest dork in the world. I shook my head, chuckling. Why am I the only one who seems to see that? Jason's smile broadened to a grin.
Because you're the only one I let see it.
His eyes softened, heated, melted me.
Because you're the only one I love.
And I was suddenly a puddle. I reached up and interlocked my fingers behind his neck so I could pull his face down to my level. I smashed, his lips against mine, kissing him more fiercely than I'd done in ages. I love you too, you big turd, I said against his lips. So be careful out there and come back to me. I kissed him again hard. Or else. Jason made a noise that was part laugh, part groan, and utterly hoarse. He pulled away, and I watched his eyes search mine, trace over the lines of my face, memorize me. Finally, he smiled just a little.
Yes, ma'am.
And as he walked toward his horse, nameless, as he rode out after the others, who were already almost to the end of the driveway, gravel crunching under hooves and the wheels of their cart, all I could think was, come back to me, come back to me, come back to me.
I was Jack. I trotted along beside Mother's mate, looking around, listening, guarding my packmates, who had ventured into another large two-leg cave. The sad woman, who I knew from Mother was her mate's own mother, emerged from the two-leg cave. No luck here either, she said, and because of Mother's presence, I understood her meaning, sort of. She shook her head and made one of those sharp two-leg noises that was like she was tired or sad. I'm not sure how far we'd have to travel to find a thermocycler or a spectrophotometer. It was a long shot anyway, Mother's mate said. We'll focus on weapons and ammo from here on out. I barked my agreement, wagging my tail. Or perhaps it was Mother's agreement. It was so hard to tell where she ended and I began when she was running with me. I wagged my tail harder. I loved when she was running with me. I felt her start to pull away, start to separate herself from me, I felt her sadness, her hesitancy. She didn't want to leave. She never did. But still, leave she did.
I inhaled deeply and opened my eyes, then leaned back in surprise. What the... Annie's pixie face with those serene, too-wise baby blues was mere inches from mine. I clutched my chest and worked on slowing my suddenly rapid breathing. Sweetie, we talked about you doing that. Specifically, you not doing it, remember? Nodding, Annie crawled into my lap, snaking her arms around my neck and nuzzling the crook of my shoulder. She was such a little creature sometimes. A nice, usually gentle creature, but a not quite human creature nonetheless. I sighed and wrapped my arms around her, holding her close. I couldn't be irritated with her when she was being so sweet and cuddly. Any word from Snowflake's pack? I asked, referring to the Tahoe Pack's alpha, the wolf I'd spoken with last spring when I'd stumbled across Annie in the woods by Lake Tahoe and had promised to raise her as my own. Annie shook her head, her wild blonde curls tickling the side of my face. I smoothed them down before they could reach my nose and trigger a sneezing fit. Snowflake let the other packs know, she said, yawning. One glance at the sky, at the sun just barely glowing through the cloud cover, told me it was past time for my wild child's afternoon nap, or rather what accounted for a nap with a little girl who only drifted, never dreamed. I could use a nap as well, but my mind wouldn't allow rest, not while Jason and Zoe were away and our immediate future was so uncertain. Did you tell her not to interfere? I asked, biting my lip. The last thing I wanted was for such beautiful, noble hunters to fall casualty in a war that had nothing to do with them. Her pack mates just need to keep a watchful eye and let us know when they see more people. We don't want them to get hurt. Annie nodded and yawned once more. Snowflake knows, she said, rubbing her face against my shoulder sleepily. I took a deep breath and started the awkward process of standing up with a not-so-small child latched to my front. All right, monster, let's get you settled in your nest so you can drift away. Can I go with Jack? She knew to ask whenever she wanted to drift with Jack or Wings, just as I did whenever I planned on slipping into one of her favorite animals. We developed a drifter's code of conduct, if you will. It sounded silly, but it was especially important in moments like this, because Annie drifting with Jack would effectively cut me off from him. Not today, sweetie, I told her as I carried her down the porch stairs. I couldn't afford to be out of communication with either of my canine emissaries today. You can choose anyone but Jack or Coop. She made a very dog-like whining noise, and I pulled away and craned my neck so I could see her face. Her bottom lip protruded in an adorable, if dramatic, pout. I gave her the look, my version of Grams's go-to "don't push me" expression. Annie, strange child that she was, pouted for a moment longer, then flashed me a brilliant grin. "'Kay, I'll go with Snowflake." "What a good idea," I said, leaning in to press a kiss to her forehead. We reached the cottage's front door a moment later, and it wasn't long until Annie was peacefully drifting in her nest of pillows and blankets, and I was heading back out into the patchy afternoon sunshine to check on our farm-based preparations. I followed the sounds of grunts and shouts to the eastern pasture, just on the other side of the pond, and its wall of willows and tall leafy trees. My eyes widened as I took in the veritable army of regens scattered in twos and threes throughout the overgrown hayfield, having made the short trek down valley to our farm to learn from our relative combat experts. I'd known there were nearly 100 regens,
Plus, there were several dozen of the Tahoe folks thrown in the mix today, but I hadn't seen the regens all together since they first arrived, a shambling, muddy horde, so many months ago. We'd all wondered what Becca's eerily recited words had meant the day she'd led them to our doorstep.
We need your help, and one day soon, you will need ours.
Now we knew, and I was happy as hell to have them with us, fighting for a mutual cause, our lives. With Dr. Wesley's insider knowledge that the general had maybe a couple hundred even remotely battle-worthy people at his disposal, and that he was too cautious not to leave the bare minimum required to guard the colony behind in Colorado, at least 60 of his soldiers and guards, it was looking like we'd at least have a chance. I spotted Chris several dozen yards away, her blonde ponytail swaying and bobbing as she demonstrated a dodge and lunge evasion move for a handful of captivated regens. While Becca had been trained in self-defense back at the colony, similar training hadn't been a part of standard regen programming. Being Harrison's favorite, she'd received special additional training alongside a few others. If the rest of the regens wanted to stand and fight against their previous captor, and the massive turnout to Chris's voluntary combat training session pointed overwhelmingly to a hell yeah, then they needed to learn, and fast. Luckily, being quick learners was one of the regens' most widespread, dependable characteristics. My galoshes squished and squelched in the mud beneath the grass as I picked my way across the field toward Chris, nodding hello to people as I passed.
Danny!
Mace called, his gravelly voice deep and booming. I turned halfway, barely catching my balance before I ended up on my butt in the mud.
Careful,
Mace said, jogging my way.
It's slick out here.
I dug the heel of my rubber boot into the soft, slippery earth. At least it's a good cushion for all of the inevitable falls. Mace nodded.
The hay, too. That's why we chose this spot.
A crease appeared on his dark, stony face, just between his eyebrows.
You shouldn't be out here. It's too cold, and it might rain, and...
Jason? I asked, eyebrows raised. I folded my arms over my chest. He told you to keep an eye on me, didn't he? Mace smiled, but the friendly expression did little to soften the stubborn glint in his murky gray eyes.
He asked me to look after you while he was away.
Mace placed his hand on my arm, his fingers engulfing my relatively weak limb easily. I opened my mouth to argue, but Mace cut me off before I could even get started.
We've got 2 groups out on missions today, and you're the telepathic communication hub. They're depending on you being ready and able to communicate with them if necessary. You need to be at full strength.
He had a point, so I didn't complain when he started leading me back toward the pasture fence.
Why don't you hang out with Carlos and Cammy in the house?
I shook my head. Carlos kicked me out. Mace gave me a sidelong glance, eyebrows raised. He doesn't like having non-regens around when he's doing electrotherapy. I shrugged. Especially not when there are others administering it too. He and the other sparklers had taken over the living room mid-morning as their electrotherapy headquarters while they carried out a massive effort to provide a daily electrotherapy session with each regen until the general arrived. Carlos couldn't do it, risking overexerting his ability and burning out for who knew how long because of his part of our defense strategy to take Harrison's vehicles out of play with an electromagnetic pulse. He had, however, insisted on coordinating the effort. Mace nodded thoughtfully.
I forget sometimes that electrotherapy affects you normals differently.
I snorted. Differently was an understatement. I knew firsthand, and thanks to Mace, I'd survived. How are the regens doing? Are they nervous? Or afraid? I asked as we headed past the farmhouse and toward my little cottage.
They're nervous. We all are,
Mace said.
and I suppose you could say they're afraid, but not of getting hurt or dying.
Oh? Curious, I watched him as we made our way along the stone path.
What they fear more than anything is being enslaved again,
He said.
So many of us have regained so much out here, so much more than just our freedom and the right to think for ourselves, or even than our better health.
He shook his head, his eyes lighting up.
Since we left the colony, it's like we've all regained pieces of ourselves, our old selves. We're not the same as we were in our past lives. We know we'll never be that, but we're somewhere in between now. We all remember more, feel more, can live more. It's not something any of us are willing to give up. We'd rather die fighting.
Well, that's great. I just hoped it wouldn't come to that. After everything, the regens deserved a second chance at life. We all did. I sat in the recliner in front of the cottage's hearth, staring into the flames while my mind was elsewhere. Not drifting elsewhere, just focused. I'd spent the past few hours rallying the animal troops, so to speak, conversing with nearby coyotes, foxes, and cougars to gauge how willing or able they'd be to assist in our defenses. I was planning on reaching out to the hawks next, then the ravens and crows, the bats, the porcupines. I had a list. It was a long list. But for the moment, I was taking a break to check in on my two-legged friends. I searched the familiar sparks of life surrounding Cooper until I found Zoe's mind. They were still within New Bodega's walls, but they were no longer stationary, as they'd been for hours during the afternoon. A quick peek through Cooper's eyes had told me Zoe and the others were on horseback, making their way toward the gate. "Hey, Zoe."
Hey, Dee.
Zoe said, her mind voice distracted. "Am I interrupting?"
No, it's just...
Zoe sighed mentally.
I'd hoped for more. We all did.
I bit my lip to hide a frown. So, not good news? I popped in a few times, but all I caught through Cooper was a lot of arguing. Zoe laughed bitterly.
Arguing. Tell me about it. They want to help, but they can't afford to give much aid. Just a handful of volunteers and enough weapons and ammo to arm them to the teeth.
She paused, and I could practically feel her frustration.
They're scared. They say they can't risk giving up too many of their guardsmen, especially not with the possibility of being attacked.
But they won't be attacked if we stop the general.
Trust me, we tried that argument, but our logic fell on deaf ears.
I closed my eyes and rested my head back against the cushy chair. Well, we can't blame them for looking out for their own.
But that's just it, Dee,
Zoe said, and I could almost hear the threat of tears in her mind voice.
We are their own. Chapter 42, Zoe, December 21st, 1 AE, Petaluma Valley, California. Feel anything yet? Harper asked for the 7th time. He was referring to any other human minds, crazy, ability-altered, or other. No, I said, playing with Shadow's fringy mane between my fingers. He was just that in the darkness of early morning, a shadow.
I leaned against him, exhaling what felt like a week's worth of anxiety. Nothing. Harper, Mace, my mom, and I were holed up in a barn with our 4 horses, hiding and waiting and growing more edgy with each passing minute. And nothing from Sanchez at her post. My mom stated quietly and mostly to herself. She peered out the broken door of our hideaway alongside Lakeville Highway. It was one of our group's many hiding spots littered along the road, the route we knew Harrodson would be along at any moment. Danny had checked in with a warning from our Tahoe animal friends hours ago. We'd been mostly ready then, and now we were just anxiously and very impatiently waiting. The air inside the barn was musty, but the space was relatively clean and empty, a fortune not all of our scattered groups up and down the road were lucky enough to share. We were in the heart of the eucalyptus-lined portion of the road Becca had seen in her vision, though there were about 7 miles between our 2 furthest posts. Most disturbing was that we were also only about 10 miles away from the farm, our home, where Danny, along with Peter, Grayson, Camille, Vanessa, Larissa, and the kids, were holding down the fort. And a ways beyond that were the frightened citizens of New Bodega. But unlike them, we weren't willing to hide behind the walls waiting. Stopping Harrodson here was our greatest priority. And, I added, no alarming communication from Danny back at the farm. I was trying to reassure them and myself. That's a good thing. Mace cleared his throat, and I couldn't resist the question I knew rested on all 3 of our tongues. Where are the regens, Mace? I asked. They'd left hours before us, and they still hadn't arrived. All I could think about were the flashes of Harper's vision in my mind. It was times like these that I wished Harper's ability had been more developed, easier to manipulate, so we knew what more to expect. Our numbers were pathetic without the regens, and we wouldn't stand a chance if they didn't arrive soon. Mace shrugged. They'll be here, he said in his gravelly voice, his eyes settling on each of us a moment. He didn't speak much, but when he did, it was impossible not to pay attention. Harper grunted and leaned back against the wall. Although none of us had actually said anything aloud, we were all starting to wonder if Becca's vision might have been wrong, that the location we were supposed to head him off at might have been different. Or maybe what she'd seen had only been one of many possible futures. What if Harper's vision is how it all ends? Blood, a mass of soldiers. Regardless, it didn't seem likely that Harrodson would take so long to get to us. Not when we had Peter, his only son, and my mom. And it definitely didn't seem like Becca to change the plans and not show up at all. I folded my arms and leaned my head down on Shadow's back. Something didn't feel right, but there was nothing any of us could do but wait. I could have found what I needed for the neutralizer by now, my mom muttered, and she began to pace. She glanced up at me and paused. Shutting her eyes, she rubbed her temple. Sorry, I know it doesn't help to dwell on what can't be changed. She looked outside again, no doubt wishing the answers would simply materialize and all our problems would go away. I just wish we knew what the hell was going on. She was beginning to worry that the general knew our plan of attack. But I shuddered to think it, because if he did know what we had planned, we wouldn't stand a chance against him, and we would all die. We'd scouted the surrounding area over the past 32 hours on foot, Danny through the animals, and me with my mind a few times. There was nothing. No one but the 5 other small groups of us stationed around the turnoffs and highway exits in the area, just in case Harrodson decided to take a detour. With the regen's apparent absence,
I resented the new Bodega Council even more for not sending proper reinforcements with us. We were too spread out like this without more help. We'd be ineffective. I opened my mind to Biggs and the new Bodega volunteers stationed with him at the Frady's Road exit about 5 miles up the road. There was no distressing mind chatter amongst that group yet. Nothing that their one-way telepath felt necessary to report anyway. I felt only tension and restlessness. My focus shifted to Chris, Gabe, Carlos, and another volunteer who were waiting in the farmhouse on the opposite side of the road. They were just as impatient as we were. Gabe was pissed off, like my mom, that they hadn't spent the time making the neutralizer, especially when our advantages were so few. But Chris and Carlos were anxious for a completely different reason. Carlos's possibility of burnout after using his electromagnetic pulse to shut down all the vehicles within a half-mile radius of us. Although it had seemed like our greatest advantage in the beginning, I worried our plan would leave us trapped with an army of our enemies, our numbers too few. Come on, Becca. We need you. I peered out at the horizon. It was glowing with the promise of daybreak, and the tractors, trucks, and trailers, leftovers from the world before, began to take form in the lifting darkness. Lucky for us, we had plenty to hide behind and use for cover. With a huff, I stepped over to my discarded crossbow and quiver. My hand found the gun strapped to my thigh, ensuring it was still there as I crouched down and pressed my fingertip against the point of one of my arrows. It was cool and sharp. Jake had made a bunch of them for my birthday in September, and I almost smiled as I mentally compared my birthday arrows to the clothes, chocolates, flowers, and drunken pub crawls that had marked my birthdays in the past. I wasn't sure birthdays mattered much anymore, but it was still the thought that counted. I slid the arrow back into my quiver, feeling strangely content with the new me. Checking the clip in my pistol, I tried to focus on our array of abilities, our training, our limited training. I silently groaned. Fighting in a battle? A war? We were a hodgepodge of soldiers, scientists, and displaced ability wielders who had only some training at best. The thought of it made my armpits damp and my palms sweaty, in spite of the cool morning. I glanced over at Mace, who was rifling through his own bag of ammo and weapons. I was grateful he was there. The only reason he was with us instead of with Becca and the other regens was because we'd needed his strength to construct the contingency barricade a half-mile past us, should any of the General's vehicles be unaffected by Carlos's electromagnetic pulse. To Mace, a few rusted vehicles, rebar, tractor wheels, and a couple dozen rotting fence posts might as well have been a stack of firewood for as easily as he'd move them into place. When I stared out at the pastures again, the soft hues of sunrise stretched beyond the horizon, making the overgrown, undulating grasses look to be on fire. I wondered what Danny and the others back at the farm were doing now. Were they anxiously watching the sunrise too? Was Danny having any luck locating the regens' murky minds? Or were they too far away for her to sense, like me? Despite our current shortage of regens, I hoped she at least had a group of them with her. It helped give me peace of mind that the animals at the farm would protect them too. "Where do you think she is?" I whispered, referring to Becca. "I mean, it's been almost 2 days. Do you think they're okay?" "I'm not sure," my mom said, glancing up at me. "But you know Becca as well as anyone. She's resourceful, and she's always got her eye on the end game. If she's not here, there's a reason." I nodded and returned my attention to the road and surrounding mines, listening, feeling, waiting. "Still nothing, baby girl?" Harper asked again.
Do you have a hot date, Harper? My mom joked, and I wondered if it was the fact that he'd come along to help us fight, in spite of some of us telling him he should stay back, that was bothering him. He was the closest thing we had to a medical doctor after all, and if anything happened to him, we'd be screwed. But he'd wanted to fight. He was a soldier, first and foremost. It was what he'd said he needed to do. But when I really looked at Harper, I saw something in his eyes and noticed the shakiness of his hands. There was something else, a fear beyond the general and his men. His anxiety felt different from ours. As soon as I opened my mind to him, I understood. He'd had another, different vision. What did you see? I couldn't help the high pitch of my voice. Is it Becca? Or us? No, nothing alarming. He snorted. Well, not that affects the rest of you, anyway. I glared at him through the shadows. What does that mean? He was hesitant to say, and I couldn't help it. I searched deeper, needing to know. It had something to do with Chris, but she was... A wave of minds seemed to swoosh into mine, and I nearly lost my balance. They're coming, I breathed. They were moving closer, a lot of them, all around us. He's coming! Sanchez shouted in our heads, closely followed by Danny's. Shit! Guys! A couple of the Hawks just spotted movement on the road. They must have been using some kind of an illusion or something, but it's down now. Get ready! And for God's sake, be careful. I sobered, my heart racing. There are 2 Humvees and 2 trucks headed north, Sanchez added. That doesn't seem like enough. Although smaller numbers were better odds for us, that wasn't even close to the size of the group my mom had anticipated him bringing. Once they're far enough past us, we'll ride towards you. Carlos, get ready. At the speed they're going, the lead vehicle will be in position in about 3 minutes. Shit. Harper grumbled and snatched up the duffel with extra ammo and first aid supplies. That can't be all of them. There were more in my dream. And he wouldn't come with only a dozen men, not when he knows the abilities we heard gunfire beyond us, coming from the Frady's exit area. Biggs! I shouted. They're here! Dozens of them! There are too many! We need backup! It was the one-way telepath from New Bodega. I could feel dozens of new minds. All of them were trained and programmed to kill. But they were fuzzy, and I assumed they were operating under the General's ingrained mind commands. There are too many for Biggs's team to take on alone, I rasped. We have to help them. No, Harper said, reaching for my arm. We stick to the plan, Zoe. The people with Biggs are armed. They can handle themselves. They have to. But I heard the doubt in his words. I felt it, too. We can't let Harrison get away from us. We have to stick to the plan and take him out, or this will never be over. He said slowly, and my mom agreed. I nodded, but I was distracted. The sound of gunfire filled the once still morning, each shot a roulette game, some of the pulsing minds in my head dimming, others extinguishing completely. As soon as Carlos immobilizes those vehicles, I need you to get into Harrison's head, baby girl. I need to know what he's planning, where they all are, and if there are more of them. That's the only chance we have. But he forgot we didn't have the regens to help us. I'll help Biggs and the others, Mace said, already striding toward his horse, Ghost, his ammo bag slung over his shoulder. I took a step toward him. The regens will come, my mom said, tugging me toward the door. They will. I let her guide me outside, needing to push the chaos away and focus.
Find the general, kill the general. Find the general, kill the general. Only then would it all be over. The soldiers would stop fighting and innocent people would stop dying. We sprinted away from the barn, in the direction of the convoy that was still out of sight but rapidly heading our way. We ducked and weaved around tree trunks and a small pump house, following the route we'd gone over and over during our preparations. Just stick to the plan. Jogging a few more yards, we hid inside the small pump house, our temporary hideaway, while we geared ourselves up for what was to come, but it barely fit the three of us. Old tractors and plowing equipment were scattered around it, and the giant barn in front of us, perfect for added concealment when the firing began. My eyes shot to my mom. "I can sense the rest of us," I said through panting breaths. Some of our people were racing on horseback, and others were getting into position, ready and waiting for a full-fledged battle. I searched for the general or any new mines that might be in the truck. "I can sense the mines in the trucks, of the soldiers by Biggs, but I can't sense the mines in one of the Humvees." Harper's eyes flashed to mine as he readied his gun, ensuring it was locked and loaded. "Can you?" Harper asked my mom. "No, but he's clearly in there. But I can't know their minds if I can't feel them," she said. I heard the tremor in her voice as she turned to watch the vehicles approaching in the distance. "They have to be protected by someone. Something bigger and stronger than nulling. A shield of some sort," she said, frowning. "Then what about the EMP?" I nearly screeched. "Will it still work?" "Fuck." Harper spat and peered out at the road. My mom stared at me, thinking, "Let's just hope that Gregory was so worried about protecting his mind, his control over everything, that he didn't consider anything." And then it happened. My body hummed, and the gunfire to the north of us faded as the sound of fast-approaching, rumbling engines sputtered to nothing. The three of us stared out the cracked door, watching the two Humvees rounding the bend in front of us roll to a stop, the rest of the caravan still further down the road. All of them stopped. Within seconds, there was another wave of gunfire across the street, followed by another down the road. There was shouting and the sound of metal on metal, and I wasn't sure what else. I found Jake and Sanchez's mines, but still nothing of Jason or my dad, which I assumed meant Jason was nulling all other abilities around them and they were safe. I strained to see out through the opening. The two Humvees nearest us were still closed up and untouched. The shield the general was using obviously hadn't protected the function of the vehicles since they'd been stopped by Carlos, but the people inside, at least one of them, were still safe from us. Gunfire. Blaring, incessant gunfire was exchanged at the farm across the street. "Let's go," Harper said, tossing me my crossbow. He turned to my mom. "Anna, stay in the shed. You'll be safe in here for now." She balked and glanced at me before she took a step forward. "What? No! I'm not staying in here. I'm going to get killed," he said brusquely. My mom paled, but he continued. "Without regen backup, our plans are shot to shit. You didn't risk everything, all of us and the lives of your kids, so you could run out there and get yourself killed in the first 5 minutes by a stray bullet to the head." "Right," she said. "Just like I didn't do all of this to hide in here while my children get shot and maybe killed." Harper's tone hardened. "Do you want to end this, once and for all? Our abilities are worthless on them. We have no backup. All we have left is the element of surprise. At this point,
You might be our only weapon against Harrodson.
Harper was angry, worried, struggling, but so was my mom.
Fine, he finally said. Go around the left side of the barn.
He pointed at what stood a dozen yards in front of the pump house and bent down. Harper unzipped the duffel with all the ammo and a few spare weapons, pulling out a handgun. He handed it to her.
I'm assuming that at some point in your 20 years at the colony, you learned how to use one of these?
My mom nodded and accepted the gun. I could tell she didn't like the feel of it in her hands any more than I did.
Take cover behind that dually.
He nodded in the direction of the truck a dozen or so yards to the left of the large hay-filled barn.
Except for the Frady's exit, the rest of the gunfire is south. So if you see anyone who's not one of us coming up from the left, shoot to kill. We'll be close. We'll hear the shots. We need you to be our eyes.
It was a shoddy plan, sending her to the opposite side of the barn alone. But there was little we could do about that amid the ringing of gunshots to the right and left of us. I knew Harper was just trying to keep her alive. I gave my mom a tight-lipped smile. Harper tossed her 2 extra clips.
Watch your ass out there.
He nodded at her, then looked at me.
Okay, let's move it,
he said, and the 3 of us ran out of the pump house, heading toward the front of the barn, toward the road, and the junk piles south side just in front of the road.
You see anyone, kill them,
Harper said to us, just loud enough to hear over the gunfire.
If they aren't our people, they're dangerous.
I wholeheartedly agreed. My mom nodded to us as we drew closer to the back of the barn, and we parted ways, my mom heading around the north while we went south. I watched as she disappeared around the side of the building, headed toward the dually, and I hoped, prayed, she would be okay. After a few more pounding heartbeats and a couple missteps, Harper and I noticed the back door of the second Humvee was open.
Shit,
I heard Harper say, and we stopped behind the barn to regroup.
They're mobile,
he said, his voice low, and I could tell the wheels in his mind were turning, recalibrating our plan. My ears were ringing, though the gunshots seemed fewer than before. I'm not sure where they are. I still can't feel their minds. Harper opened his mouth, but however he was intending to respond, he was cut short by a saccharine voice shouting above the gunfire. I can feel your mind, handsome. It was a woman. What the hell? We both straightened, readying our weapons. I heard voices, so I know you're not alone. Why don't you bring your friend on out here? The voice was getting closer, growing louder. How she wasn't afraid of getting shot at, I couldn't fathom. Without warning, Harper nudged me past the barn.
Go,
he commanded. But I dug my heels into the ground and glared at him. Go? What are... Harper's rifle was aimed at my forehead. Chapter 43. Danny. December 21st, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Shit! Guys! The telepathic curse was out of my mouth before I could think. I hadn't meant to shout at the many human minds I was connected to between the farm and the eucalyptus grove. I took a deep breath, focusing on what was important. A couple of the hawks just spotted movement on the road, I told our scattered troops. They must have been using some kind of an illusion or something, but it's down now. Get ready, and for God's sake, be careful.
Get into the cottage, Red,
Jason said, his response drowning out the others.
You've done everything you can for us. Now you need to protect yourself and the farm.
Okay, I said, biting my lip. I took 2 steps toward the front door of the cottage, but hesitated before entering and joining the others who'd stayed behind, and placed both hands over my barely there baby bump. I bowed my head and closed my eyes. I love you, I said to Jason, right before I slipped through the front door into Peter's nulling field, severing our telepathic connection. In that single action, I severed all of my connections, human and animal alike. And therein lay the problem, so far as I was concerned. I'd recruited hundreds, maybe thousands of creatures to help us defend ourselves in our valley, but what none of the others currently out in the battlefield seemed to understand was how useless the animals' desire to assist us would be without me there to direct them. It was their active connection to me that helped them decide where to go, who the good guys were, and who wasn't. It was the animals' connection to me that made it possible for them to even recognize the enemy. And right now, encased as I was in Peter's nulling field, which protected me from having my mind influenced by another ability, let alone detected by one, I had 0 connection with the animals. I hurried over to the kitchen table where Grayson, Larissa, Camille, Vanessa, Peter, Sam, and Annie were seated. Ellie and Everett in their carriers on the floor nearby, and the dogs and our resident cat family lounging nearer to the hearth. All right, I said, pacing alongside the table. Harrodson's here. Or there, or whatever. I waved one hand frantically, then scanned the faces of my companions. We're all in agreement. I'm heading out to direct the animal troops, right? This is what's best, no matter what happens. The 7 of us had come up with an extension of the plan to defend our home after the others had departed, one that they, specifically Jason, couldn't argue against since they weren't here. Grayson nodded.
It's the best way I see to keep our people safe.
He glanced at the twins.
The only way.
Larissa, Camille, Vanessa, and Peter nodded. Only Sam and Annie abstained. Guys, any objections? I focused on Annie and Sam, the youngest 2 members of our impromptu council, sitting side by side, eyes opened wide and unblinking. Finally, Sam nodded too. You should go. I'll listen, and if they get too close to us... He held up his bow and looked to the guns lying on the tabletop.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
Peter added, meeting Sam's gaze with a reassuring nod.
We'll do whatever it takes.
I halted my pacing and smiled at them, touched by how immersed they'd become in protecting our family. A moment later, Annie slid off her chair and padded over to me. I'll go with you. She looked up at me with her big blue eyes. Mama? My heart all but convulsed. No, honey. I dropped to my knees and shook my head emphatically. You'll be safer in the cottage. You have to stay here. I can communicate with the animals on my own. It'll be safer this way. Scowling, Annie shook her head. No, it won't. Annie. She stomped one furry, booted foot. Snowflake and the others are on their way, and they want me to help them know who to fight. They... what? It was the first I'd heard of the Tahoe Pack planning on joining the fight, and although their potential presence was a big plus, I highly doubted they'd arrive in time to be of any real help. Annie nodded, her eyes serious. Snowflake sent a bunch of the wolves ahead days ago. Oh my God, I whispered. Wolves were stealthy.
They were incredibly fast and lethal. Having them as soldiers on our side could be invaluable. And I knew, without a doubt, that having Annie speak with them would be far more effective than me, because she'd lived with them for months. She shared a connection with these wolves akin to my connection with Jack and Wings. I looked at the others seated at the table, my eyes tearing up. How could I bring Annie out there? Here she was safe, protected, hidden. Out there, she would be in danger, exposed. But even with all of the foxes and coyotes and birds and other animals I'd managed to call in, the Tahoe wolves might very well make all the difference for all of us. Distant gunfire shattered our collective indecision, and my heart rate hop-skipped to double time. Jason, I thought. Zoe.
I'll come with you,
Larissa said.
An illusion hiding this whole place might not be as good as a knowing field, but at least it's something.
I looked at Larissa, then back at Annie, then at Grayson. More gunfire broke the tense silence, a ticking time bomb.
We'll snuff out all the candles and lanterns,
he said.
We'll douse the fire. Nobody'll have any reason to suspect that we're here.
My focus returned to Annie. I crouched and placed my hands on either side of her face. Are you sure, Annie? She nodded, her eyes ancient. I swallowed roughly, then cleared my throat, certain I was about to make the biggest mistake of my life, afraid that if I didn't, I would live to regret it until I took my final dying breath. Afraid that if I didn't, breath would whoosh from my lungs all too soon, that death would come for us all on this day. All right, I said, spurred by the now incessant rat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat, and crack-crack-crack of gunshots miles away. I met Larissa's eyes and took a deep breath. All right, let's do it. Mere seconds later, Annie's hand in mine and Jack, Cooper, and Larissa trailing behind me, I marched out through the front door. The animals' minds sprang to life within my telepathic radar almost as soon as we were out of the house, heading toward the hill behind the farmhouse that led up to our little cemetery, homemade crosses and etched headstones scattered throughout. When I'd considered where to base my clandestine operations, I'd thought it best to stick to higher ground, picking the best vantage point on the farm's land. Plus, it seemed somehow fitting to be near my closest fallen friends while I fought to protect the lives of the living. Though Larissa and Annie had joined me, I didn't see any reason to change my plans now. Anyone who came to the farm looking for people would look in the stable and barn, or the farmhouse first, being the most central. The cottage would be last. But in the cemetery, hidden among the tombstones, why would anybody think to look for us there? Unless they sense us. But we'll be fine, I repeated to myself over and over. Doubt was unhelpful. And even if the General's forces made it to the farm and did sense us, they'd have a barrier of irate horses, cows, and goats to battle through to get to us, not to mention the myriad of wild animals gathered throughout Hope Valley, prepared to fight with us tooth and nail. Biggs, I said as we hiked up the muddy hill, reaching out to the leader of the group surrounded by the most enemy minds, according to all the blips on my mental radar. Jason's group seemed fine for now, as did Zoe's and Chris's. Do you need reinforcements?
Danny, what are you... Yes, there's too many of...
He cut off, and I couldn't help but wonder if some of the echoing gunfire belonged to him.
There's too damn many of them. Any kind of backup would help. A goddamn squirrel would help.
You got it, I said, sending not squirrels, but a throng of raccoons, along with the foxes and coyotes nearest them, nearly 40 in all, and a mismatched band of several hundred owls and hawks prepared to drop stones on the enemy from high above like primitive bomber planes. I sent in the... Oh my God. I could sense maybe 60 or 70 unfamiliar, dangerously focused and hostile human minds not quite a mile away, west of the valley and moving toward us slowly enough that I thought they might be on foot, but fast enough that I'd have wagered they were running. They hadn't made it through the barricade. They'd gone around it, and they were heading straight for the farm, for us. And regardless of their speed, there were too many of them. This is good enough, I said breathily, laying down amongst the soggy, tall grasses covering the hillside and pulling Annie down with me. We were barely halfway up the hill, but the grass and shrubs were taller where we were than at the top, and since I now had more than myself and my unborn little girl to think of, I figured maximum cover was best. I scratched Jack's furry neck and reached out to rub Cooper behind his ear as a quick thank you and reassurance of what was to come. Larissa eased down onto her stomach beside us and turned her face to me as she closed her eyes.
Don't talk to me,
she said softly.
I need to concentrate on making the strongest illusion of an empty hillside possible. With luck, they'll never even know we're here.
Taking her instructions seriously, I nodded but didn't actually respond. Miles away, I sensed one of the human minds in Biggs's group wink out, closely followed by another, along with a smattering of animal minds. A few of the enemy had fallen as well, but the reinforcements I sent to them, it wasn't enough. You doing okay? I asked Annie, brushing her wild curls out of her face. Yeah. When her eyes met mine, her focus was distant. She was partially melded with the wolves. They're not close enough to help us here, I said, noting with surprise that the Lupine battalion consisted of well over 30 wolves. It was notably more beasts than had been in Snowflake's pack this last spring. Who's the alpha? Not Snowflake, since I didn't sense her mind, and, as Annie had said, she'd sent a group of wolves ahead to aid us. Rain Dancer, Annie told me before pointing out his mind to me. He's this one. Smart, tough, wise. He's a good wolf, a strong wolf. Okay, sweetie, listen carefully. And keeping a close mental eye on the approaching wave of enemy troops, I said, merge with Rain Dancer. I'll watch over you while you drift with him, I promise. But I need you to take him to Biggs. You know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah. And you can feel where he is, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. I inhaled deeply, then held my breath, hoping once again that I wasn't making an enormous, irrevocable mistake. When you're drifting with Rain Dancer, guide the wolves toward Biggs. He needs the wolves' help. They all do. And make sure the wolves move like ghosts. If they don't, they will be ghosts. I told her, threading my words with primal meaning I knew she'd be able to understand and pass on to the wolves. Okay. Annie's eyes closed and her mind went dormant. Because she wasn't really there anymore. She was in Rain Dancer. And then, as I focused all of my attention on another mass of people approaching from the opposite direction, I felt panic start to set in. There really were simply too damn many of them.
Even with the horses and cows and goats clustered around the farm, waiting to stampede if necessary, I didn't see how we would fend our attackers off if they sensed us. I'm so sorry, I said to the newly formed soul cuddled within my womb. She'd never had a chance to live, and while I dared to hope that our efforts to assist the others had paid off and that most of our friends would live, corrosive doubts sunk in as to whether my farm-bound companions could look forward to such a hopeful future, or to any future at all. Please, I said, calling out to the uncommitted minds all around us, to the crows and ravens and deer and bats, to the creatures who'd yet to decide whether we were worth fighting for or if we were better off left for dead. Please, we need you. If you help us, I swear to you, you and your kind will forever be safe on our land. Please, help us. And as I spoke en masse telepathically, I pictured the approaching swarm of the general's troops as seen from one of the raven's eyes, camouflaged and sneaking over the opposite side of the very hill Annie, Larissa, and I were huddled on. Protect us from these people, and we'll protect you in the future. From the raven, I felt something click, an agreement of sorts. A moment later, I felt something similar from the crows, then from the bats. From the deer, I felt nothing but radio silence. So be it. As I sensed the air-bound minds approaching, a hum filled the air. It was almost electrically charged. I looked to the west, to the place where a multi-layered blanket of blackness darkened the morning sky. The crows and ravens and bats were on their way. I reached down to my thigh and drew my pistol, praying that we, feathered, fanged, and armed, would be enough. I took a deep breath, then another and another as the sky darkened overhead and the minds of the enemy neared the crest of the hill. And then I blinked, a huge new mass appearing on my radar just to the south of us. A strange feeling mass, filled with muddled, complex minds I hadn't been able to sense until they were practically right on top of me. A mass led by the one and only Becca Vaughn. I grinned as nearly half of the regens drew nearer to our position, and relief flooded me, driving away the dread and acceptance of what I'd felt was sure to come. With a slightly lighter heart, I closed my eyes and concentrated. Speaking telepathically with regens was always more difficult than any other type of mind I communicated with. Becca, I called out with my ability. Can you hear me? Where have you been? Do you know what's happening? Choppy, half-formed images appeared in my mind. Regens hiding in a large building, in an area I didn't recognize. Regens sneaking along the trees lining the east edge of the farm, up the driveway, around the farmhouse and cottage, surrounding our home, protecting it, and climbing up the hillside toward the cemetery. The general's people cresting the hill, attacking. Regens and dark winged creatures fighting, falling. Me, firing my gun, even as I was hiding amongst tall grasses on the hillside. Grayson and me, standing side by side in the sunlight with the twins in our arms, and Annie and Sam standing in front of us, holding handfuls of flowers. "They're close, Danny." Larissa's whispered voice was strained, and for good reason. I could see our foes' shadowed silhouettes against the horizon as they approached. "We have to run." Her voice was too loud. She was going to get us killed if she didn't shut up. Wait, no. I looked at her, my focus unyielding. We stay here, I said in her mind. Reaching out, I latched a hand around her arm and held her fast to the ground. Stay down. Though her eyes were wide with fear and darting around frantically, Larissa conceded, and as we settled back down, a fast-moving wave of shadows slithered over us as the bats and ravens and crows closed in. Near the base of the hill, I could sense the clouded regen mines creeping closer. When the first round of gunfire exploded, closely followed by shouting and another round of gunfire, I threw myself over Annie's body and squeezed my eyes shut. And as chaos erupted around us, I whispered telepathically, "I'm so sorry. I should have made you stay behind." I couldn't fathom the risk of losing both Annie and the baby girl inside me should something happen to me. From Rain Dancer's mind, Annie's response was, "I would have snuck out to join you anyway." With a whimper, I held her a little closer and kissed her forehead. She was so brave. Too damn brave. I could be brave too. So I boosted myself up on my elbows, sighted the nearest of the general's soldiers, and pulled the trigger. As the enemy body dropped, the regens drew closer, and the cloud of dark, sheathed bodies descended from the sky, cawing and biting and screeching and clawing. Through the veil of chaos, I sighted another enemy, and I pulled the trigger once more. I'd be damned if I wasn't going to do everything possible to keep my girls safe.
Chapter 44, Zoe, December 21st, 1 AE, Petaluma Valley, California. H, I said shakily, frozen in place and staring down the barrel of his rifle. What the fuck? It was a rough, confused whisper. The morning sunlight illuminated the battle warring behind his eyes as he glanced around, scanning the area like he was searching for answers. "Disarm your friends and bring them to me," the woman demanded, sounding irritated. "Now!" Harper focused on me and only me. When his gaze hardened, I knew this wasn't going to end well for me. "H, this isn't you," I said, frantic. "Whatever it is, fight it. You have to fight it." Conviction radiating off of him, Harper stripped me of my pistol and crossbow and tore the quiver off my back. "You heard the lady," he growled and tossed my things out beyond the protection of the building. "What the fuck are you doing, H? Don't listen to her. She's poisoning your mind," I shouted. Dying in the crossfire or at the will of Harrodson was something I'd almost expected, but not a shot to the head from Harper. But without hesitation, the cool barrel of his rifle pressed against my temple, and he motioned for me to step into view. "Move it," he said coldly, and I knew my friend was gone, locked away in his own mind somewhere. Fighting back tears, I stepped out from behind the barn and into the open. I focused on a curvaceous Latina who had her hair pulled up in a ponytail and a pleased smile parting her full lips. It almost looked like she was wearing lipstick. Though she looked out of place surrounded by rusted metal and farm equipment, she seemed strangely familiar. "Oh, well, well, well. What do we have here?" She looked intrigued as she eyed me. She was a tad out of breath, like she'd run here from the safety of the Humvee for some reason, and how she'd spotted us I had no idea. She giggled, her eyes shifting from my gun, crossbow, and arrows to me. "And you were going to use a bow and arrow to kill me?
Really? I'm bored already. She deadpanned. I guess you wouldn't mind if I grabbed them then, I said, wishing her dead for mind-controlling my friend. She sneered and looked at Harper, licking her lips, like she was really seeing him for the first time. And you, she said, taking a step toward him. Harper looked at her, but his glare returned to me, pinning me in place like he only had one single objective: control and kill if necessary. You look good enough to eat, she purred as her bronze hand reached out for Harper's bicep. I think you and I... My stomach churned. Get away from him, psycho, I growled, unable to control my tongue. I could tell she didn't like that very much. Her eyes narrowed on me, though her smile was wide. Why? Seems to me he's not your friend anymore. She smiled broadly. He's mine, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. She glanced to Harper. Bring her to the Humvee, she said and nodded toward the road. We'll see what the general wants to do with her. I realized then that the air was still, and the morning was mostly quiet, save for a few errant gunshots. Harper gripped my arm tightly and prompted me to move. I nearly tripped over a hunk of metal as I stared at him, refusing to break eye contact. H. Look at me, H. I pleaded. It's me, Zoe. It's baby girl. You don't want to do this. He shoved me ahead of him. Harper! Zoe? Psycho asked, an all too amused pitch in her tone. Dread filled me as her brown eyes scoured me from head to toe. You're Zoe, as in Jason's sister? And then it hit me. I'd seen this woman in Danny's memories. I'd heard horror stories and wanted to rip her face off, even before now. And you're the bitch I'd hoped was dead, I spat. I took a step forward, wanting to put a bullet between Cece's eyes for being such a horrid person, for what she'd done to Danny and my brother almost a year ago, and what she was doing to Harper now. But Harper jabbed his gun into my back and gripped my arm tighter. Cece tisked and took another step closer, her gaze glued to my face. All I need to do is even think the magic words, and you're dead. And let's be honest, I've known you a minute, and I already can't stand you. The feeling's mutual, I snapped. Becca's warning for Danny to stay at the farm if she wanted the baby safe was finally starting to make sense. Cece laughed. You really are your brother's sister. Such a conundrum. She shook her head, the wayward brown tendrils from her ponytail blowing in the breeze around her face. I never could understand what he saw in that twit, Danny. And you have a gun pointed at you. And you think you're being cute. Idiocy must run in the family. She winked at Harper. That's okay. I know the perfect remedy. It must piss you off, then, I blurted, desperate to postpone the inevitable. I knew Jason was her weak spot. I could feel the angsty yearning she still had for him, the unattainable one that got away, thanks to the weakening shield around her, which meant that the shield maker was inside the Humvee. What do you mean? She asked, taking the bait. I tried to withhold my satisfaction in watching her wheels turn. They're married now, I said. Cece's stare bored into me, and her lips formed a thin, pursed line. It had pushed her beyond her limits,
I could see the gleam of satisfaction in her eyes. Watching you die is going to be fun. Well, she amended quickly, putting up her palm. Not as fun as killing Danny will be, but then I've been waiting all year to do that. It makes me sad that I won't actually be there to hear her screaming and see the terror on her face when our troops arrive. Horror must have filled my eyes because Cece's sneer turned into a grin. Oh, you didn't think this little convoy was all of us, did you? We split up. The others took a different route. She shook her head, and I could feel her gratification. I'll tell you a little secret, she whispered and leaned a bit closer to me, though not enough that I could reach her if I tried. We have 7 trucks headed to your quaint little farm right now. Big trucks filled with lots of guns and angry men, most under my control. They'll be all over that place before Danny even knows they're there. The fact that there were more of them, a lot more from the sounds of it, heading to the farm was enough to let the weight of defeat pummel my stomach, making it royal. They won't make it, I said evenly, trying to knock her down a peg. This wasn't over. We hadn't lost, not yet. There's no way. If you think we left Danny there defenseless, then you're an idiot. We have an entire town on our side. I lied, though Danny did have an animal battalion of sorts, and I hoped to God that they stood a chance. You only have a small army. Say something, Danny. Contact me. I couldn't warn her, not if she didn't reach out telepathically first. I watched as Cece's eyes clouded with doubt and her grip tightened on her pistol. You're lying. There you are, said an eerily steady, approaching voice. What are you doing, Cecilia? Cece spun around, and we both straightened when we saw Harrodson walking up. I hadn't noticed him in my battle of wits with Cece. The general had 2 men flanking him on each side, guns aimed at me. At Harper, too? I wasn't sure. Harrodson was pure menace, and no matter how many times I'd been warned about him, had seen him in memories, seeing him in person made my skin crawl with pure terror. I saw these 2 trying to escape the fight, Cece lied. But don't worry, I stopped them. Harrodson studied her. Really? His gaze shifted to Harper, dressed in his military clothes, and then his eyes rested on me before they returned to Cece. That seems unlikely. Are you sure this gentleman is not the reason you jumped out of the Humvee so quickly? As helpful as you are at manipulating the male mind, I have to say, Cecilia, your little distractions grow bothersome after a time. When Harrodson looked at me, really looked at me and narrowed his eyes, assessing me, my mouth went instantly dry, and I wondered if death would be better than anything he had in store for me. I could almost feel his arms around me as a child, those vengeful eyes boring into me. He turned to face Cece. If I have to remind you again, Cecilia, he said, his voice flat, that you do what I say, not what your pathetic hormonal tendencies tell you to do. I'll kill you. Do we have an understanding? He clasped his hands behind his back. Harrodson continued scolding her, but my attention was drawn behind him to the Humvee, where I noticed more movement. There was a mangled-looking man, a regen perhaps, standing dumbly by the open rear door of the second Humvee, where I assumed the general had been sitting. The regen seemed disoriented, like he didn't understand his surroundings.
Unbidden, my mind opened to him. He had no aura, and his head was mush, as if one too many experiments had fried his brain. Whatever he was, his ability was amped up and strong, but it was fading fast. Then I felt the pain and suffering of the friendly minds in the near vicinity. I felt dimming minds and blank ones. There were fewer, and that realization frightened me. I tried to pinpoint Jake or Sanchez, my dad and my mom, to make sure any of them were still safe. But then I realized Harrison was staring at me again, and I lost all train of thought. But, Cece pleaded. With my mind open, I could see the light brown glow of her aura and her gaping mouth and fearful gaze as she took a step toward the general. The shield was fading, I was sure of it. Mind meddling was all I could do at this point. "Your one saving grace, my dear," he said over his shoulder to her, "is that with your help, most of the men have decided they want to join the winning side, the right side. And I have most of the rebels contained and in the custody of my men, all of which puts me in a slightly better mood. Now," he said, smiling at me, "sorry about that, Zoe." He eyed me another moment before speaking. "It's been a while since I saw you last." He reached out and touched the strands of hair hanging around my face. I felt the color drain from my cheeks as the realization hit me. He wasn't glowing, not even a little bit, as the shield protecting him began to fade, allowing me to glimpse the auras of the men flanking him. A black, fringy shadow was all that surrounded the general, and even though it was faint and partially hidden, it didn't feel like the others. Bile rose in the back of my throat. Harrison wasn't human, not completely. I tried not to quiver or offend him as all my fears and questions coalesced, and I fought to stay focused. I had no quips or snide comments. I just stood there, Harper's gun still trained at my head, his grip still tight around my arm, and a demon from hell staring right into my soul. "You look just like your mother," Harrison said. "Your eyes." He stared at me like he was lost inside them. I knew he could control my mind, that he could manipulate me if he wanted to. But he hadn't. I wasn't sure why. Unable to stand staring into his cold gray eyes, my gaze shifted to the regen at the Humvee again. When the general noticed, his grin returned. "Ah, I see you've spotted my new toy." "What did you do to him?" I asked, feeling my brow furrow at my own curiosity. With a contented exhale, like he was taking in a work of art, Harrison pivoted so he could see the regen slowly coming toward us. "This is an old friend I decided had better use." He gestured to the regen-ish man. "FM01 is a small side project I started when I got wind that Cole was in the area again." He tapped his head for effect. "I couldn't risk my old foe getting in here, nor could I allow any of his accomplices' abilities to affect me. So I found a solution, as always. FM01 is my very own ability force field, if you will." When the general realized I was less than fascinated, he cracked his neck and gestured toward his Humvee. "Come. The middle of a junk-cluttered field hardly seems an appropriate place to catch up.
given that we haven't seen each other in over 20 years.
I shook my head and took a step backward. There was no way in hell I was going anywhere with him. I'd rather be dead. But I realized my mistake too late, and as his anger flared, I thought for sure I would be dead. The general gritted his teeth. Before I even knew what was going on, the back of his hand met with my face. Stunned, my eyes shifted to Harper, who stood by, oblivious, and to Cece, who appeared to be enthralled. Reluctantly, my eyes refocused on the general, my own anger flaring as I brought my palm up to my stinging face. I felt around in his mind, a deflated mess of partial memories and walls he'd constructed over time. All I could see were images of death and a hunger for power, and my mom's face. He didn't love her. This went beyond love. He was haunted by her, obsessed. Both his jaw and his hands clenched. "Until I find your mother, you will stay with me, Zoe. And if she left, thinking she could protect you that way, I'll find plenty of uses for you, mark my words." Knowing that Jake at least wasn't dead, perhaps captured, but definitely not dead, I knew he wouldn't want me to give in. And my mom hadn't given up her life and risked Peter's so I could be imprisoned by the general. "I would rather die," I ground out. "You ruined my family. You took her away from me. I'm sorry to hear you say that, Zoe. Truly, I am." General Harrison's eyes narrowed on me, and he scratched the side of his face. "You want to come with me," he said, his words resonating throughout my mind, and I knew that now, more than ever, I needed my mom to null him, to stop him, if she was ever going to. "Mom!" I shouted, and just as my mind started to feel a little fuzzy and detached, I heard her voice. "Gregory, please, wait." Chapter 45, Anna, December 21st, 1 AE, Petaluma Valley, California. "Gregory, please, wait," Anna blurted, stumbling around the corner of the barn and toward the cluster of people threatening her daughter's life dozens of yards away, threatening her daughter's mind. When she'd registered that there was no gunfire coming from their post, she'd assumed the worst and come running, only to find Gregory approaching. She'd hid behind one of the tractors, watching while she kept her own mind veiled from any who might sense her. But once she'd heard Zoe's desperate cry, she'd known she couldn't hide anymore. "Don't, please, She tripped over a stone sticking up out of the ground, barely catching herself before continuing on toward her demented husband and endangered daughter. Anna avoided looking at Cecilia, one of a half-dozen of Gregory's favorite tools, his controllers, and somehow she kept herself from looking at Zoe, from seeing the way fear was undoubtedly transforming her. Instead, Anna focused on Gregory, just like he'd always wanted. "I thought I'd never see you again," she practically sobbed. She had to play to her strengths, to his weaknesses. Now, with Zoe's free will on the line and Anna out in the open, it was the only way. Gregory bristled, standing straighter and folding his arms over his chest. He tilted his head back just a little and eyed her. "I was under the impression that not seeing me again was exactly what you wanted, my dear." "No!"
Anna continued stumbling onward, moving slowly so as not to startle Gregory into doing something in haste. He'd already struck Zoe once. She couldn't bear to watch him hurt her again. She allowed herself to trip once more, this time over nothing. Better she appear weak, unsteady, out of sorts. Better Gregory and his pet controller think she wasn't a threat.
I didn't have a choice, Gregory. Jason.
Anna spat her eldest son's name.
Brought a woman like Tom, but stronger, and she made me believe horrible things.
Anna shook her head frantically, willing tears to pool in her eyes, forcing her voice to quaver.
They threatened Peter. They threatened our son.
Anna took a shaky breath, reminding herself not to rush her plea. Gregory didn't like things like this to be rushed.
If I didn't come with them, they've got him locked up now, Gregory.
The great General Harrodson arched his neck to the side in a long, drawn-out stretch. It was a tell of his. Anna should know. She'd spent over 2 decades learning how to read him, how to deceive him. The neck stretch meant he was listening, considering. It was a good sign. Probably. Anna glanced at FM01, surprised to see him alive, however warped, and walking somewhat unsteadily toward Gregory. The region had been far from functional when she'd escaped from the colony, and she couldn't imagine how Gregory had managed to get him up and running. But that didn't matter right now. Anna refocused on Gregory.
Now that you've broken Larissa's hold on my mind, I can see everything so clearly.
She'd almost reached Zoe, almost reached Gregory, almost reached freedom, victory.
Let's go get Peter,
she said as she passed Zoe, past Harper and the pet controller, and headed straight toward Gregory, all the while picturing Tom. She let all of the love and hope and respect and adoration she felt for Tom show on her face while she looked into Gregory's open, eager, hopeful gray eyes.
Let's go home.
And once more, Anna stubbed the toe of her boot on the earth, purposefully and hard this time. She tripped, stumbling past Gregory and directly into FM01. The regen yelped, their legs tangled, arms flailed, but not Anna's arms. She grabbed onto the front of FM01's jacket while reaching down for the small hunting knife Tom had tucked away inside a special sheath he'd sewn into her right boot. She jerked the knife free and jammed it into the side of the regen's groin and, if she was lucky, shredded his femoral artery. If bleeding out didn't break his concentration and shatter his shield, nothing would. Anna and FM01 hit the ground, and so many things happened all at once. Too many things. FM01 howled, kicking and flailing until Anna was thrown to the side. Anna felt the shield fall, and the minds of Gregory's people burst into existence around her, most notably Gregory himself and his pet controller. Gregory shouted, "You! What did you do?" and strode toward Anna, taking hold of the front of her coat and lifting her off the ground. Anna grinned, and nulled Cece and Gregory and every damn one of his people. Eyes wide and feverish, Gregory roared and shook Anna, hard. "How could you, Anna? You were mine. You were with me. I loved you."
"I didn't love you," she said.
As Gregory's veneer cracked, his grip on her coat slipped, and Anna stumbled backward. She tripped over FM01's body and fell heavily. Fireworks filled her eyes as the back of her head exploded with pain, and piercing, fiery agony followed. Her back burned, the feeling of searing, torn flesh. Remotely, she heard a single muffled noise. A gunshot, she thought. And then she heard nothing. She saw nothing. She thought nothing. She was nothing. Chapter 46, Zoe, December 21st, 1 AE, Petaluma Valley, California. Clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop. Shadow's hoof steps were steady and predictable, like the sound of my heart beating, dull and even in my ears. I felt like I was in a wasteland of nothingness. The lulling sound and movement of Shadow's body was my only comfort. I clung to it. The mourning silence around me was deafening, a screaming, ear-piercing void that followed our procession home. It was like it hadn't happened, any of it, and yet like it would be ingrained in my mind for the rest of my life. Until now, there hadn't been a single moment to process, to think. Not about the men dropping their guns behind Cece and the disorientation that had registered on her face as she realized her mind control was no longer working on any of them. She had no idea it was because of my mom. The instant Harper's rifle fell from my head, I crouched on one knee to snatch my pistol from my discarded holster. My fingers moved more swiftly than I expected, the training and adrenaline kicking my responses into overdrive. Pivoting on one knee, I aimed the handgun at Cece's chest and pulled the trigger. The cracking sound of the bullet had gone unheard at the time, but as I replayed the way Cece's eyes had widened in shock and surprise, the sound was too loud to ignore. She looked at me, and her eyes had narrowed as she stumbled backward. The memory would have brought a grim smile to my face, were I still capable of smiling. Cece only wavered on her feet, so I pulled the trigger again, aiming for her forehead, where no bulletproof vest could deflect the 9mm bullet I wanted to end her vile existence. Pensive and ready to pull the trigger again if I had to, I watched Cece's body finally go limp and collapse to the ground. There was no gasping for air or struggling. There was nothing but a blank mind, and I couldn't help the satisfaction I felt in seeing her lifeless body lose its aura once and for all. Zoe? Twisting around, I aimed the gun at the encroaching person to my left. It was Harper. He took a step toward me, his green eyes wide as they flicked from the pistol aimed at his chest to my face. "Are you okay, baby girl?" he whispered. He was in apparent shock, though his hands were up in surrender. Quickly and full of concern, Harper's eyes scanned me, making sure I wasn't injured, that he hadn't injured me. "I'm so sorry, baby girl. The emotion in his voice melted away my hardened intent. "I know, H," I said, lowering my weapon. "It's okay." I shut my eyes and let out a deep, relieved breath. I know what Cece was capable of. When I opened my eyes again, Harper's were wide and fearful, but they weren't focused on me anymore. They were glued to some fear-provoking sight beyond me. Feeling a rising panic, I tracked him as he jogged over to where the general crouched and murmured, over my mom's motionless body.
I stopped breathing, the general fading from existence and all adrenaline and satisfaction snuffed away by panic. "Move!" Harper snapped, and he pushed Harrodson aside. I slowly rose to my feet, unable to look away, unable to find my breath. I hadn't dared to move. Should a single shift in the air tip the scale, risking my mom's life? "I said get out of the way," Harper shouted, shoving the general away from her body. Harrodson stumbled backward, not giving Harper's boldness a single thought as he stared down at my mom, shocked and frozen. "She's only unconscious," I told myself, knowing my mom was nulling Harrodson and the rest of his people, breaking his hold on them and making them vulnerable. Right? As I stood there, trying to convince myself that she would wake up and we would finish this and go home, everything around me seemed to happen in a slur of unfocused actions and words. Harper's eyes were on me. I was able to feel his sorrow. Then my dad and Jason, Jake, and Sanchez were there, their guns drawn and aimed at Harrodson, and the 4 men that were still standing behind him. I took a step toward my mom, toward my dad and the general, as they hovered over her, Harper standing aside, his eyes pinned in my direction. He was saying something to Jason, but I couldn't hear him. My heartbeat was too loud, the only sound the blood in my veins and my rapid breaths. "Loved you!" Harrodson shouted. "All I've ever wanted is you. How could you?" I recognized the crack of desperation and grief in his voice, though it sounded distant and false. "Mom?" I said, my voice only an echo. She still didn't move. Someone sniffled, bringing my gaze up to the cart a few horses in front of me, filled with at least a dozen bodies, both injured and lifeless, Larissa in the driver's seat. So much death. My dad leaned over my mom's body and pushed the general away. "Get away from her, you crazy son of a bitch!" Then his fist met Harrodson's face. Smash. My dad shouted and hit him again and again, his fist and 25 years of anguish packed behind every punch. After that, a swirl of cursing and yelling and crunching and blood had been all I could process. "Piece of shit!" Smash, smash, smash. Harrodson started mumbling something, trying to regain his bearings, but my dad's fist was unrelenting. Smash, smash, smash. I'd never seen my dad so enraged, his facade so cracked. It frightened me. I could only think of one reason why my dad might risk his life and everything he had left to assault the general. That's when I finally realized how bad it was. The woman who had just been brought back to me, who had spent her entire life as a chameleon to protect her children and lived in a labyrinth of lies, might just have been taken away from me. All I could do was call for her, will her to answer me. My feet started moving, carrying me toward her, but strong arms wrapped around me, pulling me into something hard and unyielding. "No, Zoe." My brother's voice was commanding. "It's not safe." I struggled against him, unable to take my eyes off of her lifeless body, only partially visible through the chaos of the beating my dad was unleashing on the general. "She's dying, Jason," I cried, denial clouding my mind and offering me hope. "Jake can save her. She needs us.
We have to help her. H, you have to do something, please. Jake! Jason's arms only tightened around me.
She's already gone, Zoe,
he whispered.
There's nothing we can do.
The frailty of his voice gave me pause. That's when I had the nerve to really see. I stared past my dad pointing a gun at Harrison, for the first time seeing the blood on my mom's face, on her body. And a moment later, I'd noticed the prongs of the tractor plow she was draped over. My knees gave out, and I fell, Jason doing what he could to catch me. Turning into his chest, I clung on and screamed and cried. It wasn't fair. None of it was fair. Everything was too hard. I just wanted it to be over, to be all right. I wanted to have my family just a little bit longer. Knowing I never could, never would, I cried harder. Hearing my dad say, "You will never hurt anyone in my family again," I opened my eyes, and through tear-blurred vision, I watched as Harrison wobbled on his knees, trying to stay upright. His cold eyes were swollen and red, his nose and lips bleeding. Whether it was his physical state or his broken mind in the wake of my mom's death, Harrison made no protests when my dad pulled the trigger. Once, twice, 3 times, until the general's chest was splattered with crimson and he toppled over. His eyes remained open, staring blankly at me and Jason as he took his final breath. Chest heaving, my dad stood there, staring down at Harrison's mangled body before gaining the wherewithal to take a few shaky steps back, over to my mom, falling to his knees. I watched the sharp edges of rage fall and soften in his features. I watched him lean down, pulling my mom into his arms. And I watched him weep, soaking the front of her shirt as he tightened his hold around her. As much as I wanted to run to my dad, I knew to let him be, to let him grieve. Like me and Jason, he'd only had her back for a few short days, and now she was gone again. Only this time, it truly would be forever. I wrapped my arms around my brother's neck, hoping to console us both. Although I thought I felt Jason's breathing hitch and his arms tighten around me, it had been hard to tell while I cried. I mostly cried for my mom, realizing that she would never know the world without the general, that she would never know of his death, or that we didn't have to fear him anymore. I swiped the tears from under my eyes when I heard the rapid clip-clop of hoof beats on the road. Mace rode up to the Humvees on Ghost. He peered around at the bodies of dead soldiers littered along either side of the road before they trotted over to us. He was splattered with blood and his face swollen. Mace brought Ghost to a halt and threw his leg over to dismount. He froze when he saw my mom's limp body in my dad's arms. He seemed shocked, but the expression disappeared when he glanced to the right, where Jake and Sanchez held the 4 scared, disarmed men at gunpoint. I knew they weren't dangerous anymore, not without the general or Cece's hold on them, but I didn't care about their well-being enough to say anything.
Half of the regens showed up,
Mace explained, looking to me and Jason.
Animals came too, but there have been lives lost, and those who are well enough are helping the injured and gathering the dead.
The dead. Clip, clip, clop. Shadow took a clumsy step, bringing me back to the road. to the horse walking in front of me with my mom's body draped over the saddle. My heart squeezed and ached, and my chest tightened. I shut my eyes. Did Becca know this was going to happen? And then I cried.
Chapter 47, Danny, December 21st, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Grayson and I stood side by side in front of the stable, each holding one of the twins in our arms, and waited. Vanessa and Larissa stood a few yards away, talking softly, while Becca, Peter, and Camille sat on the bench beside the stable.
It's over,
I overheard Becca say to the other regens at one point.
It's finally over.
For a long time, Grayson and I stood together in somber silence, rocking from foot to keep Ellie and Everett dozing. For a long time, I couldn't think of a single thing to say. For a long time, the minutes passed feeling like seconds and like hours, timeless, inconsequential. We breathed, we blinked, and we rocked. Forever and for what felt like no time at all.
Maybe we should have left the twins inside,
Grayson thought aloud.
There's still time to get them settled in the crib. They'll probably fall right back asleep.
I looked at him, then returned my stare to the end of the driveway, where gravel met pavement. Biggs will want to see them, I said simply. There really was no reason for us all to be out there, waiting for the victors to return from battle, for the funeral procession to arrive. I could sense them approaching, fewer in number than they'd been hours earlier. Our home troops were fewer too. 7 regens had lost their lives in the Battle of the Farm, along with 3 wolves, 4 coyotes, a fox, and over a dozen birds and another dozen farm animals. But Grayson and the others and I remained out in the driveway to wait anyway. We didn't know what else to do. It was over. Harrodson was gone. Dead. Finally. But so was Dr. Wesley, Anna Cartwright, Zoe's mom, Jason's mom, Peter's mom, Tom's wife. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted movement as Annie and Sam walked around the edge of the stable. Both held handfuls of milkmaids, the small white blossoms spilling out of their hands. I watched them approach, their faces uncertain. Annie stopped in front of me and held out the flowers, showing me her bounty. "You picked flowers," I said, stating the obvious. It was the only thing I could come up with. How she was standing before me rather than cowering under her nest of pillows was beyond me. Regardless of how quickly the gunfire and killing had stopped after both Cece and the general had fallen, I would have been a quivering, scaredy mess at her age. Annie stared up at me, her big blue eyes unblinking, unafraid. She was made of iron, this wild child of mine. "They're for Jason and Zoe and Tom." "That's very nice," I said, readjusting my hold on Everett to free up a hand so I could comb my fingers through Annie's silky hair. Sam skimmed the gravel with the toe of his right boot, and Annie hopped in place just once. "I was talking to Snowflake, and she said that whenever she misses one of her pack mates that have gone away to the not here, she runs through a field of flowers and watches the petals fly all around her because it helps her see that even when the flower is gone, the roots are still there." Annie blinked once and gave her bouquet a shake. The plant is still there. Sam shrugged, his eyes fixed on the ground. We thought that maybe thinking about it that way might help Zoe and them, he added quietly. It helped me. My eyes stung as I fought back the urge to cry. Annie reclaimed my attention by reaching out and placing her small hand over my barely protruding belly, just under Everett's bottom. She looked up at me and smiled the tiniest possible smile. The baby is part of the plant, just like Hannah was, and she's only just beginning. Oh, well, that's just... I stared down at my wild child, chin trembling and eyes overflowing with tears. How is it possible that this 5-year-old was wiser than every adult I'd ever met in my entire life? We already gave some of the flowers to Peter, Annie told me, eyes serious. He said thank you.
Where's Peter now?
Grayson asked when it became apparent that I wouldn't be able to speak for a while yet. It was Sam's turn to smile that tiny, sad smile.
Sitting in the field where we got these flowers?
A single choking sob escaped from my throat. A moment later, I heard hooves crunching on gravel, and I looked out toward the road to see a column of horses and riders pouring onto the driveway, Jason, Zoe, and Tom in the lead. And right along with them came a 4th horse, a lifeless rider draped over the saddle. Taking a deep breath, I wiped under my eyes, one after the other, cleared my throat, and held my head high. This was no time for either my best friend or my husband to see me blubbering. They would need me to be strong, or at least to appear strong. It was time for me to pay them back for all the strength they'd lent me over the years. Jason was the first to dismount, and as he strode straight for me, Grayson leaned in and said,
Might need free hands for this welcome home, Danielle.
Numbly, I nodded and handed him Everett, who he accepted a bit awkwardly. Seconds later, Jason dropped to his knees before me and pressed his face against my belly. His body jerked with the strength of his sudden, uncontainable sobs. Shh, shh, I'm here, I said, running my fingers through his hair and leaning into him. We're here, I amended, and his fingers dug into my lower back, holding me tighter, bringing me closer, refusing to let go. We're both here, with you, always.
Chapter 48, Mace, December 31st, 1 AE, The Farm, California. Mace lay on his back in bed, bathing in the morning light filtering through the lacy curtains and basking in the feel of Camille's soft body draped partially over his. The house was quiet, most of the others still asleep, and he was happily left with his thoughts. Mace gazed down at Camille, suppressing a grin. She always slept like that, an arm and a leg thrown over him, like she was trying to keep him from leaving her alone in their bed. Their bed. Like leaving her, even for a minute, was even possible. He inhaled deeply, savoring her sweet, slightly floral scent, and exhaled a contented sigh. Camille stirred,
stretching out all 4 of her limbs with shaking intensity, then arched her neck to look up at him. Her lips curved into a sleepy smile, her eyes barely showing any hint of gray mixed with the rich hazel anymore. Her eyes contained secrets, knowledge, a true awareness of their shared past, of their lives before. Sure, Mace's memories were still trickling in here and there, and Camille shared what she could with him, or maybe just what she wanted to share, by writing her own thoughts and memories out in her constant companion, her journal. But Mace doubted he would ever possess as much of his former self as Camille currently did. He glanced at the small leather-bound book resting on the nightstand on her side of the bed. It was actually her 4th journal. The others were lined up neatly in the bookcase nestled between the room's 2 east-facing windows, also on Camille's side of the bed. If Mace were given the chance to trade his ability to speak for a full return of his memories, like Camille had, however unintentionally, he wasn't sure he would take the deal. He liked who he was, now, where he was in life, and who he was spending his life with. He wouldn't risk losing that, not for anything. There was a light tap, tap, tap on the bedroom door, and a moment later, it creaked partway open, and Danny poked her head into the room.
"Oh, good, you're up."
She opened the door further and had taken several steps into the room before she gave pause and stared at Mace and Camille, eyes opened wide, an expression sheepish.
"Sorry, forgot to ask if I could come in. Do you mind? I had an idea that I thought would be a kinda neat addition to what the Regens have planned for New Year's. I mean, I thought it would be cool, like, sort of a sad cool, but still cool, and I wanted to see what you guys thought."
She smiled, looking uncomfortable.
"And I also wanted to see if you'd help."
Her uncomfortable smile widened to an awkward grin. Mace chuckled and waved Danny in, and as she shut the door and crossed the room to sit on the edge of the bed, Mace and Camille shifted around so they were propped up and waiting attentively. Danny turned to face them and pulled her legs up on the bed, curling them under herself.
"Okay, so I know Jason and Zoe and Tom and Peter aren't really in the ringing the new year with a bash kind of mood,"
she said in a rush, clearly excited.
"But I think we could turn this shindig into something that's bigger than that, something that means more, a remembrance of the past and everything and everyone who's gone now, with a special tribute kind of thing, something that'll last."
Danny sucked in a breath, which Mace thought was impossibly her first since she'd started talking about her mysterious idea. Crossing his arms and nodding, Mace looked at Camille. She was staring at Danny, mouth quirked to the side in an intrigued smile. A secret smile, which only confused Mace. Frowning, he returned his attention to Danny. "Sounds interesting." He glanced at Camille, then back at Danny, feeling like he was missing something. "What would you want us to do?" Danny's focus shifted to Camille.
"It's really you, Camille, who'd make this whole thing work."
She took a deep breath and rushed onward.
"I know you don't use your ability much anymore, and I totally get it. I'd be scared of having another seizure stroke thing, too, if I were you. I mean, I've burned out enough times to know how dangerous it can be to overexert our abilities, but I also know how much harder it is to do that, like almost impossible, so far as I can tell, if you have someone boosting your ability." She hiked her shoulders up until they were practically touching her ears. So, I totally understand if you didn't want to do this, and I wouldn't be mad at all, but would you maybe consider using your ability to help with this if we were super careful and we had someone to boost it? She scrunched up her face and cringed. Maybe? Camille reached for her journal and pen, opened the leather book to the spot marked by the journal's royal blue ribbon, and quickly scrawled her response.
I'd love to, but who will boost me, Jason?
Without being asked, Mace gave voice to Camille's words. Danny shook her head. Peter, actually. She bit her lip, one lonely shoulder hitching higher. He and Becca found me a little bit ago when I was milking the goats. Peter said he overheard my thoughts, and then Becca had a vision about it, so both offered to help. She smiled to herself. Peter, Danny cleared her throat and lowered her gaze to the comforter. He said his mom would have loved it. I guess she'd been trying to get Harrodson to do some sort of a memorial or monument back in the colony, but the bastard kept putting it off.
So, what are you thinking of doing for this monument?
Mace asked.
Something metal, obviously.
He added, nodding toward Camille. Danny perked up a bit, straightening her spine and leaning forward. This brings us to Becca's vision, actually. She's the one who suggested I come to you guys for help. Danny shrugged and, clearly excited, rubbed her hands together, looking from Camille to Mace and back. All my ideas were lame, but Becca claimed you'd have a great one. Said all I needed to do was get you guys out to the barn, and the four of you would take it from there. Danny leaned forward and clamped her hands around Mace's foot, which was poking up under the blankets. She shook the foot excitedly. Becca promised to help you plan it out and make it amazing. Mace flashed Danny a quizzical smile, then looked at Camille, eyebrows raised in question. He wasn't surprised to find Camille grinning from ear to ear, and he knew from just looking at her that she already had a plan. He also knew, without a doubt, that it would be amazing. With a grunt, Mace tossed his 23rd armful of scrap metal onto the heaping pile he'd already hauled out to their little graveyard on the hill. Arms finally unburdened, he wiped his brow. He had, for the first time in a long time, actually broken a sweat. That's good, Mace, Becca said from beside Camille, who was perched on the stool-sized boulder between Kai's and Ben's gravestone markers. Peter stood behind both young women. We've got plenty to work with now. Camille closed her journal and held her hand out to Mace, beckoning him to approach. When he reached her, she pulled him down and planted a tender kiss on his lips. A thank you clearer than words could ever be. Mace still wasn't sure what was about to happen, but he was anxious to find out. He was also anxious about what the strain of using her ability so much would do to Camille, regardless of her and Peter's and Becca's assurances that she'd be fine, and about whether or not they'd be able to finish up before anyone else on the farm caught on to what they were doing. Danny had remained back at the farmhouse to rouse the others for a big communal New Year's Eve breakfast, a breakfast she'd hoped would keep everyone busy in the farmhouse long enough for the regens to complete their work.
Are you sure you're up for this?
Mace asked Camille, his eyes searching hers. When she nodded, no hint of uncertainty on her face, he straightened and looked at Peter.
And you? You're sure you're up for this, too?
Smiling sadly, Peter nodded. I'm healthier than I've been in years. It's all my mom ever wanted for me.
Good.
Mace reached over Camille and grasped Peter's shoulder.
At least in that regard, we can know that she died with peace in her heart. In the end, it's all any of us can ask for.
Swallowing roughly, Peter nodded and shifted his focus beyond Mace to the heaping mound of junk metal staining the tranquil hilltop graveyard. Shall we begin? Camille craned her neck to look up at Peter, and Mace caught half of her smile. She nodded once before her focus shifted to the mountain of metal as well. And as Peter rested his hands on both of her shoulders to boost her ability to manipulate metal, Mace moved to the side. You guys might want to sit down for this, Peter said. When Mace looked at him, his eyes were closed, his face locked in concentration. Becca settled on the overgrown grass gracefully, folding her legs and resting her hands in her lap. For a moment, all Mace did was stare at Peter and Camille curiously. Until, that is, he had no choice but to take a knee, because the earth started groaning and shaking, and it all seemed to be coming from the pile of metal. When Mace looked at the pile once more, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was almost like it was melting, sinking into the earth. He shook his head. Not almost. The scrap metal was sinking into the earth, being swallowed up by the hillside. And as he watched, as he gaped at what the woman he loved was doing with her mind, something incredible happened. It started out as a tiny, fragile, stick-like thing. A sapling, Mace thought to himself, somewhere in the back of his awe-struck mind. But it grew quickly, gaining height and thickness, sprouting more fragile stick-like things. Branches, the coherent part of Mace's mind whispered oh so quietly. Dozens, maybe hundreds of branches. Because as Mace knelt on the ground in that small graveyard on a hill with the brand new sun hovering mere inches over the hillside, a tree of pure metal grew out of the ground just a few dozen yards away. Its branches shimmered in the morning sunlight, reaching high and wide, sheltering the four regions from the bright glare. It truly was beautiful, and impossible, and amazing. Stunned, Mace tore his eyes from the tree of pure metal and stared, mesmerized, at Camille. At beautiful, impossible, amazing Camille. He couldn't imagine ever loving anyone more.
Chapter 49. Jake. December 31st, 1 AE. The Farm, California. Jake stood behind the farmhouse, his attention fixed on the hilltop, on what looked like metal rising up from the ground up on the hill.
What the hell?
He took a step just as the back door swung open and shut again.
Jake?
He heard the patter of footsteps down the porch steps.
Jake, you...
After a moment's pause, he tore his gaze away from the growing thing. Danny stood behind him, her curls wild and blowing in the breeze and her cheeks flushed. Her green eyes were opened wide, but for some reason, she didn't seem as taken aback by the object on the hill as he had been.
You weren't supposed to see it yet,
she said, her eyes locked beyond him.
It's supposed to be a surprise.
Zoe asked me to find Peter.
Jake said, and he looked back at the metal branches slowly extending away from what appeared to be a glinting tree trunk.
You knew about this?
When Danny didn't say anything, he looked back at her, waiting. She shook her head, unable to pull her gaze away from the metal tree growing up on the hill. Danny snapped her eyes shut quickly and shook her head again.
I mean, yes, but no. I didn't know what they were going to make exactly. I just knew they were going to create something.
She moved forward to stand beside Jake.
That's a big something.
You could say that,
he said, and let out an amused, quiet grunt.
We thought it would be a nice addition to tonight,
Danny said.
A way to commemorate everyone.
Everyone who was gone was implied, and Jake nodded.
It's actually kind of perfect.
He crossed his arms over his chest as he watched the 4 regens atop the hill gradually cast in the forming limbs' shadows.
Really?
Danny asked, peering up at him.
How's that?
Jake scratched the side of his face and nodded up toward the hill, toward the graveyard.
Since Zoe has been spending so much time up there, I was going to save one of the benches I've built for the bonfire tonight and put it up there.
Danny's knowing eyes widened and her smile reached from ear to ear.
That's a great idea. Do you have one ready? Maybe Mace can put it underneath the tree. You know, before everyone sees it.
Jake nodded.
But there are a couple finishing touches I'd like to make first.
Other than the chirping conversation among a family of blackbirds exploring the cool metal branches beneath their feet, there was silence. Everyone, all 19 members of the remaining group, stood around the fabricated tree, gaping in awe. Earlier, when Jake had seen it being created, literally coming out of the ground, he'd watched it grow into this monstrously beautiful thing. But seeing it up close was different. The tree was a work of art, a masterpiece. And there it was, in the center of Grave Hill, sprawling, captivating. Chills rushed over his skin as he took in the branches that twisted and turned, almost protective in the way they reached out over the group, like they were trying to shelter everyone beneath them. Tom and some of the others had moved to the trunk of the tree, touching and admiring the details of the bark and the intricate leaves growing out of the metal branches. But Jake's focus was on Zoe, standing a few feet from him. Her hands covered her mouth as she stared up at the monument in amazement.
I can't believe it,
she murmured into her hands. It's beautiful. Then she noticed the bench. Her eyes narrowed, and hesitantly she took a step closer, until she crouched down in front of it. Her fingertips traced the image Jake had carved on the backboard, while the fingers of her other hand moved to her hip, to where the Celtic knot tattoo was hiding beneath her clothes.
It's not perfect,
Jake said, realizing he should have asked Jason or Tom to help him with the carving. But knowing how much the symbol meant to Danny and Zoe, that it represented their unbreakable bond, it seemed appropriate, necessary even. Zoe studied him for a moment, then shifted her gaze back to the bench. Had it been too soon to inscribe the names of the fallen into the wood? Were the memories still too fresh? Jake began to wonder if he should have waited. When Jason joined them, crouching beside Zoe, he reached out, touching one of the names that were etched among the 2x4s. Jake had tried to capture memories of all their friends and loved ones, those who helped them fight from the beginning, like Dave and Sammy, Sarah, Kai and Ben, and those more recently lost, like those who helped to fight the General's soldiers, and Tavis, and Anna, of course. Both Jason and Zoe seemed dumbfounded as they stood and took a step back together, assessing the entirety of the sight in front of them. While the memorial was meant as a tribute for all to appreciate, it was obvious it held special meaning to the Cartwrights. After all, every name carved on that bench was one of Zoe or Jason's friends, their family. Zoe walked slowly over to Camille, wrapping her arms around the smaller woman's neck. There were muffled words murmured, followed by a silent, desperate squeeze before Zoe took a step back, wiped the tears from her eyes, and turned to face Mace. His mouth quirked into a smile, and he shrugged.
It was mostly Cammy.
Zoe's arms were around his neck before he could formulate a complete, nonchalant response. She moved on to Becca next, then Peter. Tom and Jason also thanked the Regens, grateful for such a memorable and meaningful gift.
It's beautiful,
Tom said to Camille, and then everyone was chatting and laughing and asking questions that Camille could only smile and deflect to Mace to answer. Tom stopped in front of Peter, and they seemed to exchange a sort of quiet conversation with their eyes. Until finally, Tom pulled Peter against his side, his arm wrapped around the young man's shoulders.
Your mom would love it,
Tom said, his voice strained. Jake looked away, not wanting to intrude on such a private moment.
Can you believe this thing?
Jason said, walking up to him. He pointed over his shoulder at the tree.
Who knew?
Jake chuckled as he thought about the strangeness of watching a metal tree grow out of the ground before his very eyes.
It'll be nice to see how creative some of us can get now that everyone's abilities aren't solely focused on defense tactics and precautionary measures.
Jake grinned inwardly, remembering his conversation with Harper about his visions the night before as they sat out on the porch having an after-dinner drink.
Thank you. For the bench,
Jason said, and he extended his hand. Jake accepted it, noting that Jason's grip was tighter and his grasp lasted longer than necessary.
I know it's mostly for Zoe, but thank you,
Jason said again. Jake gave him a curt nod.
It's for everyone,
he said.
We all spend enough time up here. I figured it wouldn't hurt. Besides, it's not like it's finished. I need you to fix it up for me. It's looking a little rough.
Nah, man.
You did good.
Jason patted Jake on the shoulder and gave one final nod of appreciation, then stepped away to reclaim Danny's hand from where she stood in a herd of people. To Jake's surprise, Danny glanced back with a smile aimed right at him. She winked, and Jake smiled back. He turned away, but stopped short. Zoe stood in his path, her jewel-colored eyes illuminated as she stared at him. Jake almost lost himself in their vivid, hypnotic depths. "You knew about this," she said, then her eyes widened. "That's what you were doing when you never came back to breakfast this morning." Jake brought his palms up and shook his head.
I saw it, and only accidentally. I didn't know about it before that.
Yet you still had time to make a bench to put under it? She placed her hands on her hips and lifted one of her eyebrows. "Seems fishy." She looked back at the tree.
There's no conspiracy, I promise,
he said.
It was already something I'd been working on. A bench I'd put together for the bonfire, actually. I guess you could say I knew it had a higher purpose.
He folded his arms over his chest and flashed Zoe a smirk.
It's not like I could keep a secret from you anyway.
which was another reason he'd kept his distance from her all morning. "You better not keep secrets," she chided, and didn't hesitate as she jumped into his arms, nearly knocking him over as she wrapped her legs around his waist. She snickered, though her eyes were still a tad damp, with happiness, he hoped. "I love you," she said, and placed a kiss against his lips. "Thank you, all the time, for everything." Jake laughed.
For everything?
His grip around her tightened.
Even when you say I nag you about your clothes, or when I tell you you've been snoring?
Zoe rolled her eyes. "No, but for everything else. And I don't snore." She playfully batted at him before settling back into his hold. "Thank you for waking me up early to watch the sunrise and for making sure I get the last cup of coffee. That sort of thing." A deep laugh rumbled from his chest.
Yeah, well, that's more about self-preservation.
"I can respect that," Zoe said, and her smile grew. "So, does this mean we're short a bench for tonight's festivities?" She glanced at those few who still lingered around the tree, everyone else already heading back down the hill.
I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Zoe's mouth quirked up at the corner, and her eyes filled with mischief as she leaned her forehead against his. Who needs a seat when there are always dark corners to hide in? Her eyebrows danced merrily, making Jake chuckle again.
This is true,
he agreed. Zoe kissed him once more, but this time her lips lingered on his, and her eyes remained shut. "One of these days," she breathed out slowly, "we'll have a place of our own, a quaint little house up on the next hill, still close but not that close, and we can do whatever we want, wherever we want." Jake's blood rushed faster, felt warmer.
That sounds nice,
he groaned.
Soon the farmhouse won't fit us all anyway.
Zoe pulled away and tilted her head to the side. "Are you alluding to our family, Mr. Vaughn, or to someone else's?" Tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, Jake shrugged.
Our family, Danny's family, Biggs and Harper's families.
Zoe straightened, her mouth hanging open. "What? Chris is pregnant? And she didn't say anything?" He could hear her apprehension and excitement. "I didn't sense it?"
Calm down,
Jake laughed.
I don't think so, at least not yet.
"But," Zoe prompted.
But Harper's had 2 very similar visions these past couple weeks, and it seems likely she will be at some point. He's obviously happy, but also afraid.
Harper knew how dangerous pregnancy was for her, not just because of the lingering effects of the virus, but childbirth in general. So that's what's been distracting him.
Yes, but don't say anything, Zoe. I'm not sure he's told Chris yet.
Harper had been worried how she would respond, given the fact that she'd already lost her 2 boys. H would be a wonderful dad, and Chris with her own child in her arms, they'd be a beautiful family. Zoe jumped down, out of Jake's arms, and laced her fingers with his. "Either way, you're right. We definitely need a place of our own. Our kids are getting their own room because Mama's going to need her beauty sleep." Zoe peered at him, a knowing grin on her face, as they made their way back down the hill. Jake couldn't wait to start their family, to have a sense of purpose and normalcy, even if he did still need a bit more finesse when it came to the whole taking care of the kids part of it. Zoe laughed and squeezed his hand. "Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time for practice," she told him, clearly mind lurking. Jake shook his head.
You just couldn't help it, could you?
She laughed. "I'm only kidding. You'll be a great father," she said, and she ran ahead of him as he reached for her, evading him. She smirked. "There have to be some perks to this ability, right?" She flashed him a smile that made him unbelievably happy. Jake followed after her, thinking those teal eyes he'd been destined to save had become his whole world. He'd never felt more whole and at home than he did with Zoe, and he couldn't wait to start his new life with her by his side. Chapter 50, Zoe, December 31st, 1 AE, The Farm, California. Danny and I sat on our knees on the perfectly placed bench, each of us wrapped in our respective blankets as we etched our initials into the trunk of the metal tree. Although it was a dark night with only a sliver of moonlight, and there was a bit of wind, being outside with only the dogs for us to worry about and our companionable silence was a nice reprieve from all the commotion down at the farm. It was New Year's, which meant we'd had a late dinner and there would be celebration and bonfires long into the night.
It's hard to believe it's been over a year since everything changed, Danny said quietly. I mean, time's gone by really fast, and I guess really slow.
I nodded, thinking the same thing. And all the people we've lost. It's hard to believe that, too. I was still trying to accept the fact that despite my family's role in their deaths, it had all seemed inevitable from the beginning. Fate had a funny way of taking choice away from you, no matter how in control of your life you thought you were.
Hey, Zoe?
Yeah, Dee? Danny paused from etching her and Jason's initials in the tree.
Do you think it's true what people used to say? That those that die are up there, looking down on us right now?
She pointed to the sky. I couldn't help but smile. I've thought about that so many times. You have no idea.
And? What have you decided?
Danny readjusted the blanket around her and faced me. Looking at her, her eyes sparkling in the moonlight, I nodded. I think that life isn't what we thought it was. Everything seems predetermined, and everyone has a destiny. I thought about it for a minute.
Maybe your mom and Sarah and Grams are sitting around a campfire,
she said, and I wondered if Alice and Tavis might be together too.
And they're listening to Kai and Ben retelling stories of their mischievous childhoods.
Danny laughed.
I can picture it perfectly.
I laughed softly, and then we fell silent again, Cooper and Jack still scouring the hillside, following the scents of critters burrowed underground for the night.
And we're here, home on our little farm, spending New Year's Eve celebrating their lives and all that's happened,
Danny said, and she unfurled herself and scooted off the bench down onto the grass. Lying on her back, she stared up at the stars through the metal branches above her. Needing no invitation, I joined her, wiggling close for warmth as we stared up at the bright, silvery pinpricks in the sky. Yes, we are. I felt an unexpected sense of happiness. Tonight was bigger than celebrating the closing and start of a new year. It was still hard to fathom all that we'd lost leading up to the General's death. And I wasn't just thinking about my mom. Everything that had happened, our friends who had died, had all been in the name of freedom. It had all been about fighting for the right to survive, to live. And we'd done it. Things would be different for all of us now.
So, does that mean it really does feel like home to you now, Zoe? And not in a bad way?
Danny peered over at me, her fire-red curls fanning out around her porcelain-white face. Like, home? Yeah, Dee, I said, deciding that for as much as she'd changed, Danny was still Danny. That it would always be us, and that's all I needed. It feels like home. I stared up at the twinkling stars, trying to remember any of the constellations I used to know. I think that's Ursa Major, I said, pointing as if Danny could see which star out of the millions I meant. Yep, it sure is, and that's Orion's. A thin, glowing white comet trail shot through the sky, and we both squealed, "A shooting star!" After a few giggles and the novelty had worn off, I thought about the last time we'd gone stargazing. It must have been 4 or 5 years ago, whenever I was last home before she'd moved to Washington. Then I thought about all the close calls and how many times we almost lost each other. Almost never had this moment. But here we are, I whispered. What's that, Zoe? I rolled onto my side to face her. I was just thinking about how long we've been friends. Almost our entire lives. And we have another 80 years with each other, too, Danny sang happily. I snorted. Wow, we're going to be really old. That's right, so you better not get tired of me too soon, otherwise you're screwed. I stared at my best friend, newly sister-in-law, as she rested her open hand on her slightly protruding belly. Never, Dee. Oh, hey! Danny chirped and rolled toward me. Did Chris tell you about her and Vanessa's new project? Danny waved her hand. Well, it's not like they've started anything, but... I laughed. What is it, Dee? She grinned from ear to ear. They want to figure out a way to help other crazies. Really? Yep. They're still working out the specifics, but these abilities of ours have got to be good for something, right? I nodded, having thought the same thing many times. Yeah, that's great. You ladies planning on joining us? Sanchez's voice echoed in my mind. Daniel says it's almost time. Danny and I exchanged fretful glances. I guess we should head back, I said, climbing to my feet, then helping Danny up. I tightened the blanket around her. How long have we been up here, anyway? She asked, but I wasn't sure. I shrugged. All I know is we don't want to miss Grayson's fireside speech. Wanting to join the others before the sun rose, we clomped our way down the hill back toward the farm. Come on, boys, Danny said, calling to the dogs who bounded past us. Danny and I trudged across the farm, heading toward the flames that danced by the pond. The closer we drew, the louder the chattering voices became. On special occasions like this, it wasn't just our group that huddled around a bonfire, or bonfires tonight, but dozens of regens had come to join us as well. Those who wanted to celebrate their new lives free from Harrodson. Those who had hope for a second chance at life, an actual future. When we finally reached the group, Danny and Jason shared a silent exchange, and Jake offered me a full, heart-stopping smile, one that I hoped was a promise of unspeakable things to come before we resurfaced from bed tomorrow. His eyes were gleaming, and I wondered how much he'd had to drink. I couldn't resist returning his smile, and I leaned down for a kiss. Yum, I said, licking my lips. Spicy. Sweet. Rum? I asked, glancing down at his empty glass. Harper's concoction. He nearly purred, and I kissed him again. Oh boy, we're in trouble. I shed my blanket, already getting warm so near to the fire's blaze. I'll grab a drink and get you a refill, I offered, and took his glass before I headed over to the cart we'd set up as a mobile bar. Grayson was studying the liquor bottles lined up along the edge of the cart, his reading glasses on the tip of his nose. "Need some help, Mr. G?" He startled and looked over his shoulder at me. "Well, actually, yes." I knew he was nervous about the speech. Not the act of speaking, but its importance tonight. "Here, let me help," I said and looked at his empty glass. "What do you like to drink?" "I generally prefer something smooth, but I'm not too picky." Opening a bottle of scotch, I motioned for him to hold his glass out. "A few sips of this should do the trick." I winked at him, knowing he wasn't a big drinker. Grayson held his glass out and nodded in thanks. Then he headed back to his seat near the fire. "Uh-oh, the bartender's back," Danny called as she wiggled into the seat beside Jason. I presented a mock bow to the onlookers. "That's right, Mrs. Cartwright," I said. "And what can I get for you this fine celebratory evening? I can make the best cocktails in all the land." I gestured to the plethora of options lined up behind me. "Something refreshing, something sweet, something that fizzes and pops." "How about something non-alcoholic?" Jason grumbled, his gaze cutting to Danny's stomach. I glared at him. "Thanks for stating the obvious, Jason." Danny squinted, pursing her lips as she thought. How about something warm?" "You got it," I said, and I nodded to Harper, who sat closest to the kettle. "H, a hot toddy for the pretty lady, please. Hold the rum." I glanced around at the faces around me. "Any other takers?" Peter and Sam were leaning back in their chairs, chatting between themselves and paying not an iota of attention to me. Carlos met my eyes and shook his head. Annie curled up in his lap as she stared into the flames, her eyes heavy with sleep. And Vanessa, who was wrapped in a blanket in the chair beside him, was content to stare into the fire, too. Chris sat up and stuck her mug out for Harper to refill. "Rum in mine, though, please," she said. Harper stared at her mug. "What?" Chris said. "What's wrong with you? Pour," she demanded. I tried not to react as Harper considered his options. Finally, he said, "Are you sure? Have you been feeling all right?" Chris's brow furrowed, and she shoved her drink at him. "Of course! I feel fine. Fill her up," she insisted. As Harper slowly poured what looked like only a drop into her drink, Chris reached out and tipped the butt of the bottle up a tad more. "Keep going," she said. "It's been a long week." Finally, she put her palm out for him to stop, and Harper looked more than relieved. I glanced at Danny. Her eyes were fixed on me, questioning. "What's this smile for?" she asked me silently. I smiled again and turned around so no one would see it, though Jake caught my eye, and I shied away. "I'm not supposed to say anything," I admitted, but I couldn't help it. I told Danny my secret, Harper's secret. Harper saw a vision of Chris pregnant. "What?" Danny squealed in my head, but when I looked back at her, her face was still, save for the small twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Not now, but sometime in the future, and he's freaking out. He's not sure how she's going to react. And you know how he is about the dangers of pregnancies as it is." "Understandable." She glanced at Harper. "And you know this how? Did he tell you?" Danny asked, her face a perfect mask of indifference. "Jake told me," I explained. "But Harper confided in him, so don't say anything, Dee." "But can you believe it? Harper, a dad? Chris, another baby?" "No, I can't. But I'm so happy if it's true."
There's gonna be a lot more drinking if there's gonna be a lot more babies, I silently mumbled, making Danny laugh. After pouring myself some of Harper's tincture and refilling Jake's glass with the same, I turned around, winked at Danny, and headed back over to Jake. His eyes were on me, unmoving, like he could hear the conversation Danny and I were having. I flashed him a bright smile of reassurance and nestled in beside him. It was soon after that when I watched Grayson down what was left of his scotch and wipe his whiskered mouth with the back of his hand. He cleared his throat. "Attention, everyone," he called from beside the cart. "I'd like to share a few thoughts with you before dawn." I peered out at the mass of people and bonfires stretching along the edge of the pond. Heads, young and old, normal and regen alike, turned in Grayson's direction. Conversations quieted. Out amidst the shadows, I noticed 3 figures moving toward us: Becca, Mace, and Camille. The 3 of them sat in the grass nearby. Becca smiled at her brother, then at me before she turned her full attention to our orator. My old history teacher stepped up to the cart, poured himself another gulp of scotch, and righted himself before taking a deep breath. "Now," he started, "for those of you who don't know me, my name is Daniel Grayson. I've lived in this area all my life, taught history, and told stories to Jason, Zoe, and Danielle since they were wee ones." He smiled in our direction, then took a swig of his scotch. He coughed. "Boy," he said, "that's strong stuff." There were quiet chuckles in the crowd. Grayson cleared his throat dramatically. "The people of New Bodega know me for my storytelling, because when you get to be my age, you have a lot of stories to tell. So, I guess that's why I was elected to speak tonight. But I'm not here to tell you a story." He paused for a moment, and I saw images of his life flash through his mind. I've seen a lot throughout my life. I've lost loved ones and had my share of struggles, but nothing remotely close to what the last year has brought us. We've been stripped of everything we once had and who we once were. We've been thrust into a world we're only just beginning to understand. We've done things against our will and made decisions we wish we could unmake. We've had to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and adapt and change to everything that's been thrown our way. We have new abilities to embrace and explore, and with them, new dangers to look out for. We've lost friends and have made new ones, but we've also made enemies. We've experienced raw, unfathomable heartache, loneliness, and desperation. And we've lost hope a time or two." He held up his index finger. "But..." He let the word trail off as he assessed us all. "But we've overcome all of it. Sitting here tonight, together, this is a testament to our strength." Grayson's eyes skirted over to the horizon, and I noticed the purples and blues of dawn beginning to break beyond the hillside. "Tonight, no, today," he continued, "is about celebrating a year of survival and newfound hope. It's about being with our friends and loved ones and remembering those that are no longer with us, their sacrifices and their footprints left in our lives. Today is about taking time to appreciate life, which, as you all know far too well, is unpredictable and can be far too fleeting. So please,
Grayson continued, holding up his scotch. Raise your glasses to a year past and a new year to come. I wouldn't want to be stuck here with anyone else. Collectively, we all raised our glasses, the sound of sniffles and crackling fire all I could hear. Happy New Year, everyone, Grayson said, and there was an encore of cheers and Happy New Year wishes as the sky came to life, radiating a promise of hope and life and new beginnings. We toasted to our pasts and celebrated our futures. I took a drink, then another, before I looked to Jake. His eyes were shimmering, just as I knew mine were, and he wrapped his arms around me, pulling me against him. Happy New Year, Zoe, he whispered. Happy New Year, I whispered back. I kissed him, letting the promise it held linger a moment before I rose to my feet. Becca was standing beside us, her eyes bleary, which made my chest tighten. I gave her a hug while Jake shook Mace's hand. Happy New Year, Becca, I said, squeezing her tightly as I remembered who she'd been when she'd first joined us in Colorado. Happy New Year, Zoe, she rasped. We all moved around the campfire, hugging each other and sniffling, wishing each other a prosperous new year, minus the drama and danger of the year past. I gave Sam and Annie each a giant hug, and Annie jumped up into Jake's arm, flirting with him like she did with all the boys. Sanchez and Biggs, each holding a sleeping twin in their arms, gave us awkward hugs. And I laughed as Harper nearly lifted me off the ground, his hug all Harper enthusiasm. I couldn't imagine a hug from him being any other way. My dad and Peter were standing beside Grayson, the men laughing about something, old times maybe, though my dad's smile didn't reach his eyes. I leaned in and gave Peter a big squeeze. I'm happy you decided to stay with us, I said, meaning every word of it. Peter stepped away from me and shrugged. You're all the family I have left now, he said, but despite the ache I still felt in his heart, I knew he was happy to be with us. Hey, sweetheart, my dad said, coming up to me. He wrapped his arms around me, his hold solid and comforting. I hugged him back, more than happy we were together, that I had my dad, my brothers, Danny and Jake, to start the next chapter of my life with. But when I reached Jason and Danny, I couldn't will the tears back any longer. Danny's arms were around me so fast I nearly lost my balance. Love you, Zoe, she cried into my shoulder. I squeezed her tighter, laughing and sobbing at the same time. Love you too, Dee. Happy New Year. When I tried to pull away, her embrace tightened. I'm not ready to let go, she sniveled. That's okay, Dee. Me neither, I half-heartedly joked. Then something occurred to me. Next year, this time, you'll have a little one in your arms, Dee. Can you believe it? I made her step back, and she beamed at me. No, not really. Laughing under her breath, she shook her head. I nudged her. You know we'll need to plan a girls' night every now and again, right? Make time for your old friend Zoe. I winked at her. Danny laughed. I wouldn't have it any other way. I kissed her cheek. To next year, then, I said. To families and babies and copious amounts of drinking. To next year, Danny laughed, and her arms tightened around me again. Happy New Year, Zoe. The end. This has been Before the Dawn, the ending series number 4, written by Lindsey Fairleigh, Lindsey Pogue, narrated by Natalie Duke. Copyright 2015 by Lindsey Pogue, Lindsey Fairleigh. Production copyright 2016 by L2 Books.
You have reached the end of Before the Dawn. If you're enjoying the ending series, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. You can find links to other audiobooks in this world and series information in the description below. Enjoy the Endings, Beginnings, Origin stories, the next installment in the ending series, coming up next. Thanks for listening.